Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Volume 1 Chapter 45 The Dark National Master, Who Washed the Lu Kim Banquet with Blood. Xie Lian did not reply. His pupils slightly contracted. Among the heavenly officials, some were bewildered, quietly asking everywhere, what national master? Who is the national master? Some with quick minds immediately understood that Lang Tianqiu was the crown prince of the kingdom of Yangon, and the national master of the kingdom of Yangon from the same dynasty as him was none other than another figure among the twin demonic masters, national master Feng Exan. And at this moment Lang Tianqiu sees Xie Lian calling him national master. Was this not saying, Xie Lian was that demonic Taoist who harmed the nation national master Feng Exan? However, Xie Lian was the crown prince of the kingdom of Xianla, and the kingdom of Xianla was destroyed by the kingdom of Yangon. For what reason would he go on to become the national master of the kingdom of Yangon? All the heavenly officials felt that their trip today would likely encounter a major, serious incident, and all held their breath, concentrating their spirits, staring intently at the people in the center of the martial god temple. Lang Tianqiu still held Xie Lian tightly. His chest heaved violently several times, and he struggled to say, "Clearly I personally killed you, personally sealed you in a coffin, So you were." Taking a ragged breath, Lang Tianqiu then said, "National Master, you truly possess vast divine powers." In the upper heavenly court, His Highness Tai Hua was renowned for being open and amiable, never scheming or calculating, nor ever making things difficult for anyone, and had never before revealed such an expression of grief and indignation, of enmity and hatred, as if, should Xie Lian utter but one word yes, he would immediately pounce. Feng Exan stood closest to the two, looking at Xie Lian, unable to conceal his shock and horror, while Mu Qing's eyes also trembled continuously. Within his suppressed fear, a hint of excitement flickered. Shi Qingxian laid Mingyi down horizontally and said, "Tianqiu, have you perhaps misunderstood something? If His Highness the Crown Prince is National Master Feng Exan, why have you only realized it now?" At this moment a man standing nearby spoke up, "Qingxian, it's just that you do not know. National Master Feng Exan in legends past and present was arrogant in nature, cold and mysterious, never using his true appearance to meet others, always wearing a silver mask. Most likely in the past, His Highness Tai Hua had never seen his true appearance." The speaker crossed his arms. Standing in a distant corner was Pei Ming. Shi Qingxian, whenever he saw Pei Ming, would become displeased, and waved his horsetail whisk, immediately opening his mouth to retort, "If that is the case, then no one has ever seen what National Master Feng Exan looks like until now. General Pei, why must you use a tone as if you have already determined that His Highness Xianla is National Master Feng Exan?" When acting with Xie Lian, Shi Qingxian was strange in every way, making people laugh, but as soon as he ascended to the upper heavenly court, his demeanor changed completely, becoming extremely arrogant, every movement mindful of his image, with a radiant demeanor. Just at this moment, a figure in pristine white rounded out from behind the hall. Apart from those in the center, the heavenly officials who had initially been standing in the great hall chatting animatedly, hurriedly, each finding their own position, bowed and said, "Jun Wu." Jun Wu lightly raised his hand, and everyone stood upright again. Jun Wu casually walked over, examined Ming Yi for a moment, then said, "First, make proper arrangements for the Earth Master." Therefore, for Medicine Master, heavenly officials stepped forward to help Ming Yi up and escorted him down. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to follow to see, but looking back at the situation in the martial god temple, in the end, he still felt uneasy, so he stood still and did not leave. Jun Wu walked past Xie Lian and patted his right arm once. Just now, fresh blood was still dripping steadily down Xie Lian's sleeve, but after this pat, the blood immediately stopped flowing. Jun Wu clasped his hands and returned to the imperial seat above, only then speaking, "Tell me, what has happened again? Why does Tai Hua keep holding Xianla without letting go? And why is Xianla bowing his head?" As soon as Jun Wu arrived, everyone present felt at ease. Lang Tianqiu again looked at Xie Lian, seeing Xie Lian still saying nothing, and that currently with heavenly officials all around, he was not afraid of him escaping. Lang Tianqiu then slowly loosened his hand, turned towards Jun Wu, bowed and said, "Jun Wu, several hundred years ago, this person used the false name Feng Exan, sat in the position of national master of my kingdom of Yangon, killed my kin, and brought disaster upon my country. I wish to fight him to the death. Today I ask Junwu to bear witness. In the martial god temple, those who had never heard the name National Master Fong Xian also hastily used spiritual communication to investigate. They did not know until they investigated. Once they investigated, they were shocked. National Master Fong Xian was none other than the lifesaver and benevolent teacher of Crown Prince Lang Tianqiu of the Kingdom of Yangon. The reason National Master Fong Xian was listed as one of the twin demonic masters was precisely because of the famous incident of the Lu Kim banquet where blood washed the Yangon royal family. Initially, the Lu Kim banquet was a type of wine banquet prevalent among the Xianla nobility, because the wine vessels, food containers, and musical instruments used in the banquet were all exquisitely crafted golden implements of the highest degree, with unparalleled extravagance, hence its name. After Yangon established its nation, they initially proclaimed to the world, swearing solemnly that they would definitely abolish the extravagant customs of the previous dynasty, absolutely not repeat past mistakes, but only wholeheartedly share and resolve difficulties for the people. Yet after several decades they learned everything completely, and ultimately remained exactly as before. On the night of the Yangon Crown Prince's 17th birthday, a Lu Kim banquet was held in the imperial palace. It was at this very Lu Kim banquet that National Master Fong Xian took a sword and massacred all the Yangon royals present there. Golden goblets overturned, blood red like wine. A cruel scene beyond words. Only Lang Tianqiu, who ambled in late, avoided disaster, but was also nearly silenced. After the horrifying incident, the Yangon royal family's vitality was greatly damaged, and if not for Lang Tianqiu, who had always enjoyed the people's favor and furthermore, dedicated himself wholeheartedly, chaos would have been difficult to avoid. It took great effort to stabilize the situation. The Yangon royal family summoned extraordinary individuals and reclusive experts from across the land to hunt down the fleeing culprit, and finally captured the opponent. Lang Tianqiu personally killed the demonic National Master Fong Xian, at the same time sealing the National Master's corpse in a coffin, nailing it shut with many layers of nails, and suppressing it beneath the grave. Lang Tianqiu stared intently at Xie Lian and said with a trembling voice, "Why did you have to die? Oh, such a thing I still cannot comprehend. You said you could not bear to see us sit in that position. I never believed it. From beginning to end, I never felt you wanted to usurp the throne. Now, I finally understand what that sentence of yours meant." All the heavenly officials stared wide-eyed, speechless, clamoring in whispers or secretly communicating spiritually. This is revenge then. What else could it be but revenge? The kingdom of Xianla was destroyed, so he also wants to destroy the kingdom of Yangon. The people of Yangon killed his imperial father and mother, therefore he also wants to kill the imperial father and mother of the Yangon crown prince. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. But the people who destroyed the kingdom of Xianla were not from the same dynasty as Lang Tianqiu. His anger is too unreasonable. I still say the laughingstock of the three realms was a born fool, but it turns out he's a venomous character, running to an enemy country to become a national master, secretly sowing discord, and as soon as he made his move, he massacred their entire royal family. Truly terrifying. What others were thinking in their hearts, Xie Lian understood very clearly. His expression was as heavy as deep water, giving no reaction whatsoever, yet his chest surged with countless waves. Ling Wen stepped forward and standing beside Junwu, quickly whispered a few words. Noticing Junwu's gaze sweep towards him, Xie Lian tightly shut his eyes, not looking. A moment later, he only heard Junwu say, "Tai Hua, you identify Xianla as Fong Xian on what basis?" Lang Tian Thursday, eyes red, said, "The one who taught me swordsmanship is precisely National Preceptor Fong Xian. The moment he made a move, how could I not recognize him?" As soon as these words were uttered, the undercurrents began to surge even more fiercely. Inciting discord is one thing, but why also perform such a superfluous act as teaching the crown prince of an enemy nation swordsmanship? No wonder after his third ascension, he was no longer seen touching a sword, afraid of being exposed. Lang Tian Thursday said, "This time I came to Ghost City, and just now I was clashing with Hua Cheng." Hearing him mention Ghost City and Hua Cheng, not a few divine officials trembled. Lang Tian Thursday continued, "But just as the blades were about to clash, a shadowy figure suddenly rushed forward, delivering two blows that pushed the weapons apart. This sword technique blocking weapons without harming either side, and taking the injury upon oneself. I could not be more familiar with it. When I was 12 years old during an outing, I was kidnapped by a gang of bandits. Those bandits dragged me as they fled along the road, with Imperial guards giving chase. Both sides fought desperately. Suddenly, a street performer with a bruised and battered face by the roadside extended a tree branch, and with the same 2 blows, pushed the 2 swords away and saved me. The bandits and Imperial guards fought until both sides were grievously wounded. Both sides suffered damage. This street performer led me directly back to the Imperial palace. Out of gratitude, my Imperial father and mother cordially retained him, inviting him to be the national preceptor. Moreover, he also taught me swordsmanship for 5 years. The moment he wielded his sword, I could not be more familiar with it. This sword technique I wanted to learn, but he would not teach it, saying that as a noble crown prince I had no need for it. But it was precisely thanks to that sword technique that he became the national preceptor of Yangon. How could I possibly mistake him? Xie Lian said nothing. At that moment Mu Qing spoke softly. Your Highness Tai Hua, you say you saw a shadowy figure, but apart from you it seems no one else saw that shadowy figure. So then this is still just your one-sided account. Some found it perplexing that Mu Qing would actually speak up for Xie Lian, yet others already understood clearly. Seeing Xie Lian's utterly silent, unanswering demeanor, it was only feared that Lang Tian thus assertions were 80 or 90% correct. Mu Qing, opening his mouth at this moment at first glance, seemed to be defending Xie Lian, but in reality, he harbored no good intentions at all, because the more Mu Qing doubted and questioned, the more fervent Lang Tian Thursday would undoubtedly become, doing nothing to help Xie Lian's situation. As expected, Lang Tian Thursday said, "Very well. Please bring a sword here." Not a few martial gods in the hall carried swords with them. Hearing Lang Tian Thursday shout like that, someone immediately unbuckled their sword and threw it over. Lang Tian Thursday took the sword, raised it before Xie Lian and said, "For you. Now let us have a match. Hiding nothing, fighting with all our might, to see if our swordsmanship is of the same kind, to see if I was taught by you." Everyone felt that Lang Tian Thursday wanting to spar in the martial god hall was undeniably somewhat reckless. However, when they thought of the bloodbath at the gilded banquet, Lang Tian Thursday, a dignified crown prince, whose entire family had been massacred, they therefore somewhat understood his agitation. Coupled with Junwu saying nothing, they didn't know whether they should intervene or not. Shi Qingxian was still worried about Xie Lian's injury and said, "Tian Thursday, just now His Highness the Crown Prince blocked a saber strike from Huacheng for you. His right hand is in such a state, how can he possibly spar with you?" Hearing these words, Lang Tian Thursday suddenly extended his left hand and struck a heavy blow onto his own right arm. Only a loud crack was heard. His right arm immediately gushed forth with blood, which flowed profusely, leaving his arm limp and dangling. There was no need to check, the injury was undoubtedly very serious. Seeing Lang Tian Thursday suddenly injure himself, all the divine officials were stunned. Xie Lian was also taken aback, looking up to ask, "What are you doing?" Lang Tian Thursday said, "Lord Windmaster is not wrong just now. It was indeed because of saving me that you were injured in one hand. Now I return you one hand. But you saved me, yes, that is true, yet killing my entire clan is also the truth. I know both your hands can wield a sword, and moreover, your swordsmanship is truly divine. Let us spar with our left hands. If you are a man, pick up your sword." Xie Lian looked at the sword, then looked at Lang Tian Thursday, finally slowly shook his head, and said, "Many years ago, I made a solemn vow I would no longer use a sword to kill people." Hearing these words, Lang Tian Thursday suddenly recalled that night when he rushed to the scene, just in time to witness the person in black robes drawing a long sword from his parents' bodies. The rims of his eyes instantly turned terrifyingly red, and his left hand, gripping the sword, emitted a rattling, shattering sound. Shi Qingxian swung his whisk, wrapped it around the sword, pushed it down and said, "I feel that there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. If National Preceptor Feng Xian always wore a silver mask, who knows, perhaps someone impersonated him to harm people. First, it would be better to ask the Heavenly Emperor for instructions." Everyone uniformly turned towards the jade throne above. Junwu said, "Xianlu." Xie Lian bowed low, responding, "Yes." Junwu asked in a deep voice what Tai Hua said, "Do you acknowledge it?" Xie Lian said, "I acknowledge it." This word acknowledge was spoken in a cold tone utterly different from his usual, causing Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Shi Qingxian to blanch. Junwu nodded and continued to ask, National Preceptor Feng Xian, who perpetrated the bloodbath at the gilded banquet, was it you? Silent for a moment, Xie Lian suddenly raised his head and said, Yes. It was me. Book 1 Chapter 46 Nanyang resentfully punches cunning Xian Zhan. As these words rang out, there was no longer any way to salvage the situation. Lang Tian Thursday said in a deep voice, You admit it. Then that is good. Before this, it had been mentioned that in the upper heavenly court, divine officials whose hands were stained with fresh blood were countless. But in reality, indeed, few made such a commotion as this because of old blood debts. Reflecting on the reasons, firstly, the fresh blood staining the hands of other divine officials all belonged to mortals. Moreover, those mortals had no descendants ambitious enough to ascend to heaven, using their status as divine officials to question the culprit like Lang Qianqiu. Secondly, after ascending, any history that was too bad and could be concealed would be concealed, covered up very thoroughly. Rarely was anything exposed. A commotion to this extent must be said to be an uncommonly unsightly sight. But if it had already been exposed, the next thing everyone cared about most was how it should be concluded. Before this, Pei Su had General Pei Ming strenuously protecting him, yet ultimately he could not escape being banished to the mortal realm, while Xie Lian had no one to rely on at all. Now it was probably just a matter of seeing whether Junwu still remembered their old affection and would protect him. However, the divine officials still did not clearly understand what attitude Junwu ultimately held towards Xie Lian. The first time Crown Prince Xianlu ascended, obviously favor was abundant, but the second time he ascended, the two fought a battle. Xie Lian even stabbed Junwu a few times with his sword before being captured and brought down. This third time ascending, the two were living harmoniously again, as if they had forgotten all past events, truly making people ponder endlessly without understanding. Precisely for this reason, many pairs of ears perked up, waiting to hear how that superior would handle it. Who would have thought? Not waiting for Junwu to handle it, Xie Lian spoke up first. He said Xianlu has an excessive request. Junwu replied, Speak. Xie Lian said, I asked the emperor to remove my celestial registration, banish me to the mortal realm. Hearing this, several divine officials were astonished, and on the contrary, even felt a little admiration. After all, no one wanted to be demoted. How difficult was it to ascend? It took immense hardship and toil to climb so high, only to fall in an instant. Just thinking about it made one terribly frightened. Yet he dared to speak directly to Junwu, asking him to demote him, something they could never do. However, there were also several divine officials who paid little mind. Since the commotion had already reached this extent, perhaps using advancement as a retreat was better than dying without admitting. Moreover, Xie Lian had been demoted twice before, so being demoted a third time would surely be nothing formidable to him. Perhaps he had already gotten used to being demoted again and again. Lang Qianqiu spoke up again, You don't need to demote yourself. You ascended through your own abilities. I only want to fight a decisive battle with you. Xie Lian said, I do not wish to fight you. Lang Qianqiu asked why? It's not as if you haven't fought me before. This battle, regardless of life or death, from now on let it be an end. Xie Lian replied indifferently, for no reason at all. Fight me and you will surely die. His words were perfunctory and dismissive, but they stirred quiet gasps of breath from all four directions. Many divine officials who were not martial gods thought to themselves, You are just a scrap-collecting god with no spiritual power. How can you shamelessly say to Lang Qianqiu, the dignified martial god of the East, that if he fights you he will only die? He is truly too arrogant. It sounded as if his demotion was a concession to Lang Qianqiu, not bothering to contend with him, truly loud-mouthed boasting. Nevertheless, Lang Qianqiu did not feel Xie Lian's words were exaggerated at all. He merely said seriously, I already said, regardless of life or death. I also don't need you to yield to me. Xie Lian did not answer him but spoke to Junwu, I asked the emperor to banish me to the mortal realm. Lang Qianqiu was about to press him for an answer, but Shi Qingxian hurriedly spoke up, Hold on. Everyone, I believe there are still doubts about this matter. Junwu spoke, Windmaster, speak freely. Shi Qingxian replied, It seems all you immortal officials believe that Crown Prince Xianlu was seeking revenge, which is why he used the false name Feng Xian, and bathed the Yangon royal family in blood. But if he wanted revenge, why did he spare only Crown Prince Tai Hua, the royal kin who is Crown Prince Yangon? Logically speaking, the person an avenger would most want to kill with their own hands, shouldn't it be this Crown Prince? This point had not gone unconsidered by others before, but everyone thought there was no need to proactively state it. Now that the Wind Master was the first to speak, only then did a few people nod in agreement. Shi Qingxian said, although Xie Lian and I have not been friends for long, I personally witnessed him, for the sake of saving Crown Prince Tai Hua, directly block the scourge saber. Qianqiu, he turned towards Lang Qianqiu, and continued, if he truly hated your Yangon royal family, why would he risk blocking a saber for you? Hearing the phrase directly block the scourge saber, Feng Xian and Mu Qing both stiffened their faces. Lang Qianqiu did not reply. A small murmur was heard. Perhaps it's just from a guilty Kansai. Shi Qingxian immediately raised his voice to add a sentence to drown it out precisely because of this. I believe there are still doubts about this matter. At this moment Pei Ming sighed, truly admirable. Shi Qingxian waved his horsetail whisk. His voice displeased General Pei Ming. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Pei Ming stood upright holding his sword, and replied with a laugh, when I say admirable, I am speaking directly. I admire Crown Prince Xianlu for being wholeheartedly vouched for by Lord Wind Master, who speaks words of justice. Our little Pei Su does not have that fortune. I said that there were still doubts about little Pei Su's matter, but it was consistently rejected. How can I not admire this? Shi Qingxian said, General Pei Ming, do not mislead public opinion. Is little Pei Su's matter the same? I personally witnessed his crimes, and personally heard his confession. Pei Ming asked, then isn't today exactly the same? Crown Prince Tai Hua personally witnessed Crown Prince Xianlu's crimes, and personally heard his confession. Is there any difference? Shi Qingxian grew angry and was about to argue right and wrong with Pei Ming, when he was held back by Xie Lian, who said, Lord Windmaster, thank you, I accept your sentiment. But it's not necessary. Shi Qingxian, for a moment, could not think of how to refute Pei Ming, and could only point a finger at him, holding back a breath. At this moment, Jun Wu finally opened his mouth, speaking in an indifferent voice. Everyone, calm down, do not get agitated. Jun Wu's words were not particularly resonant, extremely gentle, but every immortal official in the Martial God Hall heard him clearly and distinctly, hastily straightening up. Once the Grand Hall was silent, Jun Wu then said, Tai Hua, your actions have always been somewhat rash. When encountering matters, you cannot charge in recklessly and strike wildly like that. You must calmly listen and then make a decision. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu bowed his head and accepted the admonishment. In the hearts of many immortal officials, a thump sounded. Oh no, it's over. Looking at this demeanor, surely he doesn't mean to protect him, does he? Indeed, Jun Wu continued, Xianlu refused to fully confess, and the request for self-demotion is invalid. First, arrest and confine him in Xianlu Palace, then I will personally interrogate him. Until then, Tai Hua, temporarily do not meet Xianlu. The thumping sound in the hearts of the immortal officials stretched into a string of echoes. He really is protecting him. Jun Wu protected Xie Lian, the laughingstock of the three realms who had no territory and no merits, and gave a perfunctory judgment to Lang Qianqiu. Lang Qianqiu was the martial god guarding the east. It was possible he would develop resentment because of this. This was truly a losing deal. But even so, he was determined to protect him. Could it be that Xie Lian was still favored by Jun Wu? Could it be that from now on whatever is said, one must also be cautious? Moreover, everyone paid close attention to the so-called Xianlu Palace. Hearing these three words, Xie Lian was also startled, thinking to himself, my merits are insufficient. How could I have built a palace? The old Xianlu Palace was destroyed long ago. Where would a Xianlu Palace come from? But when he thought about it again, he immediately understood. Jun Wu must have built a new palace for him most likely. He intended to wait for him to return from the ghost market this time and use some pretext to allocate it to him, never expecting it would now be used as a place of confinement. Confinement awaiting interrogation was similar to a delaying tactic. Many immortal officials had discerned the subtle clues, secretly deciding that from now on, they would no longer mention the four words laughingstock of the three realms in any public place. Shi Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief, trying to exclaim a few praises for the wise imperial lord, then intended to go over and inquire after Lang Qianqiu. Lang Qianqiu, however, looked intently at Xie Lian, saying whatever the imperial lord wishes to interrogate, by all means proceed, but no matter what the final outcome is, I still wish to fight him in a match. Finishing his words, Lang Qianqiu bowed to Jun Wu, then turned around and left the grand hall. Jun Wu waved his hand, and a few immortal officials gathered to escort Xie Lian away. As he passed in front of Shi Qingxian, Xie Lian whispered to him, Lord Windmaster, thank you very much. However, if you truly wish to help, there's no need to speak up for me, but may I ask 2 favors of you? Shi Qingxian replied, brother, just say it. Xie Lian said, the youth I brought with me is in the side hall, please lead him to meet the imperial lord. You, my lord, do not need to say much, the imperial lord will naturally know what it is about. Shi Qingxian said, all right. It's a small matter. What about the second matter? Xie Lian replied, if in the future General Pei still wishes to cause trouble for Banyu, I ask Lord Windmaster to lend a hand and help. Shi Qingxian clenched his hand into a fist, saying, certainly. I will not let Pei Ming have his way. Where is she now? Xie Lian replied, she is hidden by me in a jar of pickled vegetables at Puji Shrine. If you have time, please take her out and dry her. Ah! After thanking and bidding farewell to the Windmaster, 2 immortal officials led him to the front of a palace with red walls and glazed tiles, respectfully saying, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, please. Xie Lian nodded, thank you for the trouble. Lifting his foot, he stepped inside, the grand doors behind him closed. Xie Lian looked around, walked around within the palace, and felt that this place was indeed not bad. Although it bore the name Xianlu Palace, there was no resemblance to his old Xianlu Palace. It was completely devoid of the distress of scene-stirring emotions. Xie Lian sat down in the sente of the grand hall, calmly waiting for Jun Wu to come and interrogate him. Earlier it had been bustling and chaotic, so there was not a moment to ponder. Now that he was calm, thinking back on this matter, he found numerous suspicions. As the Earthmaster, Mingyi could not possibly go to be an undercover agent without reason or cause. After all, what personal grievances did he and Hua Chang have, or was he acting under orders? If it was under orders, then it could only be Jun Wu's orders. But according to Xie Lian's understanding of Jun Wu was not the type of person who would proactively plant a mole in another person's territory. After all, the work at hand in the heavenly realm was already busy enough that his feet did not touch the ground. He feared there might be other hidden motives. Thinking back and forth in Xie Lian's mind, a crimson silhouette unconsciously appeared. The image in his mind was hazy, but the crimson-clad figure was strangely distinct amidst a sea of fire. That person stood still, with his eyes directed towards him. Xie Lian rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, I wonder if Sanlang's Paradise Manor was burned down. If it's truly lost this time, if I'm banished to the mortal realm again, even smashing pots and selling iron, I don't know if I can afford to compensate him. He sighed, then thought again, even if I can't afford it, I must compensate him. It's just a matter of whether it will take a few decades or a few centuries. After sitting for a while, Xie Lian reached his hand into his robe, fumbled for an item, then opened his hand. In his palm were 2 dice, precisely the 2 taken from Paradise Manor. Gazing at them for a moment, Xie Lian cupped his hands before his chest, holding the 2 dice in his hand, shook them for a bit, then threw them onto the ground. The dice rolled quickly for a few turns, then stopped. As expected, the luck that Hua Chang had lent him was completely used up. This time Xie Lian secretly hoped it would show 2 sixes, but when the dice fell to the ground, the result was 2 ones. Xie Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud, was shaking his head, when suddenly from behind he heard footsteps ring out. He stopped short, immediately retracting both the smile on his face and the 2 dice. These footsteps were not Jun Wu's. Jun Wu's footsteps were calm, neither fast nor slow. Although when Hua Chang walked there was a slight indifference, not serious, often appearing lazy, yet the intrinsic character in the rhythm of both their steps was exactly the same, while this series of footsteps seemed light as air. Xie Lian turned his head to look, astonished, and said, It's you. The person who arrived was dressed entirely in black, with a pale face, pale lips, and an indifferent expression, looking exceedingly cold, clearly a martial god yet seeming like a literary god. If not Mu Qing, then who else could it be? Seeing Xie Lian appear somewhat surprised, Mu Qing raised an eyebrow and asked, Then who do your highness think it was? Feng Xian? Without waiting for a reply, Mu Qing lifted the hem of his black robes, stepped over the threshold and said, Feng Exine, he probably won't come. Xie Lian declined to comment, and asked, what are you here for? Mu Qing replied, the Heavenly Emperor placed your highness under house arrest, forbidding His Royal Highness Tai Hua from coming, but he didn't say I couldn't come. In reality, Mu Qing completely did not answer Xie Lian's question. However, if he didn't answer, then so be it. Xie Lian originally didn't particularly want to know, so he didn't press further. Mu Qing looked around the brand new Xian Le Palace once, his gaze falling upon Xie Lian, observed for a moment, then suddenly threw an object to him. A blur of green flashed in the air. Xie Lian reached out his left hand to catch it, held it in his hand and looked. It turned out to be a small blue porcelain bottle. It was a bottle of medicine. Mu Qing said indifferently, Your Highness' right hand, all bloody and hanging limp like that, looks too unsightly. Xie Lian silently held the medicine bottle, and turned to look at Mu Qing. Ever since his third ascension, the way Mu Qing treated him could only be described with one word: eccentric. As if he was always waiting for him to be kicked down for the third time, and then stand aside, speaking in innuendo. But at this very moment, Xie Lian genuinely had the possibility of being kicked down for the third time, yet Mu Qing suddenly became cheerful and amiable, even having the heart to bring him medicine. Such a drastic change in attitude instead made him feel quite unaccustomed. Seeing Xie Lian not move, Mu Qing smiled faintly and said, If your highness likes it, use it. If not, then don't anyway. No one else will bring you any. This smile was not one that outwardly smiled but inwardly did not. It could be seen that his mood at this moment was indeed quite good. Although Xie Lian didn't feel any pain in his right hand, he also didn't necessarily have to leave it injured like that. Before, Junwu had patted his right hand, as if to provide emergency treatment. Having medicine would be better. Therefore, Xie Lian opened the blue porcelain bottle and casually poured its contents onto his right arm. What flowed out from the bottle was not powder or pills, but a wisp of pale green smoke. The smoke slowly moved, enveloping his right arm, emitting a cool fragrance. It was indeed a good thing. At this moment, Mu Qing suddenly asked, Was everything Lang Qianqiu said true? Did your highness truly kill the royal family of Yangon? Hearing this, Xie Lian raised his eyes to look at him. Even though Mu Qing had held himself back immensely, Xie Lian still clearly saw an uncontrollable trace of excitement from the depths of his eyes. Seeming extremely interested in the detail of Xie Lian's bloodbath at the gilded banquet, Mu Qing continued to ask, How did your highness kill them? Just then, again, steady, heavy footsteps came from behind. Both of them simultaneously turned their heads this time. The one who walked into Xian Le Palace turned out to be Feng Exine. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Mu Qing in the hall. Moreover, smiling faintly next to Xie Lian. Feng Exine frowned and asked, What are you doing here? Xie Lian raised the blue porcelain bottle in his hand. Mu Qing retracted his smile. Just now he had told Xie Lian that Feng Exine wouldn't come. Yet Feng Exine arrived immediately. How could he still smile? Mu Qing said, Ridiculous. You can come but I cannot? Feng Exine didn't bother to pay attention to Mu Qing, and turned to look at Xie Lian. Feng Exine hadn't even had a chance to speak, when Xie Lian already said, If both of you have come to ask the same question, then I will answer uniformly. There's no need to disbelieve what I said today in the great martial hall. Every single word was the truth. Hearing him say that, Feng Xin's complexion paled slightly. Mu Qing couldn't stand to look at Feng Xin's expression, patted his robes and said, All right, General Nanyang, calm down a bit. Things have come to this. Who are you showing that mournful face to? Feng Exine glared at Mu Qing, then abruptly turned his head to point at the door, snapping, I'm not putting on a show for you. Get out. Mu Qing said, Do you have the right to tell me to scram? Your mouth speaks of such great loyalty, but how many years did you last? Didn't you still just run away as usual? The veins on Feng Xin's forehead bulged, and he tightly shut his eyes as if wishing for out of sight, out of mind. Sensing the conversation had veered into a precarious direction, Xie Lian hastily raised his hand and said, Stop. Stop. How could Mu Qing possibly stop? He sneered, The rumors going around. Everyone says you, General Nanyang, couldn't bear to personally witness your former master's downfall. Deep affection and profound loyalty. How wonderful. You just had to invent a sweet-sounding excuse to gloss over it, but frankly speaking, isn't it that you didn't want to follow a good-for-nothing and waste your years? Feng Xin's eye sockets suddenly flushed red. He opened his eyes wide, swung a fist and roared, "What do you know about me?" With a thwack, a fist landed directly on Mu Qing's face. Oh! Mu Qing was perfectly refined and fair-skinned. Taking such a lightning-fast, wind-tearing punch, he instantly looked as if a persimmon had been smashed on his face, blood flowing in streams. But Mu Qing was equally unyielding. He didn't utter a sound, and without another word, immediately returned a punch. "Then what do you know about me?" After ascending, both of them had their own weapons and magic artifacts, but when anger rushed to their heads, they only felt satisfied wholeheartedly using their fists and feet to strike. 800 years ago, Fang Xin's and Mu Qing's martial power was on par, and after 800 years, they remained equally matched, striking without holding back, fighting with resounding thuds and tremors, making it difficult to tell who was stronger. Fang Xie angrily said, "Do you think no one knows your malicious intentions? You only hoped for His Highness to do all sorts of bad things, then you would be satisfied." Mu Qing in turn sneered, "I know you've always looked down on me. It's truly laughable. You should look at yourself. What right do you have to look down on me? It's just a dog criticizing a cat for having too much fur." It was likely beyond anyone's prediction that Lang Qianqiu and Xie Lian hadn't even started fighting yet, but Fang Xie and Mu Qing had already started brawling first. Both sides had accumulated hatred for a long time, rushing into a furious fight, one scolding, the other cursing. They couldn't even hear each other's insults, so how could anyone hear Xie Lian speak? Xie Lian still remembered the bygone youth of the three of them. Mu Qing's personality was gentle and timid, to say nothing of raising a hand to hit someone. Even when speaking, he was soft-spoken and composed, not daring to yell at others and often hid behind him. On the other hand, if Fang Xie hit someone, it was entirely because Xie Lian told him to hit them. Say hit and head hit, say stop and head stop. Now, things were no longer like that. When these two fought, Xie Lian had absolutely no experience in mediation. He walked, rubbing the space between his eyebrows, thinking to himself to quickly go to the door, call out a few times, and summon some heavenly officials to stop them. But, unexpectedly, before he even stepped out of the grand hall, he heard a huge noise coming from the front. Fang Xie and Mu Qing, who were fighting fiercely, were also startled by this sound. Both simultaneously ceased their attack, concentrated their attention, and vigilantly looked towards where the sound came from. The great doors of Xianlu Palace were kicked open by someone. Outside the door was not the spacious and flat divine might avenue of the heavenly capital, but rather an eerie, silent darkness. In the darkness, countless icy cold silver butterflies surged towards their faces. Volume 1 Chapter 47 Seizing the Immortal Palace, 3 phrases to terrify the deities. The silver light flickered chaotically without a moment to ponder. Xie Lian's first reaction was to raise his hand to shield himself. Rui, wrapped around his wrist, would automatically attack in moments of crisis. However, this swarm of silver butterflies did not attack towards Xie Lian at all, but instead bypassed him, rushing towards the two people who had just been furiously fighting behind him. Fang Xie and Mu Qing had long since experienced the bitter taste of this swarm of death spirit butterflies, knowing well their potency, so how could they dare be careless? Nearly in the blink of an eye, both simultaneously raised their hands and shouted, "Activate shields!" Tens of thousands of silver butterflies, wings beating like a tempest, rushed towards Fang Xie and Mu Qing, but were blocked by an invisible wall in front of the two of them. They crashed loudly and resoundingly like a torrential rain, colliding and scattering dazzling white light, like sparks flying everywhere. It turned out that Fang Xie and Mu Qing had opened 2 magical shields in front of themselves. But although blocked by the magical shields, the swarm of death spirit butterflies still attacked relentlessly, and furthermore were endless, just like moths rushing headfirst into a flame, utterly frenzied. Even though they had activated their magical shields, Fang Xie and Mu Qing were also momentarily forced to retreat by that hail of butterflies, like a rain of bullets. A moment of carelessness caused them to lose the initiative. If they didn't activate shields, the death spirit butterflies would cling to them, but if they activated shields, they wouldn't have hands to grab weapons. Fang Xie and Mu Qing both secretly groaned in misery, gritting their teeth as they held their ground. Glancing at Xie Lian, who was still standing with his head bowed in front, Fang Xie hastily shouted loudly, "Your Highness, be careful not to stand there. Quickly come behind the shield." Unexpectedly, Xie Lian turned his head, completely unfazed, and even frowned and said, "Huh?" The two focused their gaze to look closely, almost wanting to spew blood to the heavens on the spot. They only saw Xie Lian cradling a death spirit butterfly in his palm, the expression on his face even somewhat bewildered. A moment ago, when the furious gale of butterflies swept through, there was one that flew unusually slowly, couldn't keep up with the main swarm, and flapped its wings, undulating a few times in front of Xie Lian. It seemed to be struggling too much, and Xie Lian couldn't help but wonder if this tiny silver butterfly was about to give up flying, so he couldn't help but extend his palm, as if implicitly supporting it from below. And so that butterfly joyfully flew erratically on his palm, refusing to leave. Seeing this, Feng Xin's forehead veins bulged, and he said, "Don't touch that thing." Just at this moment, Xie Lian's wrist was suddenly seized. It turned out someone had grabbed him, pulling forcefully. Xie Lian's entire body was instantly pulled into a pitch-black area behind the great doors. Even though he was enveloped in darkness, Xie Lian, however, felt neither unease nor vigilance. That darkness was just like a gentle armor, not only not dangerous but on the contrary made one feel strangely at ease. Although the person in the darkness had not yet appeared, the silver butterflies had arrived ultimately. How could they not know who that person was? Mu Qing said in an incredulous tone, "You truly have great audacity, yet dare to disturb the heavenly capital. Aren't you being too presumptuous already?" Someone laughed and said, "It's all the same. You of the upper heaven court were also quite presumptuous on my territory, weren't you?" Although he had long since guessed who had grabbed him, when he heard that familiar voice coming from extremely close by, Xie Lian's heart was still shaken as before. Immediately after that, he only heard Feng Xian say, "Hua Cheng, the heavenly emperor is in the heavenly capital. You quickly let him go." Hua Cheng scoffed, "Then we'll have to see if you have that capability." As soon as his words fell, the great doors immediately slammed shut. Xie Lian felt Hua Cheng using one hand to hold him tightly, leading him in a swift dash. All around was pitch black in his ears. All that echoed was the jingle of silver chains on black boots. The ground beneath his feet was uneven, undulating with highs and lows. Sure enough, it was no longer the broad, flat, brightly lit road in the heavenly capital, but rather a wild valley. Surely Hua Cheng had used the earth-shrinking shorten 1000 technique to connect the grand entrance of Xianlu Palace to this valley, but to use the earth-shrinking technique to connect a place within the heavenly capital to other locations was no easy feat at the very least. If one was not a heavenly official of the heavenly realm, it would be utterly impossible. How had Hua Cheng managed it? Xie Lian was about to open his mouth when suddenly he heard a roar explode by his ear. "Your Highness, where are you?" This roar was Feng Xin's. Although the voice was right by his ear, the person was not before his eyes. Feng Xian roared this within the communication array, causing Xie Lian's eardrums to ache from his shouting, and many heavenly officials were also startled, frightfully asking, "What's wrong, General Nanyang? What happened?" Mu Qing also entered the communication array, saying, "Something has happened. Lingwen, where are you?" Quickly informed Dijun, "Xie Lian has escaped." Mu Qing's speech had always been gentle, soft, polite, and refined, but now it carried a trace of exasperated anger. Lingwen said, "What? Let me go to Xianlu Palace to see." A heavenly official fearfully said, "Did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince escape? Wasn't he under house arrest at Xianlu Palace?" Shi Qingxian also entered the communication array, saying clearly, "Just now, I still saw a pile of minor martial gods from the middle heavenly court guarding outside Xianlu Palace. One could only enter but not leave, so how could he escape?" Feng Xian continued, "He didn't escape, he was taken by someone. Your Highness, can you still hear what we're saying? Where are you now?" As soon as they heard that he was taken, everyone was even more horrified. This place is the heavenly capital itself. Who would be so arrogant? For a moment, everyone raised their voices. Everyone demanded an answer. The matter between State Preceptor Feng Xian and Lang Qianqiu was not yet resolved. Junwu had put Xie Lian under house arrest, yet the person had disappeared. Wouldn't that, without reason, give rise to more trouble and invite even more disputes? No matter what, they had to find him back first and then discuss. Therefore, Lingwen went to assess the situation, investigating Xie Lian's current location, while Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted within the array, looking for any martial officials who could lend a hand to pursue and attack. Shi Qingxian, meanwhile, scattered a few more rounds of merit. Within the communication array, it was utter chaotic disarray. Everyone spoke over each other. So chaotic that Xie Lian completely couldn't interject. He took a deep breath, about to let out a loud shout asking everyone to calm down, when Huacheng suddenly turned around, stretching 2 fingers over. His cold fingertips gently placed upon Xie Lian's temple. Huacheng smiled and said, "Haha, long time no see, how are you all doing?" Huacheng gently placed 2 fingers, immediately joining the upper heavenly court's communication array through Xie Lian. This calm and leisurely sentence, not only Xie Lian next to him heard it, but all the heavenly officials who were flustered and agitated within the upper heavenly court's communication array also heard it. Moreover, after hearing it, they immediately fell into a deadly silence. Everyone silently roared in their hearts. No wonder he was so arrogant. I was still wondering who it was, so it was this person. Huacheng continued, "I wonder if you all remember me. Anyway, I don't remember any of you at all." In the heavenly realm, truly, there were quite a few heavenly officials who secretly longed for Huacheng every single day. But as soon as they heard him say he didn't remember them, every one hastily muttered and chanted heavenly blessings, fearing nothing. Thank you, thank you. Please continue to not remember us in the future." At this moment, Huacheng laughed heartily. "However, I'm very free these days. If anyone is also that free and wants to spar with me, then you are most welcome." In this situation, for him to say such a thing, the meaning couldn't be clearer. "If any of you dare to pursue, next time I will seek out that person for a challenge. Accept the challenge and certainly lose terribly, not accept and lose all face." Isn't this a blatant threat? Just now, hearing that Xie Lian had actually escaped or been taken away, the communication array was truly boiling with excitement. After all, it was a rarely seen chaotic incident. Everyone was extremely concerned. Several martial officials had originally actively responded and were about to participate in the pursuit. Who would have thought that after Huacheng finished his 3 sentences, they instantly vanished without a trace? If Junwu gave an order to send someone to pursue head-on, then they would have to endure it. Public duty must be done. But currently, the incident had just occurred and things were still utterly chaotic. Naturally, no one wanted to invite trouble upon themselves, nor did anyone want Huacheng to remember their face. So everyone pretended they weren't there, while intently listening and closely following the developments of the situation. At the same time, their hearts churned. Sailessly, this crimson rain-sought flower was too arrogant to actually dare to run up to the upper heavenly court to seize someone. And the person seized was even that laughingstock of the 3 realms in the end? Was it a deep-seated grudge or something else? That side fell into silence. Only the furious shouts of Feng Xian continuously echoed. After Huacheng finished speaking, he also moved his 2 fingers away, saying to Xie Lian, "Don't mind them." Xie Lian blurted out, "San Lang." Huacheng again released his hand, saying, "This place is not far from Xianjing, go quickly." Huacheng's voice was deep and low, his emotions unclear, and his action of releasing Xie Lian's wrist was as swift as a cut, almost like flinging it away. Suddenly remembering the scene where he touched Huacheng but was flung away the first time the two met, Xie Lian stood stunned in place. He had intended to ask Huacheng why he had suddenly appeared. Although he hadn't thought it through thoroughly, he also vaguely felt that he must have come to save him, which was why just now when he called out San Lang, there was a faint hint of joy in his heart. But with Huacheng flinging his hand away like that, Xie Lian suddenly reacted. Why did he feel that Huacheng had come to save him? Never mind whether Huacheng had a tendency to care for him so earnestly not long before. He had just burned down Paradise Manor to escape Ghost City. Wasn't it even more likely that he had come to seek him out for questioning, to demand repayment and settle accounts? The Earthmaster infiltrating Ghost City, being caught by Huacheng and then imprisoned and interrogated was true, but in this matter, the one who infiltrated someone else's territory was the one in the wrong. As for him, he snuck into Ghost City, dug 3 feet deep searching for someone everywhere in Paradise Manor, and even lit a fire. Even though in the end more than half of Paradise Manor burned down because Shi Qingxian stirred up wind to fan the flames, the first flame in the arsenal was still lit by him. Otherwise, who knew from beginning to end, others might not have even thought of lighting a fire. No matter what, he still had to bear the primary responsibility. The two walked one in front, one behind. The more Xie Lian thought, the more remorseful he became. The more he thought, the more ashamed he couldn't help but open his mouth. San Lang, I'm sorry. Hua Cheng also suddenly stopped his steps, asking, why must you say sorry? Xie Lian also stopped, saying, I came to Ghost City originally to investigate the Earthmaster's disappearance, and didn't tell you the truth before. You received me warmly, yet I burned down your paradise manor. My heart truly feels so remorseful. Hua Cheng didn't answer. Xie Lian also knew that his phrase so remorseful truly didn't carry much weight, and so he felt even more ashamed, then lightly cleared his throat, saying, however, I'm probably about to be demoted now after going down, I will definital. Why find a way to make amends to see how I can? Hua Cheng again asked, why must you make amends to me? His tone was a bit strained, as if he couldn't bear to hear it anymore. He suddenly spun around, saying, have you forgotten that my blade injured one of your arms? It was I who injured you, not you who injured me. Why must you make amends to me? Xie Lian felt no pain or ache in his right hand at all now. He had almost completely forgotten that it had even been injured. After a moment of dazedness, he remembered, saying, are you talking about my right hand? My right hand is completely fine, it will be well in no time. Besides, it was I who rushed forward to block the attack and got injured like that from the very beginning. You couldn't be blamed. Hua Cheng calmly looked at him, his left eye shining unusually brightly, and Xie Lian suddenly discovered that Hua Cheng seemed to be trembling. After another moment, he again discovered it wasn't Hua Cheng who was trembling, but rather the scimitar aiming at Hua Cheng's waist that was trembling. The silver scimitar hanging from the red robes trembled ceaselessly. Even the eye outlined in silver was like that. If it were on a child's face, then at this very moment, that child would surely be sobbing uncontrollably. Volume 1 Chapter 48 Ling Long Dice. Embedded only for one person. Seeing this, Xie Lian couldn't resist reaching out his hand to touch it, asking what's wrong. Hua Cheng again subtly tilted his body, avoiding his hand, and even forcefully slapped the hilt of the blade once, saying it's nothing. Don't mind it. Being slapped by Hua Cheng with a distinct sound, the scimitar whose sharp blade spread curses, making all heavenly gods and immortals lose courage and fear upon hearing it, trembled even more violently. At this moment, Xie Lian again heard Feng Xian ask in the communication array, why can Hua Cheng use the 1,000-mile shrink in Xianjing? How exactly can this door be opened? Shi Qingxian said, General Nanyang. It's me. Perhaps I know how to open it. Before, when His Highness the Crown Prince and I went out to handle matters, we suffered quite a bit from this trick of Hua Cheng's. First you take 2 dice and throw them right at the door, then open the door and see. Xie Lian suddenly remembered that just now in the Great Hall, hadn't he carelessly tossed 2 dice? His and Shi Qingxian's desperate appearance, running for their lives in the wormhole and before the horde of savage spirits, was still vivid before his eyes. If they truly let them open the door, who knew how many dangers they would encounter? Xie Lian hurriedly cried out, wait. Absolutely don't. Be careful. Unfortunately, his voice did not transmit into the communication array. He feared that when he was still in Xianjing, he didn't have time to replenish his spiritual power promptly. Now his spiritual power was exhausted. He could only hear but not speak. Furthermore, even if he could speak, LD probably be too late. It seemed Feng Xian didn't waste any words, and immediately followed what Shi Qingxian said. How did he know that? Because the next second, Feng Xian suddenly cursed like a torrential downpour in the communication array. When he got agitated, he would curse people, and when he cursed, it was extremely unpleasant to hear. To keep ears and eyes clean, it will not be recounted here. All the heavenly officials were closely monitoring this matter, and so they hurriedly asked, General, what's wrong with you? Mu Qing's voice transmitted, sounding utterly surprised. Where is this? It seemed Mu Qing also entered the door together with Feng Xian. Shi Qingxian said, you all be careful. Different points thrown result in different destinations. How many points did you throw? Mu Qing said he threw 4 points. Hearing Feng Xin's cursing with a faint, hard-to-detect trace of panic and fright hidden within, Xie Lian worried that the 2 of them had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. His voice couldn't transmit into the communication array, but he suddenly remembered that the master of this magic was right before his eyes, and so he disregarded formalities and immediately asked San Lang, after throwing the dice and getting 4 points, what will one see when opening the door? Hua Cheng replied, it depends on the circumstances. Wherever the person who threw the dice feels is most terrifying, Opening the door will lead them there. As soon as he finished speaking, he only heard Mu Qing coldly exclaim, "Who asked you to fight for the throw? And throw it to a women's bathhouse. Give it here, let me throw." Hearing women's bathhouse, Xie Lian covered his face. Towards females, Feng Xian was accustomed to respectfully keeping his distance, outwardly respectful but not wanting to get close, turning pale at the mention, as if facing fierce beasts and torrential floods encountering great calamities. For him, a women's bathhouse was truly the most terrifying place in the world, more unpredictable than any dragon's pool or tiger's den. Hearing that Mu Qing had successfully snatched the dice, Xie Lian let out a breath of relief, but not long after, those two again angrily raised a ruckus. Shi Qingxian miserably asked two generals, "What did you see this time?" On the other side, no one answered, only strange gurgling sounds transmitted, as if both had sunk into water. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. A long while later, Feng Xian suddenly spat out a few sounds, sounding as if he had just emerged from the water and was throwing up something, and bellowed, "Giant black crocodile swamp." So it was that just after the two had run for their lives from the scorching hot women's bathroom, Mu Qing threw this turn, and next, both stepped into a swamp of strange land. The muddy pool had not yet passed their waists. In an instant it had submerged past their mouths after struggling to get out. Again there were several dozen long slender spirit alligators swimming to surround them. Each of these spirit alligators was longer than 13 meters. All year round eating human flesh, so they cultivated human hands and human feet. The sight of them beginning to wade through the water truly made people choke. Feng Xian and Mu Qing looked on wanting to vomit, half their bodies buried in the swamp covered in black mud, frantically fighting the alligator monsters. After fighting for a while, Feng Xian impatiently roared, "Just let me. Give me the dice. You didn't even throw it right." Mu Qing never once accepted defeat. He unleashed a streak of white light, saying, "Alligator monsters are very good. What alligator monsters have such depraved customs like a women's bathroom? Who knows what else you'll throw out? Give it to me." Feng Xian angrily said, "Damn it, just now I just gave it to you, didn't I? Where are the dice?" Completely forgetting their divine consciousness was still connected to the communication array, those two constantly complained about each other's bad luck, then again began to fight noisily, not knowing where the dice had been thrown, and disappeared. Hearing the two of them immediately scolding each other, the divine officials in the communication array watched the commotion without minding making it a big deal. Marvelous, marvelous, too marvelous. Finally, the two generals also revealed their true natures, no longer pretending. These guys were holding back their laughter until they were almost crazy. Some even punched their own divine thrones in their divine palaces with abandon, hating that they couldn't personally come to the scene to cheer them on. Although Feng Xian and Mu Qing's luck didn't seem very good, both of them held the status of martial gods. These mountain demon monsters at most only caused them a little trouble, preventing them from pursuing but not even counting as a great danger. Xie Lian only hoped they would give up soon, to be released soon, at the same time feeling somewhat lucky that just now he had thrown a superb score. Not throwing out a monster, but throwing out Hua Chong in one go. He walked while saying, "Just now I threw the dice and got 2 points. Is it that if I just throw 2 points I will meet you?" No sooner had he finished speaking, Xie Lian immediately realized this way of asking was a bit strange. It sounded as if he really wanted to meet Hua Chong. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Hua Chong then said no. Xie Lian felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his face, saying, "Oh, so it wasn't. Then I misunderstood." Hua Chong walked in front of him, saying, "If you want to meet me, no matter how many points you throw, you will meet me." Hearing this, Xie Lian's throat subtly stirred. He even forgot the words he wanted to say. He had not yet had time to thoroughly ponder the meaning of these words, when he suddenly heard someone say in a deep voice from within the communication array, "Let me." Not long after that person spoke those words, a dazzling streak of white light flashed across the horizon. A thunderous sound of cracking metal and shattering stone, shaking heaven and earth, echoed, and Hua Chong and Xie Lian's path was blocked. Waiting for the white light to slowly cool, slowly fade, Xie Lian finally saw clearly that what had descended from the sky, blocking the path before the two of them, was a sword. This sword was long and slender, plunged diagonally into the ground, its blade still trembling. The sword seemed forged from black jade, deep and terrifying, smoother and more reflective than a mirror. If anyone came close, they would clearly see their own reflection on the blade. Only a thin, long silver-white line ran along the center of the sword, traversing more than half its length. The name of the sword was Fong Xian. A figure landed before this sword, saying, "This is your sword." After the imperial preceptor Fong Xian died, his personal sword was kept by the crown prince of Yong'an. The one who threw the Fong Xian sword to block Huacheng and Xie Lian's path was Lang Qianqiu. It seemed Fong Xian and Mu Qing had failed, but Lang Qianqiu had successfully thrown the precise number of points. Truly, one didn't know whether to say this was his luck or Xie Lian's misfortune. The only thing that could be said was that, although both these esteemed royal highnesses were crown princes, Lang Qianqiu's luck was always much better than Xie Lian's. Huacheng stood with his hands clasped, his expression unchanging, only his body subtly shifted. And as soon as he stirred, Xie Lian immediately raised a hand to stop him, softly saying, "Let me." Right in the middle of the valley, Lang Qianqiu stood blocking the path, his hand dragging the hilt of his heavy sword, saying, "I only want to fight a match with you with all my strength. No matter the outcome, even if I am beaten to death by you, I absolutely do not need you to compensate anything. Nor do I need you to ask the heavenly emperor to demote himself. My sword techniques were taught by you. It's not certain you can't defeat me. Why don't you want to fight a match with me?" Lang Qianqiu didn't need to say it. Xie Lian also knew he would certainly exert all his strength. However, if he exerted all his strength, Xie Lian also couldn't help but respond seriously. If that were the case, no matter the outcome, it would not be the outcome Xie Lian wanted to see. But if he didn't fight a match with Lang Qianqiu, he would not give up his intention. A long while later, Xie Lian slowly nodded, saying, "All right." He took a few steps, walked to that sword, pulled it out from the jumbled pile of rocks, softly saying, "You brought this upon yourself." Several hundred years later, Fong Xian finally returned to its master's hands once more. It emitted a heavy humming sound in Xie Lian's hand. Not far away, Huacheng's eyes were also stimulated by the ceaseless sword's hum by his ear, blazing brightly. Long sword in hand, Xie Lian swung it up. The sword tip pointed diagonally down to the ground, then coldal. Why raised his voice this duel? No matter what the consequences are, you must not regret it. Lang Qianqiu loudly replied, "Absolutely no regrets." His scalp felt as if it wanted to explode, both hands gripping the hilt of the heavy sword, utterly focused, holding his breath to concentrate his spirit, eyes staring intently at Fong Xin's jet-black sword tip, not daring to make even the slightest mistake. Xie Lian swayed the sword body, took a long stride charging forward. Lang Qianqiu's eyes narrowed, just about to receive the blow. His limbs suddenly stiffened as if bound by something, then he fell with a thud to the ground. Lang Qianqiu lowered his head to look, only then discovering he was truly bound. He didn't know since when, but a pure white silk band had wrapped countless times around his body, just like a venomous snake. Since childhood, having been taught swordsmanship by national preceptor Fong Xian, Lang Qianqiu harbored deep reverence for the national preceptor. Even after the Lu Jin banquet where blood flowed like rivers, that reverence had never diminished. Therefore, the moment Xie Lian held the sword, Lang Qianqiu immediately poured all his attention into staring fixedly at his opponent's every move, completely failing to notice that a white silk band had secretly snaked out behind him long ago, taking advantage of him exerting all his strength to block the attack to launch a sneak attack. How could such a shameful thing happen? Seeing Rui succeed, Xie Lian's tense expression and mood immediately relaxed. He tossed aside the Fong Xian sword, let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, too dangerous, too dangerous. Lang Qianqiu lay on the ground struggling continuously. Who would have thought this white silk band was too sinister? The more he struggled, the tighter it bound him. He angrily yelled, "National Preceptor, what are you doing? Quickly release me, let us fight to the death." Xie Lian wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "Just now we already fought a battle to the death. What is currently wrapped around you is one of my spiritual weapons. You lost." "Oh," Lang Qianqiu said, "how can that count? When I said I wanted to fight to the death, of course it meant fighting to the death with swords. A man uses a sword, what's with using a white silk band for a sneak attack? Be despicable within limits." Xie Lian truly believed that the sword was the ancestor of all weapons, so he didn't think much of it, but Lang Qianqius' words sounded as if he was discriminating against a male heavenly official who used a white silk band as a spiritual weapon. However, let alone scolding Xie Lian for not being like a man. He had already worn women's clothes, his every word implying his helplessness. How would he care about such a matter? Xie Lian squatted down beside him, saying, "It's because you didn't consider everything thoroughly before the event happened. You didn't say it had to be with swords, allowing me to fish in troubled waters. Who were you going to argue with?" After a pause, he seriously said, "That's right, I ambushed you, so what if I ambushed you? I achieved my goal. That's right, I am despicable, so what if I am despicable? I won. If your opponent wasn't me but someone else, you would be dead by now." Hua Cheng stood not far from the two, quietly smiling, arms crossed, looking elsewhere. Lang Qianqiu, however, was stunned into silence by astonishment. When this person was still the national preceptor of Yangon, what he taught Lang Qianqiu had always been noble and upright, straightforward and unwavering, exerting one's utmost. How could Lang Qianqiu ever have imagined that one day he would actually hear the words, "That's right, I ambushed you, so what if I ambushed you? I achieved my goal. That's right, I am despicable, so what if I am despicable? I won," from the mouth of his former teacher, leaving him utterly bewildered. Having finished speaking, Xie Lian stood up, saying, "You go think carefully, don't fall for others' tricks like this next time." Book 1 Chapter 49 Exquisite Dice. Inlaid for one person too. Seeing Xie Lian about to leave, Lang Qianqiu immediately spoke up. "Stop." Xie Lian truly stopped. Clenching his teeth for a while, Lang Qianqiu said, "You must give me an explanation." Xie Lian replied, "What do you want me to explain?" Lang Qianqiu said, "The grievances of the previous generation, the hatred for the nation and the family's vengeance, that you hate Yangon. It's not that I don't understand. But..." Choking on his words for a long while, Lang Qianqiu was only able to continue with difficulty, his voice trembling. "But national preceptor, did my imperial father and imperial mother and I treat the loyalists of Xianlu poorly? I and many Xianlu people are good friends. I have always done my utmost to protect them." What Lang Qianqiu said, every single word, was the truth. After the nation of Xianlu was destroyed, many loyalists of the old capital had never forgotten their identity. Even after Yangon established its nation and began its rule, this group of people and their descendants still considered themselves Xianlu people, often clashing with the people of the new dynasty. Several generations of Yangon's initial royal family had used strong policies to suppress and massacred quite a few stubbornly defiant Xianlu loyalists. Conversely, quite a few Xianlu people also formed alliances, devising schemes to assassinate Yangon's princes, nobles and officials, and even succeeded several times without a hitch. Thus, the animosity grew deeper and deeper. But by the generation of Lang Qianqiu and his parents, they had adopted a completely different, gentle attitude to treat the loyalists of the former dynasty. They always strived to reconcile the people of the new dynasty and the loyalists of the old capital, even disregarding objections, considering the almost absurd idea of bestowing the descendant of Xianlu's royal family as king, solely to express sincerity and treat them with due courtesy. Lang Qianqiu himself had never developed prejudice against the Xianlu people due to the hatred left by people of previous eras. National preceptor Feng Xian back then was extremely mysterious, never revealing his identity, and no one knew for sure which side the culprit of the Lu Jin banquet bloodbath belonged to. But Yangon and Xianlu had formed too deep an enmity. No matter which of the two sides had an incident, others would deem the other side as the mastermind behind the scenes. Those Yangon royals and court officials who fortunately escaped a calamity all believed that behind this incident, there must have been the manipulation of Xianlu loyalist forces. Therefore, many people put forward opinions, hoping to use this as a reason to thoroughly purge the Xianlu loyalists within the nation of Yangon. However, these opinions were all vigorously refuted by Lang Qianqiu. His determination had protected the lives of countless innocent Xianlu people, helping them avoid being caught in crossfire, needlessly having their entire families massacred. However, now reminiscing, as much good as he had done before, now he felt just as wronged. It wasn't that he felt it wasn't worth it, but rather that he felt wronged. Doing the right thing would never be unworthy, but he had clearly extended so much goodwill, yet received no corresponding goodwill from the other person, so it was hard to avoid feeling wronged. His eye rims flushed red. Lang Qianqiu Stian national preceptor, where did I not do well enough? Where did my parents do wrong? To the point that you absolutely must treat me this way. The more he thought, the more unwilling he became. Lang Qianqiu struggled to raise his upper body under Rui's binds, asking, "Don't you feel you ought to give us an explanation?" Xie Lian said, "I cannot give one." His reply was too blunt, causing Lang Qianqiu's breath to catch. He said, "National Preceptor, you have changed too much. You weren't like this before." "Oh." Xie Lian used his fingertip to rub his brow, saying, "I remember a long time ago I once told you, do not presumptuously erect a sacred, inviolable monument for me. I am not the image in your imagination. In the end, the one disappointed will only be yourself." Lang Qianqiu murmured from where he lay on the ground. "The Gidge of the past and the Gidge of now, who is the real Gidge, I can no longer understand." Xie Lian said, "They are all me. But before you were only 17 years old, now you have grown this much, of course the things I teach you will also be different." Lang Qianqiu closed his mouth, then suddenly spoke up. "Is it because Gidge's 17-year-old self was a stain that Gidge also wants to turn my 17-year-old self into a stain?" Xie Lian fell silent. Seeing he did not reply, Lang Qianqiu's anger surged, holding his breath long enough to shout loudly, "If Gidge truly harbors such a thought, I will absolutely not be as Gidge wishes." Hearing this, Xie Lian slightly widened his eyes. Although he could not stand up, Lang Qianqiu's gaze was still bright, his voice still resounding, as if a raging fire burned within his pupils. He seemed to be pouting, yet also declaring war, saying in a serious tone, "If Gidge wants me to become someone filled with resentment like Gidge, I absolutely will not. If Gidge wants to force me to fall into ruin like Gidge, I also absolutely will not. Absolutely will not. No matter how Gidge treats me, I absolutely will not become someone like Gidge." That eloquent speech left Xie Lian utterly stunned. After a long while, he suddenly let out a puff, finally bursting into laughter. Lang Qianqiu, with tears brimming in his eyes, full of passionate zeal, was roaring loudly when this laughter deflated him, leaving him both astonished and angry for a moment. Xie Lian clapped his hands while laughing heartily, growing more unrestrained with each laugh, and loudly declared, "Excellent." He no longer remembered when he had last laughed so freely. With great difficulty he managed to stop, rubbing his eyes and nodding, said, "Excellent. Remember well the words you spoke today. You absolutely will not become someone like me." Hua Chang still stood with his arms crossed, indifferently observing from the side. The moment Xie Lian finished speaking, a burst of red smoke suddenly erupted before their eyes. With such a sudden boom, Xie Lian jumped in alarm, thinking Lang Qianqiu had used some strange trick, and hurriedly dodged, focusing on defense. However, though the explosion was truly resounding, it seemed to have no destructive power. Only when the smoke dispersed, the spot where Lang Qianqiu had been lying just a moment ago, the figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only a roly-poly doll standing in place, swaying left and right. The roly-poly doll's head and body were round, looking exactly like a large gourd, with long brows and black eyes, cute and chubby, innocent and adorable. At this moment its eyes were glaring, its demeanor angry, and on its back it carried a broad-bladed sword, extremely majestic. It was unmistakably the appearance of Lang Qianqiu, yet transformed into a toy that children would love and be reluctant to let go of. Xie Lian stopped laughing, saying, "Qianqiu." With no one left to bind, Rui flew back with a whoosh, coiling around Xie Lian's wrist. Hua Chang stepped forward leisurely, flicking the roly-poly doll on the ground once, scoffing, "This person truly looks utterly foolish no matter what form they take." Xie Lian picked up the roly-poly doll, half laughing, half crying, This Zanlang, is this Qianqiu? How did he turn into this? Don't tease him anymore, quickly change him back." Hua Chang said again, "No. Take him along with us." Xie Lian asked, "Where are we going?" By now, the two had arrived before a narrow mountain cave. Hua Chang did not reply. A dice flew out, landing in his palm. Hua Chang lowered his head for a quick glance, then stepped to the mountain cave first. Turning a person into a roly-poly doll, this magic was truly too mischievous, very much in Hua Chang's style, and at the same time extremely difficult to undo. Generally speaking, Xie Lian could not undo it, nor was he sure if other heavenly officials could. He could only hold the Lang Qianqiu roly-poly doll in his hand and follow behind. Suddenly remembering Feng Xin was still thrown on the ground, he hurriedly turned back to retrieve the sword, strapped it to his back, and then followed Hua Chang inside. Xie Lian wanted Hua Chang to undo this magic, But Hua Cheng merely grunted non-committally. The two had not been walking in the cave for long when the cave, which had a narrow entrance, gradually widened. Footsteps echoed in the empty cave, and in front, flickering firelight and singing could faintly be heard. When Xie Lian searched for Paradise Manor in Ghost City, he had also heard singing at first, but the singing of the mischievous girls in Paradise Manor sounded bright and warbling, like gentle whispers intoxicating the heart. This singing, however, was like devils dancing chaotically. Both jumbled and grating to the ear, the two could not be compared. Xie Lian could not help but ask San Lang, "Where is this?" Hua Cheng said softly, "Shu." Xie Lian's question had already been quite soft, but hearing Hua Cheng say that, he truly wanted to hold his breath entirely. Not long after, he discovered why he needed to be silent. From the opposite direction, several flickering green flames flew towards them. Only when the flames flew closer did Xie Lian see clearly. It turned out these were several little green ghosts wearing green robes. Each little ghost had a lamp on its head, looking like a large green candle from head to toe. There was no place to hide in the cave path. One might say it was a narrow path where foes inevitably meet. Xie Lian reached back to grasp Fangxin behind him, but then immediately remembered he should probably use Rui, so he lowered his hand again. Who would have thought that a few little ghosts merely glanced over them and then paid no more heed, continuing to whisper amongst themselves as they walked forward. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen them, rather, it seemed they had, yet found nothing amiss. Xie Lian looked at Hua Cheng standing beside him. Where was the red-clad, extraordinarily handsome Ghost King now? Clearly, he was also a haggard little ghost, a blue flame flickering atop his head. It turned out that, at some unknown moment, Hua Cheng had already swapped two false skins for them both. Recalling that his own head must now also be crowned with a blue flame, Xie Lian couldn't help but raise a hand to touch the top of his skull, asking why on earth must they transform into such a bizarre guise? Though Xie Lian didn't articulate it fully, Hua Cheng naturally understood his meaning, and replied, "Green ghost sure wrong. It has long been said that his taste is vulgar. All the little ghosts under his command must take on this very form." Who would have thought Hua Cheng had led him to Green Ghost Shurong's domain? Before, whenever the heavenly and ghost realm spoke of Green Ghost Shurong, everyone would invariably scoff at his vulgar taste. Xie Lian had never fully grasped why, but now, seeing that all the little ghosts under his command had to don such a uniform disguise, he finally understood a bit. Merely hearing the appellation Green Lantern Night Wanderer, green lamp traveling in the night, still carried a certain peculiar elegance, but if one were to understand Green and Lantern in Green Lantern Night Wanderer in a simple literal sense, then it differed somewhat from his initial imaginings. Xie Lian asked, "Didn't you utterly obliterate his cave dwelling?" Hua Cheng replied, "Obliterated, yes, but he escaped. After absconding, he spent 50 years building a new lair." Xie Lian tucked the roly-poly Lang Qianqiu into his robes, and seeing no one about, whispered, "San Lang, are you here to seek Green Ghost Shurong? Why don't we first lift Lang Qianqiu's curse, release him, and then I will accompany you." Hua Cheng's voice, however, allowed no refusal. "No, you take him along. I want Lang Qianqiu to meet someone." Xie Lian couldn't help but feel a peculiar sensation. Looking at Hua Cheng's reaction, he clearly hadn't much cared for Lang Qianqiu, so why would he have the inclination to lead him to meet someone? With both sides entangled in trouble at Pr. Ascent, Xie Lian found it inconvenient to say more. After a spell, the two finally emerged from the grotto. Ahead, the path was bright and wide, and even more mountain caves unfolded before their eyes. This mountain was hollowed out in all directions, caves connected to internal passages, and those passages in turn connected to more caves. From every cave entrance, demons, ghosts, and monsters, their heads crowned with blue lamps, streamed in and out, like a gigantic beehive or anthill. If Xie Lian had come here alone, he would surely have lost his way after but a short distance. Yet Hua Cheng was as if in his own home, traversing each grotto without the slightest hesitation, with utmost ease, as though he knew the pathways and steps by heart. Both had donned the false skins of little ghosts with blue lamps, and along the way, no one stopped them. Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief, but Hua Cheng, mistaking it for a sigh of weariness, asked, "What is it?" Xie Lian replied, "No, I had thought you would charge directly into the mountain. Who would have expected you to stealthily infiltrate instead?" I am not particularly skilled at brawling, hence my sigh of relief. His words, not particularly skilled at brawling, were true. While fighting was one thing, dealing with the aftermath was quite another. Hearing this, Hua Chong seemed to let out a soft laugh, and continued, last time, I did indeed charge directly into the mountain, but Shi Rong got wind of it and absconded. This I wish to find him personally, so naturally I cannot allow him to discover us. Xie Lian mused to himself, could the person San Lang wants Qianqiu to meet be the green ghost? Do these two share some relation? I truly don't know what he ultimately intends, but for now I shall simply follow him on this journey, and later, I can slowly entreat him to lift the curse from Qianqiu. Still remembering the matter of his having burned Hua Cheng's paradise manor, Xie Lian found it difficult to shake off a sense of unease. As he pondered, he heard Hua Chong speak, that useless wretch is good for nothing, save for being highly vigilant. Little ghosts cannot approach him, and his confidants are not easily disguised. If one wishes to get close to him, there is but one method. At this moment, for little ghosts, chattering and laughing, approached from the opposite direction. Hua Chong slowed his pace and Xie Lian followed suit. They saw that behind the four green-clad little ghosts, unexpectedly, was a line of living people being pulled by ropes. Among this group of living people, some were clad in rags, others in luxurious attire, but all appeared to be young men and women under 30. There was even a child clutching tightly to the corner of a young man's robes, likely a father and son captured and brought here. Their hands were bound, and they walked through the demonic grotto, their faces pale with terror, as if on the verge of collapsing. Hua Chong brushed past their shooed RS, then silently turned, falling in at the end of the line. He merely nudged Xie Lian gently with his elbow, and Xie Lian maintained the same synchronized movements with him. When he looked at Hua Chong again, the latter had, in the blink of an eye, changed into another false skin. This time, he was a handsome youth with refined brows and eyes. Perhaps his own disguise was similar. The procession twisted and turned, winding its way through the grotto. The few green little ghosts in front appeared exceedingly pleased with their task, never forgetting to assert their authority, and would snap at the line of people behind them at the slightest provocation. Behave yourselves, no weeping. If you cry until tears and snot run messy, spoiling our esteemed master's appetite, we will teach you what it means to live a fate worse than death. Among the four great calamities of the ghost realm, it had never been said that the other three supremes partook of human flesh. Only green ghost Shi Rong had not forsaken this craving. No wonder both allies and foes alike ridiculed him, saying he couldn't grace a banquet table unworthy, good for nothing and lacked vision. A moment ago, Hua Chong had said that if one wished to approach green ghost Shi Rong without being discovered, there was but one method. It seemed that method was to blend in with this very pile of ingredients. Xie Lian walked, taking Hua Cheng's hand. The moment their skin met, he felt Hua Chong stiffen, as if intending to pull his and away. It wasn't that Xie Lian failed to notice, but the current predicament allowed no time for such thoughts. He clasped Hua Cheng's hand tightly, gently writing a single character into his palm: save. Having already seen them, he could not simply leave that group of people unsaved. This was the course of action Xie Lian had chosen for himself, after informing Hua Chong. Once the character was written, Hua Chong gently closed his fingers, clasping his palm tightly. Moments later, the procession emerged from the internal passage, advancing into a colossal grotto. The instant they stepped into the grotto, a densely packed mass of black things immediately assaulted their sight. Xie Lian squinted his eyes. Before he could discern it clearly, he felt Hua Chong turn his hand, gripping his wrist, and write a few characters on the back of his hand: careful of your head. Don't touch. At first, Xie Lian had assumed that many tattered, drooping paintings hung from the grotto ceiling. Who would have thought that upon focusing his gaze, his pupils would suddenly constrict? How could those be tattered paintings? Clearly, they were a dense, pitch-black mass of human figures, their feet pointing upwards, heads dangling downwards, suspended in mid-air. A forest of inverted corpses. Yet despite the inverted forest of corpses, no rain of blood poured down, for all were desiccated remains, having long since lost any fresh blood to spill. The expressions of these desiccated remains conveyed extreme agony, their mouths agape, while a layer of snow-white crystals coated their faces and bodies. It was salt. Torches blazed brightly in the deepest recess of the grotto, illuminating a colossal armchair, a long table and golden cups and jade goblets. This magnificent splendor bore no resemblance to a deep mountain cave, rather, it seemed more akin to a royal banquet hall. A distance from the long table stood an enormously large iron pot, capacious enough to hold dozens of people swimming and churning within. Dark red water gurgled and boiled furiously inside. Should anyone carelessly tumble in, it was feared they would be stewed to tender pulp in an instant. For impish Kui herded that group of people towards the cauldron. Some people, seeing this, were so scared they knelt down, unable to stand up. Amidst the sounds of hitting, cursing, scolding, pulling, and shoving, Xie Lian suddenly discovered Hua Cheng's arm next to him stiffened, and his footsteps stopped abruptly. He turned his head to look, only to see Hua Cheng, though still wearing the guise of a youth with clear brows and beautiful eyes, but in his eyes a heaven-reaching flame of anger had risen. Although Hua Cheng always wore a smile upon his lips, Xie Lian understood very clearly that his emotions had always been hidden deep within his heart. Xie Lian had never seen such a furious look erupt from Hua Cheng's eyes. He followed Hua Cheng's gaze in that instant. His breathing also seemed to halt. Only to see, before the enormous, magnificent chair, someone was kneeling. At first glance it was a person, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a stone statue of human size. This stone statue was extremely strange. It was carved into a kneeling posture on the ground, bowing its head dejectedly, its back facing Xie Lian. At first glance it looked exactly like an embodiment of the 4 words dog of a bereaved family. It could be fully imagined that the sole purpose of carving this statue was to humiliate that person. And Xie Lian, in fact, didn't even need to turn the statue's face forward to know that the face of this human-shaped stone statue surely resembled his own perfectly. Book 1 Chapter 50 Exquisite Dice. Only inlaid for one person 3. Logically speaking, people usually do not know what their own back looks like, but Xie Lian was different. With his own back, he could not be more familiar. That year, after the Xianla kingdom collapsed, to vent their anger, people burned 8,000 of his crown prince temples, toppled all crown prince statues, stole the precious gems from the sword hilts, and stripped the gold from the robes. But even so, their anger was not yet appeased, so gradually, someone came up with a new method that was to specialize in carving this type of kneeling stone statue, carving the crown prince, whom they had once worshipped high above, into a kneeling posture of admitting guilt, placing them in bustling places, advocating that spitting a mouthful of saliva or hitting these stone statues a few times when passing by could also ward off bad luck. Or, going a step further, outright carving them into a prostrate, kowtowing posture on the ground to replace doorsteps, for thousands of people to step on, tens of thousands of people to trample. In the 1 or 2 decades after the Xianla kingdom was destroyed, these stone statues could be seen in many towns and villages, so how could Xie Lian not be familiar with his own back after kneeling? At this very moment, a young male voice rang out that mangy dog Pei Su. Only by clinging to the dog leg of stallion Pei Ming could he crawl up to heaven. Thinks he's so talented and renowned? Now he's just a stray dog exiled, dares to ruin my affairs. I'll let him be dried up and shriveled by the wind, and no one would dare to pick up his corpse. The person hadn't arrived, but the curses came first. Xie Lian swept his gaze over, only to see a person in green robes, with an elegant bearing, walking over. For some reason not worth mentioning, Xie Lian couldn't help but look at his head first. Seeing that he wore a mask, his head did not wear a lamp, he somehow felt a little disappointed. A crowd of green-robed impish ghosts gathered around this green-robed man, like a circle of candles surrounding a person in the middle. This must be one of the 4 great calamities of the ghost realm in legend, Green Ghost Qi Rong. From the first time Nan Feng mentioned the name Qi Rong, Xie Lian harbored a thought, wondering if this Qi Rong was the Qi Rong he knew. But due to the conventional understanding that came later, demons, monsters, and ghosts would hide their true names, obscuring their past lives. Thus he felt that perhaps it wasn't the same person, just a coincidental alias. But looking at it now, he was 8 or 9/10 certain. Because if it wasn't the Qi Rong he knew, what other Qi Rong would be so obsessed with kneeling crown prince statues? As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, why did the voice sound so familiar? The green-robed impish ghosts surrounding Qi Rong loudly called out, "Your Majesty," with 7 mouths and 8 tongues. They vied to speak, and Xie Lian roughly heard. It turned out that this Qi Rong had sent a few confidants to the ghost city. They failed to stir up trouble and were beaten to ashes by Hua Chang. Therefore he prepared for a rematch. Unexpectedly, before the second round was even released, they encountered the exiled Pei Su along the way. Although Pei Su was currently banished to the mortal realm for better or worse, he was once a divine official having nothing to do. Upon encountering them, he conveniently dealt with the group, and so they were again beaten to ashes. Losing two groups of confidants consecutively in a short time, Qi Rong, upon hearing the news, immediately flew into a rage, cursing nonstop like master, like servant. That damn rotten stallion Pei Ming with his festering bird must have his rotten Dixon. Pei Sus chopped off and hung before their temples. Whoever worships them will be like them. Every step they take will ooze pus. Xie Lian listened and truly felt an impulse to cover his ears. Both curse people similarly Feng Xian when agitated and cursing, was also very unpleasant to listen to, but no matter how unpleasant Feng Xin's curses were, one could clearly sense that he was only hot-blooded for a moment and didn't truly mean to curse. As for Qi Rong's way of cursing, it was different, making one listen without any doubt that he truly hoped the cursed person would die in a filthy, squalid way, just as he cursed, completely unconcerned about attacking people's nether regions, truly vulgar and despicable. The green-robed impish ghosts howled in agreement. Perhaps remembering the capable subordinate he had promoted single-handedly, Qi Rong continued, "It's a pity for a brave, good girl like Xianji, caught by those two shameless dogs of the Pei family, suffering myriad humiliations, and still not rescued." Hearing this, Xie Lian dared not nod carelessly. Although Xianji had pitiable aspects, it wasn't all General Pei's fault alone, as they said. After all, those dozens of brides were actively captured by her, and even killed by her own hands. Brave, yes, a good girl, that remained to be discussed. And earlier, he cursed young Pei for clinging to General Pei's leg to ascend. On this point, Xie Lian dared even less to nod carelessly. Through all the years of ups and downs, he dared to say one thing: having ability doesn't necessarily guarantee ascension, but being able to ascend certainly means one has his own ability. If one truly lacks strength, no matter how much they begged for guidance, they could not pass the heavenly tribulation. At most, they would only barely receive the title of assistant divine official. Although Xie Lian and Pei Su did not interact much, he could see that young Pei's martial prowess was hovering above Lang Qianqiu's. It's just that having a certain amount of ability doesn't equate to having that high a status. Fate was also one of the factors, otherwise Pei Su would have surely established his own temple much earlier. However, Qi Rong didn't consider that at all. He cursed loudly for a spell, as if there was no one in heaven or on earth whom he didn't want to curse to death. Cursing rotten stallion Pei Ming, young Pei for fawning and clinging to legs, Jun Wu for feigning uprightness, Ling Wan, that damned hussy, Lang Qianqiu, stupid and dull-witted, Quan Zhan, dog-shit, watermaster with a treacherous heart, windmaster, that vile woman. Perhaps he didn't know that Shi Qingxian was actually a man. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Xie Lian truly couldn't imagine how one person could harbor so much resentment. Finally, he mainly cursed Hua Chang and that humble Blackwater sinking ships for daring to look down on him, saying they were merely two supremes, and there would come a day when he would make them prostrate before him. Unable to imagine this illusory, unrealistic scene, Xie Lian should have been angry but unfortunately only found it amusing. He couldn't help but glance at Hua Chang. In contrast, Hua Chang himself had no reaction. Merely, his two eyes were still staring fixedly at that kneeling stone statue. Finally, thank heavens, Qi Rong seemed to have cursed to his heart's content. He changed the topic, asking, "How far along is the matter I entrusted you with last time? Have Quan Zhan and Stallion Pei Ming fought yet?" Having finished speaking, he leaned back, sitting on that magnificent long chair. As he lifted a leg, a pair of shoes immediately rested on the statue's shoulder. He actually treated this stone statue as a footrest. Xie Lian continuously held Hua Chang's arm. Discovering he had subtly taken a step forward, he hastily pulled him back, but feeling that merely pulling was not enough, therefore, he wrote a character into his palm. "Ta. Thank you." Hua Chang recognized this character first. He lowered his head to look at Xie Lian, and Xie Lian's eyes was full of gratitude, truly thanking him for his good intentions. Immediately after, Xie Lian gently shook his head and wrote the character "listen" and the character "heaven" into Hua Chang's palm. Listening to Qi Rong's words, it seemed he had sent people to do something related to these two divine officials of the upper court. Furthermore, It was certainly nothing good. Xie Lian definitely had to listen for a bit. As for that statue been treated as a footrest by others, recalling that even doorsteps had been made of them, obviously Xie Lian felt nothing after all. It was merely a piece of stone, it wasn't him himself. Although he only wrote a mere 3 characters, but the moment their gazes met, Xie Lian knew Hua Chang had understood his meaning. Hua Chang slowly clenched his hand, turned his head away, his expression unseen. A green-robed impish ghost said, according to the words of my king, I had already spread news throughout the West that Pei Ming wanted to support Pei Su to become the martial god of the West. Now this matter is escalating and becoming chaotic. Taking advantage of that pretext, we disguised ourselves as followers of Qiying Temple and smashed over 100 Mingguang temples in the north. Absolutely no one suspected. Ha 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 ha. You wouldn't know, there are so many foolish believers. As soon as they saw us smashing, they also eagerly smashed along. Qi Rong praise continued to add fuel to their fire. Quanizhan might endure, but I don't believe Stallion Pei Ming can still endure. Temporarily disregarding whether what they spread was idle gossip or not, but spreading such vicious rumors was inherently an act of malicious intent, not to mention disguising oneself to commit immoral acts that harm the merits of others, like smashing temples or diverting calamity eastward, a venomous heart. No wonder the divine officials of the upper heavenly court, whenever Tik Dung was mentioned, wow. All say he had little capability and was also extremely detestable. Xie Lian silently made a mental note later. If there's an opportunity, I must inform Jun Wu. Beware of 2 divine officials being incited to sow discord by others. On the other side, Tik Dung finished speaking, then leaned back, his long legs resting on the shoulder of the stone statue, changing his posture. The little ghosts immediately understood what to do, then walked over to the group of people, making a selection. The child in the group was estimated to be not yet 10 years old, still not quite understanding things. The little one blinked its big eyes, persistently clinging to the corner of its father's robe, and out of fright clung even tighter. The young man's face turned pale, trembling as he said, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. But he himself was already scared out of his wits. Seeing a child on this side, a green-clad little ghost showed a joyful expression, extending its arm wanting to grab the little one. The young man let out a cry of ah, suddenly jumping up. Before knowing what that person intended to do, Xie Lian subtly shifted his body. At this moment, he noticed a figure beside him flash past. Turning his head to look, Hua Chang had already stepped forward. If Hua Chang had come to find Green Ghost, and now met Tik Dung, he ought to have removed his disguise. Xie Lian had no doubt that, with Hua Chang's own abilities, he could completely slaughter in all directions here and no one could stop him. However, Hua Chang had not yet revealed his true form, still wearing that ordinary youth's skin, slowly stepping forward. Several green-clad little ghosts noisily pulled out their weapons, vigilantly asking, stop. What are you stepping out for? Tik Dung, while folding his legs, spoke in an inexplicable tone, what's wrong with this brat? Seize him. Hua Chang smiled and asked, the royal family of Xianlu is here. Do you not intend to show any reverence at all? Hearing this, not only Tik Dung, but even Xie Lian was stunned. A moment later, Tik Dung suddenly stood up, letting out a snort under his mask, as if rage had turned into laughter. Your dog's guts are truly enormous. You dare to joke like this in front of me? Then tell me, are you really of the Xianlu royal family? Which branch? Hua Cheng leisurely said in Lu Wang. Suddenly, Xie Lian noticed that the tumbler Lang Qianqiu in his embrace seemed to squirm and sway a little. And Lu Wang was precisely a descendant of the Xianlu imperial family from the same dynasty as Lang Qianqiu. And Lu Wang himself was also considered a friend of Lang Qianqiu. Tik Dung's sneering laughter came from beneath the mask. And Lu Wang? I think you're asking to die. Who told you to come here to cause trouble for me? Has the one who told you to come not taught you history? And Lu Wang was the last remaining bloodline branch of the Xianlu imperial family. But this branch also died out completely ages ago. What kind of thing are you to dare impersonate a Xianlu royal in front of me? Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, oh? Died out completely? How did they die? Tik Dung roared, seize him. Seize this eccentric brat for me. As soon as he gave the order, a dozen or so green-clad little ghosts swarmed in from all four sides of the cave, shouting noisily. Amidst the rampaging ghosts, Hua Chang smiled. The second before, his face was like a gentle breeze passing by. The second after, a layer of biting frost immediately covered his entire face. Before one could even see how his body moved, in the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind Tik Dung. Just like holding a rubber ball that children play with, Hua Chang used one hand to grasp Tik Dung's head, slamming it hard onto the ground, saying, "And what the hell are you? You dare to play this death-seeking game in front of me?" Only a loud thud was heard, sand, stones, and dust instantly flew chaotically in front of the magnificent long seat. Xie Lian shielded the child behind him, blocking a few small stones, waiting for the dust to clear. Tik Dung had actually disappeared. But upon closer inspection, he hadn't disappeared at all. It was just that his entire head had been hammered deep into the ground by Hua Chang's blow. Both humans and ghosts in the cave screamed and scattered in disarray. Xie Lian said, "Don't run around recklessly. What if they alarmed the ghosts in the cave, who would kill any human they encountered instantly? What then was to be done?" Naturally, as usual, no one listened to him. Xie Lian withdrew his hand, not knowing what to do, yet at present, he couldn't worry about others either. On the other side, Hua Chang slowly squatted down, with one hand grasping Tik Dung's hair, pulling his bloody, messy head out of the huge crack in the ground, lifting his entire body up, observing for a moment, then bursting into laughter, as if finding it greatly amusing. Although he was laughing, Hua Chang's eyes were truly not all right at all, making people's hair stand on end. Ruyi flew out, knocking down several green-clad little ghosts who were brandishing their blades to chop down fleeing living people. Just as Xie Lian turned his head, he instinctively sensed something amiss, then called out, "San Lang? San Lang!" The mask on Tik Dung's face cracked in several places, fragments falling clatteringly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring loudly, "Someone! Quickly stop him! All of you come over here and stop him for me!" Just now Hua Chang was still assaulting him nearly to death, but now he seemed quite leisurely and amused, chatting idly about everything under the sun with him, chuckling as he said, "Oh, don't you know? There are some things in this world that cannot be stopped. For instance, the sun setting in the west, for instance, an elephant trampling an ant to death, for instance. I want your dog's life." Upon reaching the last sentence, the fierce expression on Hua Chang's face was fully revealed. He used his hand to lift Tik Dung's entire body up, and suddenly slammed him down hard once again. Again a sky-shattering roar. Tik Dung's body was splayed into a mess worse than even soft mud. And the mask on his face, with a soft crack, shattered, revealing half of his face. Even if anyone were to look at this half of his face, they would discover a horrifying truth. Green Ghost Tik Dung and Crown Prince Xian Lu, one ghost, one god. These two individuals, as different as heaven and earth, were unexpectedly so similar. Volume 1 Chapter 51 Who is fake, who is real? Hard to distinguish. However, waiting until the other half of the mask fell, and Tik Dung's entire face was revealed, only then did they realize there wasn't much resemblance at all. Although the mouth, nose, chin, and facial contours of both were similar, their overall appearances were completely different. Xie Lian's face was refined and gentle, while Tik Dung's eyebrows were raised high, and his eyes were narrower and longer. Even though he was certainly considered a handsome youth from his appearance alone, one could tell that a person like him would be extremely difficult to deal with. Tik Dung was beaten until his eyes were drenched in blood, struggling to open them, but still vaguely saw that the one who had grabbed him had changed his appearance, seeming to be a youth in red robes. Although Tik Dung had never seen Hua Chang's true appearance, the moment he saw the red robes, he was scared and angry. "It's you. It's you." Hua Chang had revealed his true appearance, and asked, "You still haven't answered my question from earlier. How did An Lu Wang die?" Because Hua Chang's current gaze was truly terrifying, Xie Lian hastily rushed forward, calling San Lang. The humans and ghosts in the cave had almost completely dispersed. Xie Lian dashed to Hua Chang's side, saying, "What's wrong with you? Don't be angry, it's all right now. Calm down first, it's all right." Xie Lian patted Hua Chang's shoulder gently a few times, his voice growing softer with each word. When he was little, every time he was angry or sad, his parents always did that, gently patting his back while soothing him in a gentle voice, so he also applied this method to Hua Chang. Unexpectedly, it truly worked. Just then, a few streaks of turmoil had appeared in Hua Cheng's eyes. Soothed by Xie Lian for a while, his lips parted slightly, and he finally slowly calmed down, revealing a clear, bright expression. Seeing this, Xie Lian sighed in relief. He had barely finished exhaling when, the next second, Hua Cheng suddenly extended his hand and also gently patted his shoulder once. After this pat, Xie Lian's body was instantly fixed in place. He was completely unprepared for Hua Cheng to make a move against him, which was why he was fixed in place by the other party. He also didn't know what Hua Cheng ultimately intended to do, but he wasn't worried about himself at all, only worried that Hua Cheng might lose control again like earlier. He opened his mouth to ask, but then discovered that not only could he not move, he couldn't even speak, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although Tic Dung was terrible at fighting, his mouth was terribly sharp-tongued. Despite his head being covered in fresh blood, he cursed, "You crazy one-eyed dog. I was at home eating my rice, what did I ever do to you?" Hua Cheng smiled faintly, slamming his head to the ground again. After slamming, he lifted it again, and asked, "How did Lu Wang die?" Tic Dung said, "Damn it, what concern is that of yours?" Hua Cheng slammed it again, asking, "How did Lu Wang die?" Repeating this over and over from beginning to end, Hua Cheng maintained a perfect smile on his lips, treating Tic Dung's head like a rubber ball, slamming it hard against the ground nearly 10 times. Although Tic Dung wouldn't die from such slamming, precisely because he wouldn't die, he found it utterly unbearable. Even if his head were cast from iron, he wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of slamming. Finally, Tic Dung could resist no longer and changed his tone. "You're so free. Why don't you go flip through the history books yourself?" Hua Cheng sneered, "If what the history books wrote were all true, what would I need to ask a useless thing like you for?" As he spoke, he lifted his hand again. Tic Dung shrieked, saying it was Lang Qianqiu. Killed by Lang Qianqiu. The roly-poly toy in Xie Lian's chest shook. Then yet violently. The roly-poly shook too violently, and Xie Lian couldn't press it down. Finally, he could only watch with wide eyes as the Lang Qianqiu roly-poly fell out, rolling around frantically on the ground. Hua Cheng didn't turn his head at all, but he undid the spell. A puff of red smoke exploded, and Lang Qianqiu's figure leaped out of the smoke. As a descendant of royalty who had never suffered such injustice in his entire life, he pointed at Tic Dung and angrily cursed, "How can you slander others and speak nonsense? Lu and I were friends, who do you say killed him?" Seeing Lang Qianqiu suddenly leap out, Tic Dung was also startled and said, "You are Lang Qianqiu? Damn it, why are you here too?" Lang Qianqiu also wasn't clear why he had been brought here. It was just that Tic Dung's accusation from earlier had enraged him, and he was determined to clarify it with him. "And Lu Wang clearly died of illness. Why are you suddenly saying I killed him?" Hua Cheng looked away indifferently, no longer treating Shi Rong's head as a ball to strike. Shi Rong then argued with Lang Qianqiu, saying that damn illness, only you believe it. The golden banquet hadn't passed long before he died. He was certainly assassinated by your lot. If you didn't kill him, then your old Yong'an dogs did. Shi Rong argued stubbornly. Lang Qianqiu's face turned livid with anger, saying, "No wonder everyone says Green Ghost Shi Rong is vulgar and contemptible today. Having met you, I see you are indeed utterly contemptible." A sentence Lang Qianqiu blurted out coincidentally struck Shi Rong's reverse scale. After Shi Rong gained fame, for several hundred years he had always been ridiculed everywhere by gods, immortals, devils, and ghosts, both openly and secretly, for his lowly character. Thus, he held a mortal grudge about this. He suddenly flew into a rage, his expression changing, saying, "I may be lowly, but at least am better than your foolishness. Every other word is friends, and then peaceful coexistence. Can people of Xianlu and people of Yong'an truly be friends with each other? Is there really such a thing as peaceful coexistence? You and your parents truly love to posture alike, it truly makes one sick." Hearing him mock his parents, Lang Qianqiu angrily roared, "Shut up. My imperial father and imperial mother are wholeheartedly sincere, how could they put on airs? You are not allowed to insult them." Shi Rong spat disdainfully, saying, "You are merely the descendants of a band of rebel thieves and bandits. Such audacity! Where is the wholehearted sincerity? In feffing kings and allotting land to the people of Xianlu? Truly shameless, taking what you stole from others and bestowing it upon them as charity. All that you possess originally all belonged to us, Xianlu. Lang Qianqiu was originally not good at refuting. He stammered you. Yet he was choked speechless. Seeing him so angry he stammered. Shi Rong was immensely delighted, determined to provoke him even maliciously and guffawed, saying, however, although you killed Enlu, that brat's death was quite a bargain. Xian Lu lost only him, while your Yong'an repaid with an entire golden banquet hall. It's just a pity you weren't also completely killed, so you could all taste the bitterness of having no descendants. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu was startled, asking, "What did you say?" Xie Lian secretly groaned in dismay. He only wished he could leap up and imitate Hua Chang, throwing a palm strike to smash Shi Rong's head into the ground once more, to make him shut his mouth, but Hua Chang had held his body fixed. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape that spell. Lang Qianqiu asked, "What does not completely killing me off as well mean?" Determined to take revenge for Lang Qianqiu's evaluation of him as lowly, Shi Rong gloated, saying, "Truly, what kind of stock, what kind of offspring your excellency's foolishness has persisted for over 100 years. It truly opens my eyes. Why don't you reflect on it yourself? The people of Xianlu harbor bone-deep hatred for your Yong, and if there is anyone who does not hate you, that person certainly does not deserve to be a person of Xianlu. Do you truly believe that the descendants of the Xianlu royal family would befriend the descendants of the Yong'an royal family? It was merely to probe the inner workings of your imperial palace, convenient for arranging the plan for the bloody cleansing of your birthday golden banquet." Xie Lian W. As still struggling while Lang Qianqiu was utterly dumbfounded. A long while later he stammered, asking, "Prince Enlu and the national preceptor are of the same ilk?" Lang Qianqiu only thought that his revered teacher and friends had colluded to deceive him. His heart filled with grief and indignation, extremely uncomfortable. Who would have expected? Shi Rong then said, "National preceptor. Are you talking about that demonic Taoist Feng Xian? Who is of the same ilk as him?" Hearing him ask again, Lang Qianqiu was again bewildered. You said Enlu wanted to bloody cleanse the golden banquet, but the one who bloody cleansed the golden banquet was clearly the national preceptor, so could it be that they are not of the same ilk? He could not comprehend it. Shi Rong said, "Only ghosts know what ilk that demonic Taoist belongs to. What does he have to do with it?" Lang Qianqiu, listen carefully. The golden banquet of your Yong and kingdom was bloody cleansed by the people of Xianlu. Originally, Enlu had, according to the plan, slaughtered clean the pack of dog descendants of the rebel army at the banquet table. Who would have expected your bizarre national preceptor to suddenly rush in? Enlu even thought the matter was exposed, so he hurriedly fled back to ask me what to do if he was seen by others. Who would have expected that very night to hear that the one who bloody cleansed the golden banquet was precisely your kingdom's national preceptor, and a nationwide ours? Warrant had been issued. Lang Qianqiu was stunned for a long while before he could react, asking, "If that's truly the case, why didn't you say so earlier?" Shi Rong sneered, "Is there something wrong with your head? Why should I say anything? Isn't it good to have someone take the blame? If I made up this story, can you promote me to a calamity?" Speaking of this, he began to gloat over another's misfortune. "Ah, I understand now. You don't dare to believe it, do you? I heard that afterwards you nailed your master to death in a coffin. Ha 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 ha. You muddled fool, you killed the wrong person." Xie Lian closed his eyes, hearing his cackling, gleeful, malevolent laughter, and secretly cursed in his heart. Provoked by him to the point where his joints creaked, Lang Qianqiu roared, "Lies!" Having said that, he spun around abruptly, saying to Xie Lian, "If that's truly the case, even if he didn't say it, then what about you? Why didn't you say anything?" Shi Rong spat out a broken tooth, saying, "Damn it! Who is this guy now? Are you all dragging a whole crowd to my cave dwelling to have a wine banquet?" No one paid attention to him. Lang Qianqiu questioned Xie Lian, "If it wasn't you who did it, you clearly didn't kill anyone, then why did you admit it?" At this moment, the hold around Xie Lian loosened. Finally, Hua Cheng also removed the spell that had fixed him, but it seemed it was already a little too late. Lang Qianqiu waited for Xie Lian's answer. Xie Lian slowly stood up, stretched the tendons and bones of his wrists, and after a long while only then spat out a few words. "Just utter nonsense." Lang Qianqiu still thought he would say, "That's right," just as he said. Yet, Xie Lian only coldly uttered those 4 words, denying all the words beneficial to himself that Shi Rong had spoken. Shi Rong was displeased, asking, "Who are you saying is only speaking nonsense?" Xie Lian said, "You." He cast his eyes down at Shi Rong, speaking up after all this talk. It's nothing but empty words without proof. What evidence do you have to prove that the one who massacred the Lu Jin banquet is precisely a descendant of the Xian Lu royal family? As if finding it ridiculous, Shi Rong said, killing is killing, what evidence is needed? Moreover, several hundred years have already passed. How could there be any more evidence? Xie Lian said, that's why I said you are only speaking nonsense. Xian Lu and Yong'an are both ancient dynasties, long since turned to dust and ashes. Even now you are still clinging to old matters of the past, trying to stir up conflict. Does it have any meaning? Shi Rong was startled by the tone of his voice, as if remembering something, and he narrowed his eyes. Xie Lian turned back to Lang Tianqiu, saying in a calm tone, I killed your father. You witnessed it with your own eyes. At that time it was not yet a few years since I was banished for the second time. I was not resigned, causing a great mistake. It was my fault. However, I believe there's no need to implicate unrelated people. This fellow is talking nonsense and gibberish, not afraid to slander Prince and Lu, merely because he wants revenge on you for just now calling him inferior. If outsiders were to hear this conversation, it would probably be hard not to find it amusing. Even the title of murderer of a brutal massacre had to be fought over back and forth. If one didn't know, one might even think the Lu Jin banquet massacre was some sort of magnificent, supreme meritorious deed. His train of thought chaotic, Lang Tianqiu clutched his head, racking his brains for a long time, then said, indeed. It was you, not someone else. Clearly, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. That night he excitedly ran into Lu Jin Palace, seeing the black-robed national master pulling the long, slender sword out from his father's chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere. And at that moment his imperial father, the king of Yong'an, still reached out his hand towards him, not yet having fully breathed his last. It was only after he rushed over that his imperial father let his arm fall limp. At this moment Shi Rong, lying on the ground, suddenly asked, Crown Prince, older cousin brother, is it you? Book 1 Chapter 52. Who is false? Who is true? Difficult to clearly distinguish two. Xie Lian's gaze returned to Shi Rong. Gazing intently for a moment, Xie Lian spoke up, Shi Rong, it seems these past few years you've lived quite a distinctive life, haven't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Cheng immediately removed the outer layer of disguise for him. Seeing the three intruders who had come all the way to their home finally reveal their true forms, Shi Rong's eyes grew wider and wider. Lang Tianqiu asked in surprise, older cousin brother? Although before that, hearing his words where he had called himself We of Xianlu, Lang Tianqiu had guessed the green ghost's identity when he was alive was a person of Xianlu country, but he couldn't have imagined that he and Xie Lian would have such a relationship. Shi Rong stared fixedly at Xie Lian's face, slowly scanning from top to bottom with a peculiar gaze mixed between craving and novelty. Then when his gaze landed on the Fang Xian sword that Xie Lian wore on his back, he suddenly burst into raucous laughter. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Fang Xian is precisely you, you are precisely Fang Xian. Ha 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 ha. Although he didn't understand why he was laughing, intuition made Lang Tianqiu feel extremely uncomfortable, and he asked indignantly, is there anything worth laughing at? Shi Rong replied in a ferocious voice, I'm laughing at my good older cousin brother. What business is it of yours? I just said your stupidity has exceeded 100 years. Please forgive me, my apologies. You are truly a renowned master producing an outstanding disciple. If your master is so virtuous, how intelligent can you be? Finishing speaking, he turned to Xie Lian. You ran to Yong'an to be the national master, lived your life to the fullest, and in the end were stabbed to death by your own disciple with a sword. Isn't that remarkable? Isn't that worth laughing at? Don't I say it serves you perfectly right? You are truly despicable. He had just spoken the word despicable when Hua Cheng, enraged, delivered a palm strike. Shi Rong was originally very resilient to blows, and after seeing Xie Lian reveal himself, for some reason became even more excited. With his face pressed into the ground, he still stubbornly yelled loudly, despicable, despicable, despicable. Every time he spoke a word, Hua Cheng would deliver another blow to the back of his head, an extremely bloody scene. Xie Lian stopped Hua Cheng's arm before it could descend, saying, San Lang, stop it. Hua Cheng coldly asked, based on what should I stop? Xie Lian said, it's nothing, don't take it to heart. It's just that this fellow is sick, very difficult to deal with, let me handle it, that's fine. Don't you pay attention to him. He gently patted Hua Cheng's shoulder. After a long while, Hua Cheng finally softly replied, "All right." Shi Rong pulled his head out of the ground, struggling to roll to one side, and hissed, "What are you pretending to be kind for? If you truly didn't want him to hit me, then from the very beginning you should have stopped him. Now you're just feigning sympathy by telling him to stop. No one will praise your generosity." Xie Lian said, "I stopped him only because I didn't want to tie his hands. Are you misunderstanding something?" Hearing that, a fleeting look of anger appeared on Shi Rong's blood-soaked face. After that, he let out a cackle, speaking up, well, Crown Prince older cousin brother, your relationship with Hua Cheng isn't bad, is it? Honestly, no wonder during the Mid-Origin Festival Ghost Festival this younger brother wanted to visit you a bit. Yet none of the subordinates I sent returned. So it turns out you were clinging to Hua Cheng. Huh. Xie Lian was completely unaware that Shi Rong had once sent subordinates to look for him. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he coincidentally met Hua Cheng and brought the young man back to Puqi Shrine. It seemed the subordinates Shi Rong had sent were all dealt with by Hua Cheng. Thinking of this, Xie Lian unconsciously looked towards the person beside him. Shi Rong continued, "And you even call him San Lang tsk, quite intimate, aren't we? Cousin, you are a great heavenly official in the upper court. Why conspire with this kind of demon, ghost, and monster? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your own status? After all, you are so perfect, truly pure and flawless, your divine light shines everywhere." Ha! The heavenly officials in the upper court more or less all thought Mu Qing's speech was a bit strange, but if they were to come and listen and compare now, they would see what was truly strange in the past. Mu Qing was truly wronged. Not to mention Shi Rong not only spoke but also acted, clutching his chest and saying, "Crown Prince cousin, so many years have passed, this younger brother truly hasn't stopped thinking of you for a single moment. Look at the stone statue I painstakingly carved for you. I keep it by my side, also hoping to admire your heroic appearance at all times. How about it? Not bad carving, right? Do you like it? It's fine. If you don't like it, even better, I will carve a few more statues for you. Ha 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 ha." As soon as he mentioned the stone statue, a cold aura spread across Hua Cheng's face. If Xie Lian hadn't just intervened earlier, he might have immediately given Shi Rong a kick. Xie Lian understood Shi Rong's personality very well. He was a bit sick and twisted. The stronger people reacted, the more excited he became, the higher he leaped. He definitely had to do the opposite. Therefore, Xie Lian merely chuckled and casually replied, "The carving is passable. It's just that the taste isn't very good in making it hard for you." As expected, Shi Rong immediately scowled and snapped, "You should know when enough is enough. Only I, out of respect for old times, would carve a statue for you. Who else would be willing to worship you? This time you were able to ascend again, probably thanks to clinging to the emperor's thigh, crying hysterically, and kneeling until your knees were raw, huh? Go up to the upper court and take a good look around. Is there any heavenly official who isn't more glorious and radiant than you? Hos who ascended 200 years ago can still trample you underfoot. A person almost 800 years old yet reduced to this state. It's clearly a failure." Xie Lian smiled and replied, "Cousin is indeed a great failure. Not as good as his cousin, who at just 800 years old, has already become a calamity." Xie Lian knew very well how to deal with him. Hua Cheng beside him chuckled softly, and as expected, Shi Rong's face turned ashen. He darted his eyes at them for a moment, then suddenly asked, looking at this posture, "Surely today you didn't beg Hua Cheng to come all the way here to deal with me, to help you vent all your grievances, did you?" Xie Lian was startled thinking about this posture. He actually felt unable to refute it. Shi Rong said, "Look at you too, as soon as he heard me list your flaws. Oh my, he's already so angry. Could it be that he's been moved by the divine light above your head, so dazzling that it blinded him? Oh, I've discovered it. It seems he was already blind." Huh. Before his words had finished, his eyes suddenly darkened, his cheekbones ached, fresh blood gushed out, and in the end he was punched again. However, this punch was not thrown by Hua Cheng, but by Xie Lian. Xie Lian struck extremely fast and said coldly, "In the past I have never hit you, that doesn't mean I will never hit you." This punch was very heavy-handed. It was a long time before Shi Rong could finally speak. He lay on the ground like a mangy dog, pounding the ground and laughing loudly. "Crown Prince cousin, you hit me. I never expected you to hit me. Heavens, our Crown Prince Highness is noble and kind, pities heaven and loves the people, helps others for joy, cannot even bear to step on an ant and kill it. He glared at me. He even hits people. He actually hits people. Horrible. Horrible." He was agitated in a strange way, to the point of seeming mad and deranged. Lang Qianqiu had never met anyone who acted and spoke so bizarrely watching his one-man play. He was stunned, muttering this. Is this person insane? Xie Lian had long since grown accustomed to it, so he wasn't surprised at all, saying, you heard it, this person is mad and raving, his mind isn't normal, nothing he says is trustworthy. At this moment, Shi Rong's laughter suddenly ceased. Then he suddenly became serious and sneered, don't be quick to tell others that I'm crazy. I ask you, how did Prince Ling die? This question, earlier it was Hua Cheng who asked him, now he was asking Xie Lian. Lang Qianqiu immediately began to pay attention. Xie Lian's heart constricted, he didn't answer immediately. Shi Rong slowly crawled up, sat leaning against that kneeling stone statue, and continued, after Ling died. I cut open his corpse to look, all his internal organs were pierced through by an extremely sharp sword energy. That's why there were no external wounds, but he constantly coughed up blood. This technique an ordinary swordsman is completely incapable of doing. First I even thought the Yangon rebels invited some extraordinary individual or master to fake less death by illness. Now that I think about it, there is still one person who could do that. That person, of course, is my good, fair, and righteous cousin. After all, our Crown Prince Highness, Flower Crown Martial God, is also an unparalleled, sacred Tianshan snow lotus. Hua Cheng stomped once. Shi Rong was in so much pain that he wailed and screamed. Lang Qianqiu only felt his head was about to explode. He clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot, and cried out, shut up. What do you want to clarify? Who exactly is the culprit? What about the gilded banquet? What is this about Prince and Lu again? What exactly happened? Shi Rong said, Lang Qianqiu, you still haven't figured it out? Even I understand 70 to 80% of it. It seems you truly don't understand even a little bit about your master's virtues. Come, let me analyze my good cousin for you. The former Crown Prince Highness of Xianla ran to your Yangon to be the national preceptor, teaching you sword arts for 5 years. He spoke a few sentences. Xie Lian's long sword vibrated. Before it could advance, Lang Qianqiu's heavy sword already blocked in front of him, saying, let him finish talking first. Xie Lian said, you know he's crazy, yet you still listen to his nonsense. Fang Xian swung down in a line. Clearly the blade was extremely thin, but it vibrated so much that Lang Qianqiu almost couldn't hold his gigantic heavy sword. Who would have thought at this moment? A subtly curved silver scimitar skillfully flicked upwards, hooking his sword's tip aside. Xie Lian was startled, calling out, San Lang. Seeing that Xie Lian clearly didn't want him to talk much, didn't want Lang Qianqiu to hear much, Shi Rong deliberately did the opposite. Seizing the opportunity, he said, Prince Lu was a good child of our Xianla. He listened to me very well, only pretending to be close to you. On the day of the gilded banquet, he annihilated the dog lives of your Yangon rebels. And Lu was caught by your master and fled. And you chased him to the gilded palace. The first thing you did was order a nationwide manhunt for national preceptor Fang Xian. Surely that's not wrong. Several times Xie Lian wanted to rush forward and block his mouth, but was stopped by Hua Cheng. Xie Lian cried out, San Lang. Even so, Hua Cheng still said nothing, only preventing him from passing. The more Xie Lian wanted to rush forward, the faster Shi Rong's mouth moved. As for my saintly cousin, seeing Lu kill people with his own eyes, he must have thought to himself, how can this be? That's wrong. Afterwards, he went to find Prince Lu, wanting to discipline him. Who would have thought that upon finding him, he discovered, oh no, unless plan was very grand, not just limited to assassinating a few rebels, he couldn't be disciplined anymore. So he made up his mind to personally kill the only remaining bloodline of his own royal family. In the end, you seized your master, nailing and killing him in the coffin. My cousin's turbulent life as a national preceptor finally ended. Cousin, am I right? He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva down beside the kneeling stone statue, saying, don't I understand you well enough? You always like to do these kinds of things. Oh ancestors in heaven, look what a good grandson you produce, not only causing Xianla Xie clan to lose everything, but also cutting off their lineage and leaving no descendants in the mortal world. Xie Lian, you are a jinx, a plague god. Your birth was the greatest misfortune of Xianla. Why don't you just die? Why do you still have the face to exist in this world? Lang Qianqiu asked, but I saw with my own eyes him use a sword to kill my royal father. How should this matter be explained? Shi Rong said, if it wasn't that your old, dim-witted, addled-brained self misjudged, then I can only think of one explanation. That is, Enlu truly stabbed your old man but didn't stab him to death. Lang Tian Thursday stammered he. He added another strike? Tik Dung shrieked in a strange voice, what are you saying? My good and kind cousin is a benevolent person. How could he immediately add another strike? After he went up, he surely couldn't bear to add another strike right away. He surely intended to express a bit of sincerity, save the person first. But I'm afraid your father harmed himself. Lang Tian Thursday asked, what is harming oneself? Tik Dung said, after being saved, what is the next thing a person nearly killed wants to do immediately? After witnessing so many people die at the Lu Kim banquet, what is the first thing you think you must do? Lang Tian Thursday still hadn't fully understood, replied, hunt down the culprit. Tik Dung said, that's right, isn't it? After my good and kind cousin saved your old man, he, clinging to his last breath, would surely say, this national master, hurry, it was Lu Vong who did it, quickly kill Lu Vong for me. Oh no, it wasn't just that, he surely said even harsher words such as national master. Call Tian Thursday. Call everyone. Kill all the Tianlu people nationwide for me. I want them all to be buried with me. He imitated a tone both angry and desperate. Listening to it made others' hair stand on end. Lang Tian thus face slowly turned pale. Tik Dung continued, even if he didn't kill at that moment, your old mother still had a group of close relatives killed by Enlu right before her eyes. Sooner or later, she would also act to kill other Tianlu people in the country. Your good master heard that it wasn't good, so he thought this way and that way. Oh no, it wouldn't do. This old man still couldn't be kept. Of course, swoosh, one strike stabbing through his heart. My cousin is just like that, always appearing as a saint who cannot tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes, but always resorting to harmful tricks that don't benefit himself, wanting both sides to be complete, but in the end, both sides collapse. Book 1 Chapter 53 Who is false, who is true, difficult to discern. 3. Talin shouted, Tik Dung. Shut your mouth for me. Lang Tian Thursday abruptly turned his head. Asked, why do you want him to shut up? So what he said is true then. In Lu Kim Palace, both you and Enlu acted, one killed my entire family, the other added a strike to kill my father. Are you all deceiving me? Talin replied, don't you listen. Tik Dung sneered, of course they are all deceiving you. You are so foolish. If not deceive you, then who would they deceive? If it weren't for someone meddling when you were 12 years old, the Tianlu people could have taken your dog's life already. Would they have let you live to grow so big and then ascend, surely? Lang Tian Thursday asked, 12 years old? The big event that happened when he was 12 years old was being kidnapped by a group of bandits, then saved by Talin. Lang Tian Thursday said, were the bandits who stormed the imperial palace that year sent by the Tianlu people? Tik Dung replied, nonsense. Do you think any ordinary assassin could kidnap a crown prince right in front of hundreds of imperial guards? Wasn't it thanks to me helping Enlu? Lang Tian Thursday nodded, said, help? Alright, I understand. So friendship was just fake. From beginning to end, you Tianlu people never cared about our hearts. You and Lu Vong originally plotted wickedly, only targeting our lives. He then turned back to Talin and continued, that means everything you said is also fake. Tik Dung feigned surprise, raised his voice, come quickly tell me, what did my saintly cousin say to you? Lang Tian Thursday completely ignored him, only spoke to Talin. You said Vinan and Tianlu were originally one country. Whatever grudges the royal family had didn't concern the common people. The people of both sides were originally one family. There could be a change in the hands of our generation. As long as the common people were peaceful and happy, what royal family name didn't matter. Both sides could resolve their hatred, could reconcile once more. That was also all fake. All of it was nonsense, rubbish, lies. The thing Talin least wanted to hear were these words. He hastily said, no. It's not fake. Think carefully. In your hands, hasn't there truly been a change? Lang Tian Thursday held back his words, his chest heaving, stagnant. Talin continued, didn't you do very well? Didn't the Tianlu immigrants later live very harmoniously with the Vinan people? The disputes of later generations also became fewer and fewer. How could it be false? After a long silence, Lang Tian Thursday shed tears, said, But what about my father and mother? Vinan and Tianlu harmonizing was originally their greatest wish. That's why they bestowed the title of Enlu Vong upon the last person of your clan. Their wish was fulfilled. Yet what about their fate? Tik Dung cursed, that strange crying at the slightest thing tempera. Mint of yours is truly exactly like my saintly cousin back then. You come to us demanding your parents. Damn it, I haven't even gone to your ancestors demanding father and mother. What wishes for both sides to harmonize so and Lu was bestowed sounds so nice, doesn't it? And Lu, and first Lu after, do you think I don't see the implication of you Vin and dogs wanting to step on the heads of Tian Le people forever? Ta Lin angrily shouted. Tick Dung, stop acting up. Lang Tian Thursday, shedding tears, stared intently at Tick Dung. Asked, killing my family. Was it you who secretly incited it? The matter at the Lu Kim banquet, you also had a part? Tick Dung chuckled. That's right, I had a part and Lu had a part, your master also had a part, we three Tian Le people all had a part. Ha! Who knew? As he was laughing midway, Lang Tian thus heavy sword suddenly chopped down one strike. Tick Dung shrieked once. His entire body was chopped into two halves. This scene was extremely bloody. Tick Dung's two body halves rolled tumbling on the ground. His upper half, however, said, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt at all. Compared to a punch from Crown Prince cousin, you are still far inferior. Ha 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 ha. Lang Tian Thursday did not reply but grabbed his head, hoisting it up. Tick Dung was still ceaselessly mocking. Xie Lian had noticed something strange about Lang Tian thus expression, and quickly said, Tick Dung, if you still wish to keep your life, then quickly eat fewer words. Historically, he had always treated everyone with elegance and politeness, but with this fellow Tick Dung, it was utterly impossible to treat him according to common sense, because knowing that reason too well, each time he dealt with him, Xie Lian never wanted to be polite, and couldn't even restrain himself from becoming outright rude. Lang Tian Thursday dragged Tick Dung's upper body to before the enormous pot of furiously boiling water, and asked, you always use this pot to eat human flesh, do you not? Tick Dung was dragged a long way, forming a mottled trail of blood on the ground. He said, yes. What do you intend to do? No sooner had he finished speaking, Lang Tian Thursday immediately let go. Ah ha ha. It was unclear whether Tick Dung was crying out miserably or laughing madly. Thrown into that pot, he was immediately burned until his skin peeled and flesh fell off. Xie Lian had not expected this situation to truly happen. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, Tian Thursday. Lang Tian Thursday sternly asked, what's wrong? Green Ghost Tick Dung has eaten countless living people. Can't I let him taste the feeling of being boiled alive? He is my clan's destroyer, my sworn enemy. Can't I make him suffer? Of course he could. Precisely because of this, Xie Lian was unable to say anything. He also had no standing whatsoever to speak. However, whether as the crown prince of a mortal kingdom, or the eastern martial god in the upper heaven court, Lan Tian Thursday had never done this before. Previously, if he wanted to kill, he would kill, disdaining to use such cruel methods. This person was too greatly different from the Lang Tian Thursday Xie Lian knew. Tick Dung was thrown into the boiling water by Lang Tian Thursday. A moment later, when fished out again, he was no longer human-shaped, boiled into something like a lump of flesh where all the skin and flesh had melted. Even in some places, stark white bones were exposed, horrifying to the extreme. But he seemed very pleased, still loudly cackled, saying, cousin, congratulations to you. Look at your good disciple there. His wings have grown strong. He knows how to use torture now. He knows how to torment others now. Lang Tian Thursday let go again. Tick Dung was plunged into the boiling water once more. This time, after being thrown down, it seemed even his bones were boiled soft by the broth. Tick Dung did not float up again. Only a few fragments of green robes drifted on the surface of the water. For a long time, his figure was still nowhere to be seen. Xie Lian couldn't help but call out Tick Dung. This cousin of his in the past, all his mouth opened and closed to say was Crown Prince cousin. In all matters, he revered him, admired and worshipped him to the utmost. However, after Xian Lu was destroyed, he utterly transformed into a madman, leading the burning of his temples, smashing his shrines, erecting kneeling stone statues and crown prince doorsteps everywhere to cause him suffering. He could do anything, heedless of any cost. Regarding his actions, Xie Lian would endure if he could endure. If others were implicated, he would try to stop it. Finally, when he could no longer endure, he could only hope it was best if the two of them never met. Later, the two of them did not meet for many years. He had assumed Tick Dung had long since passed away. Who would have thought that after such a long time, he would suddenly meet an old acquaintance in this world again? Seeing a face 3 parts similar to his own, he honestly couldn't clearly say whether his heart held any nostalgia at all. After all, currently, of the Xian Le royal family still living in this world, There were only the two of them, yet after not meeting for long, he suddenly witnessed him die right before his eyes. Moreover, Ling Thursday didn't even deign to use cudgeling, the punishment of beating with a stick, to kill him, but used such cruel methods instead. In just a short period of time, the ups and downs were too immense. He temporarily didn't know what his true feelings were. His heart was as tangled as a ball of yarn. Ling Thursday stood beside the large pot, bowing his head in silence. At this moment, Hua Cheng suddenly spoke up. Not dead yet. Ling Thursday looked up at him. Hua Cheng continued, do you really think that this alone is enough to avenge yourself? At most you have only killed one avatar of his. To utterly kill Tick Dung, you must find his ashes. Ling Thursday coldly replied, thank you for the reminder. I will certainly personally capture him, and use his ashes to offer sacrifice to my imperial father and imperial mother. After that, I will find you to end this matter. Imperial Preceptor, do not even dream of running anymore. Having said that, Ling Thursday swung his sword in one strike, slicing open the large pot, then immediately left. Boiling water splashed everywhere. Bone fragments from the pot spilled onto the ground. Xie Lian wanted to pursue him, but in his heart, he knew perfectly well it was useless now. He stopped his steps, standing in place with no words to say. Hua Cheng stepped forward, saying he just learned the truth. It's better to let him calm down on his own. Xie Lian dazedly asked, why must he absolutely be told? Is the truth such an important thing? Hua Cheng replied, very important. He must know which matters you did, and which you did not, and why you did as you did. Xie Lian abruptly turned around, and coldly asked, what good is knowing it so clearly? Is it possible that if I killed fewer people, I would have some kind of hidden suffering? Hua Cheng did not reply. In Xie Lian's chest, a surge of anger suddenly welled up. He didn't know whom he was angry with. He blurted out, what the hell kind of hidden suffering do I have? His imperial father wholeheartedly wished to reconcile the two clans. Did I not kill him? And Lu Wang was the last bloodline branch of my clan. Did I not kill him? Whatever I bear, I deserve it. Wouldn't it be better if everything was dumped onto my head? What do I have to fear? Even if everything is dumped onto me, I can't die anyway. Originally it was a good deed caused by me alone. I am a calamity, but now it includes Lu Wang, it includes Tick Dung, it includes all the people of Xianlu. Isn't it better to hate one person than to hate a whole group of people? Must it absolutely be made for him to realize that everything I taught him before was all false nonsense, useless and not worth mentioning? Hua Cheng merely silently looked at him, without refuting him. The two looked at each other for a moment. Xie Lian suddenly raised a hand to cover his face, saying, I'm sorry. Zan Lang, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've gone mad. I'm sorry. Hua Cheng replied, it's all right. It's my fault. Xie Lian said, no, you are not wrong. It is my problem. He sat down on the ground, clasped his head and said, a complete mess. Utterly ruined. A moment later, Hua Cheng also sat down beside him, saying, you are not wrong. Xie Lian clasped his head and did not respond. Hua Cheng went on killing Yangon Wang, protecting the Xianlu refugees, killing Lu Wang, keeping the two clans from further conflict. Finally dying by Lang Qianqia's hand, the culprit was executed. 3 lives exchanged for several generations of peace. Nothing could be more beneficial. If it were me, I would have done the same. Listen to me. With an unwavering tone that brooked no doubt, Hua Cheng said, you are not wrong. No one could have done better than you. After a long silence, Xie Lian opened his mouth. It's just, I feel it's wrong. He slowly lifted his face, saying, it's just that I feel, a person who extends good intentions yet receives no good outcome. I feel it ought not to be so. Even if it's false, I still want Qianqiu to remember that he treats Xianlu well, and Xianlu will also treat him well. Doing the right thing, moving forward without retreat, not like now where he thinks everything I said to him, everything he once believed is all lies, fabrication, deception. It's all just damn nonsense. Just that He raised his right hand, looked at that arm and said, what I myself have suffered enough of, I don't want others to suffer it again. Hua Cheng listened in silence. Xie Lian felt that he had just blurted out something nonsensical, so he said, I'm sorry. But look, how ridiculous are the things in this world. The previous Yangon generations did so many perverse things, yet no one died peacefully but by the generation of Lang Qianqia's parents, who earnestly wished to do some good, to accomplish something great. The outcome turned out like this. The king of Yangon revered him as the imperial preceptor, and for those 5 years still deeply respected him. Even until the very last moment of his life, he still bore an expression of undiminished faith in him as he passed away. Xie Lian stared fixedly ahead, and murmured, "I truly cannot forget." The expression on his face w. Hen I plunged the blade down. Hua Cheng replied indifferently, "Forget it. That was the fault of Shi Rong and Lu Wang." Xie Lian shook his head, buried his head between his knees, and said in a weary voice, "Things were supposed to be going well." Lang Qianqia's father ascended the throne, changing the previous generation's oppressive treatment of Xianlu refugees. It had been with great difficulty that the Xianlu people and the Yangon people had lived in peace for several decades, seeing that there was an opportunity for change, a sign of harmony, a hope to avoid conflict. Yet Lu Wang stubbornly chose precisely this moment for the bloodbath at the Golden Banquet. While on the run that night he found Lu Wang. He had originally intended to warn him not to cause any more trouble later. Who would have thought that after learning his true identity, the sole descendant of his family enthusiastically detained him, demanding that he join their great cause of revenge and restoration. Its eyes were fervent, its tone seething, making one's hair stand on end, vowing that they must first bathe the Golden Banquet in blood, then annihilate Lang Qianqiu, to utterly overturn Yangon, even if that would destroy the people on both sides who had already begun to exchange goodwill, even if that would sacrifice all the Xianlu refugees. As long as they could drag both the Yangon royal family and the Yangon people down to hell, they would regret nothing. But still, killing is killing. No matter how justifiable the reason, or how much it was forced upon him, the truth was that he himself had killed an enlightened ruler who sincerely wished to accept the opposing faction, along with the last branch of his own family's bloodline left in the world. Therefore, he deserved to bear the consequences. Book 1 Chapter 54 Man-Eating Lair. Ghost King confronts heavenly official. Xie Lian turned his head, looked at the kneeling, dejected, head-bowed stone statue not far away, and said, "There's one thing Shi Rong said that was very true. I truly am such a failure." Hua Cheng replied nonchalantly, "You believe words that come from the mouth of a useless thing like Shi Rong? Besides being unkillable and running very fast, what other tricks does he have? After more than 800 years, he couldn't even reach the devastation rank. Hitting him would only soil one's hands." Xie Lian's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, unkillable and running very fast, isn't that just like me? Haven't I also muddled along for over 800 years, only to be in my current state? Initially, seeing Lang Qianqiu ascend as the martial god of the East, ranking among the heavenly officials in the upper heavenly court, still exactly as he was, still upright and straightforward, still dozing off at boring meetings, Xie Lian was still extremely happy. But from this moment on, who knew how Lang Qianqiu would change tomorrow? He was chasing Shi Rong. Once he caught him, how would he return to settle things with him? Xie Lian stood up, slowly walked to that stone statue, turning the stone statue to face him. Indeed, that face was carved exactly like his own, only it was sculpted with a weeping face, tears streaming, crying so much that its features were distorted, utterly hideous. Staring at the stone statue for a moment, Xie Lian gently sighed, placed his hand on its head, and a surge of power poured down. When he removed his hand, 2 cracks silently crept up the face of the stone statue. Immediately after, that weeping face shattered. The stone statue collapsed, turning into countless small stones that rained down onto the ground, unable to be reassembled again. Xie Lian turned around again. His face was as calm and serene as before. He rubbed his glabella, saying, "I'm afraid Shi Rong's lair still hides quite a few living people. Let me go search for them and release them." Hua Cheng also stood up and said, "Let's go." A great chaos had just occurred. The gang of green lamp imps in Tick Dung's lair fled in disarray. Those who didn't run hid in dark corners, not daring to show themselves. The two searched everywhere, casually catching a few unlucky imps, forcing them to lead the way, and found many caves used to store fresh cooking ingredients. Counting roughly, the living people Tick Dung had captured, preparing to eat, were no fewer than 300. Some were villagers from the vicinity, others were travelers passing by. Throughout the journey, the two continuously opened prison doors, releasing the imprisoned. As his hands did these things, Xie Lian also somewhat calmed his emotions. Plus, currently being at leisure, he chatted a few words with Hua Cheng. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "All right, Sanlang, there is one matter I still wish to ask you." Hua Cheng asked, "What is it?" Xie Lian said, "How did you know Tikdung was pulling the strings behind the matter at the Lu Jin Palace?" Although initially he didn't know what Hua Chang was doing by leading him and Lang Qianqiu to the Green Ghost's lair. Now he knew. Hua Chang's purpose was for Lang Qianqiu to personally hear Tikdung reveal the inside story of the Lu Jin Palace incident that year. Xie Lian asked the matter of me being Fong Xian. Tikdung had no idea if he knew. He would have gone to cause trouble long ago. Although in the past I discovered that the former royal family of Xian Lu had secretly played quite a few tricks, I never knew the one pulling the strings was Tikdung. Why did you know? Had you known for a very long time before? It is not recent. Hua Chang clasped his hands, walking shoulder to shoulder beside him, said, "I have interacted with Tikdung a few times, so I grasp his true nature clearly. In life, Tikdung was a person of Xian Lu, intensely hateful of Yong'an, accustomed to using tactics of division and alienation, stirring up trouble and instigating discord. Many major assassinations targeting the royal family and nobility of Yong and Wer. Instigated by him from behind, yet he always concealed it too well." Xie Lian shook his head, so he had a history of such deeds from long ago. Fortunately, he hid it well if he hadn't hidden it well, allowing those in the upper heavens to know he dabbled in these mortal affairs. I fear they would not have spared him long ago. Hua Chang said the bloodbath at Lu Jin Palace perfectly matched his usual modus operandi, therefore I had always believed that the mastermind behind the scenes was him, and National Preceptor Fong Xian was also his man. But when at the upper heavens Lang Qianqiu identified National Preceptor Fong Xian as you, then Fong Xian and Tikdung could not possibly be of the same ilk. Xie Lian's steps slowed. It seemed that Hua Chang, though clearly not in the heavenly realm, nevertheless knew clearly what had transpired in the martial god temple. Furthermore, not only that, he also understood the complete origins of the conflict between Xie Lian and Tikdung. Hua Chang continued, "But I still lean towards Tikdung being the mastermind of this matter at the very least. He certainly made the first move. After Lang Qianqiu's royal father ascended the throne, the situation of the ordinary Xian Lu refugees improved significantly. They no longer thought of revenge and restoration of their kingdom all day long as before. The only one likely still wanting to cause trouble could only be the Xian Lu royal family. At that time, the sole descendant of the Xian Lu royal family was only in Lu Wang. If Tikdung wanted to instigate someone to rebel, it would naturally be in Lu Wang. And what's more, coincidentally, not long after the Lu Jin banquet, this person inexplicably died of illness, yet he had no prior history of any sickness. This is clearly very peculiar." Xie Lian nodded. Hua Chang said, "Therefore, he must have been killed, and furthermore, the cause of death was related to the Lu Jin banquet. The initial speculation was that the Yong'an royal family caused it, but if it were them, later there would have been no Xian Lu refugees implicated, which would not be logical. Thinking it over and over, I could only deduce the current conclusion." Xie Lian let out a laugh, then sighed. "With so few clues, you could still guess 8 or 9/10 of it." Hua Chang said, "Not difficult. It's just thanks to understanding enough about the relevant people before the incident occurred." Xie Lian said, "That's truly a deep understanding. But in your deduction there's a very important premise that I don't quite understand." Hua Chang asked, "Which premise?" Xie Lian said, "Why are you so sure that the Lu Jin banquet was definitely Tikdung's doing, making the first move?" Hua Chang said, "It's not that I'm certain he did it, I am only certain that you did not do it." Hearing this, Xie Lian withdrew his smile. Silent for a moment, he asked why. Hua Chang replied, "If you had admitted to the bloodbath at the Lu Jin banquet for other reasons, then it's possible you true. Oh, why did it? I would believe that. But the king of Yong'an ruled with sincerity and integrity, greatly loved by his people, and Lang Qianqiu said that at that time, the reason you gave him was I could not bear to see them sitting on that position." He continued, "This is indeed the standard declaration of an usurper. But if it were uttered from your mouth, it would be clumsy, foul words." Hearing the two words foul words, Xie Lian silently let out a laugh, saying, "Foul words? Have you never thought that perhaps my heart truly thought that way? Or that in truth, deep down in my heart, some resentment is also hidden?" Hua Chang said, "What if you did think that? You would not do it." Xie Lian closed his mouth tightly. A long while later he finally said, "San Lang, in truth I am not as you imagine." He closed his eyes and shook his head, as if unsure whether to speak or not. Hua Chang said, "Speak, it's fine." After a moment of hesitation, Xie Lian still spoke, "I believe that, for those living in this world, It is better not to harbor too much hope for anyone. Hua Cheng let out an "oh," then asked, the harboring too much hope you speak of, what exactly does it imply? Xie Lian said, do not imagine someone to be excessively good. If one never comes to know them in a lifetime, merely gazing at an illusory figure from afar, then so be it. But if one comes to know them, slowly understanding each other, then one day they will finally discover this person is not at all like their imagination, and perhaps even entirely contrary. By then disappointment will be profound. Hua Cheng then said, not necessarily. I care not whether others are disappointed or not. But for some, merely the existence of a certain person in this world is already a source of hope. Although his words did not specify who some people were or who a certain person might be, and his tone remained as calm as ever, as if merely offering a casual rebuttal, Xie Lian's heart unexpectedly stirred, a light, soaring feeling taking hold. He halted his steps, unable to utter a word for a long while. A moment later he suddenly spoke, Sanlang, who exactly are you? Hua Cheng too stopped in his tracks, no longer moving, and turned his head back to look at him. Xie Lian looked straight at the other and said with gravity, you know who Shi Rong is, you grasp his entire history. You know who I am, you know how to paint the portrait of the crown prince pleasing gods. You understand me like the back of your hand. You know a great deal. I fear there is even more. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and asked, have I not always known a great deal? Xie Lian shook his head. No, it's not the same. He used his left hand to support his right elbow, his right hand stroking his chin, a slight absent-mindedness in his gaze as he spoke. I just have this feeling, a feeling that you are an old acquaintance of mine. It must be that we have known each other from a very long time ago, perhaps since my first ascension, no, perhaps even earlier. But I truly do not recall ever encountering someone like you before. Someone like Hua Cheng once met could absolutely never be forgotten. Xie Lian had also never suffered a fall severe enough to lose his memory. If he had met him, there would be no reason at all not to remember. Xie Lian gazed intently at him, asking in a somewhat dazed voice, who exactly are you? Have I met you before? Hua Cheng offered no reply, only quirked his lips into a smile. Xie Lian instantly realized that this question was truly inappropriate. The true names of ghosts are typically secrets, except for that pervert Shi Rong, who defies normal conjecture otherwise. How could one casually reveal such a thing to others? He quickly added, my apologies, you needn't trouble yourself, I merely asked on a whim. You need not answer me, it truly does not matter who you are. At this precise moment, Hua Cheng subtly narrowed his eyes. As if sensing something, Xie Lian turned his head to look. From the mountain cave behind them, not far off, a cacophony of noisy commotion was heard, and a shrill female voice rang out, I told you so. A female transformation not only grants stronger spiritual power, but also better luck. You refused, and now do you see? This time, it hit the mark. It was indeed Shi Qingquan's voice. Xie Lian blurted out, Lord Windmaster. As expected, a white-robed female Taoist priest rushed out from the cave the moment she saw Xie Lian. Her eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed, Med found him. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is right here. But the moment she saw Hua Cheng behind Xie Lian, her expression instantly changed. She leapt backwards, positioning the Windmaster's fan horizontally before her. Xie Lian had not yet had time to speak, when from within the mountain cave a male voice echoed, saying, You found him? How did it go? A series of footsteps approached, and a figure emerged. It was Feng Xian. In his left hand he held a long black bow. The moment he saw Hua Cheng, he immediately drew the silver bowstring, entering a state of heightened vigilance. Hua Cheng let out a sneer, offering no comment. Xie Lian hastily said, If there's anything, let's speak slowly. Put away your weapons first. The four fated adversaries cornered in the green ghost's lair faced each other. Feng Xian drew the bowstring taut to its limit, a stream of spiritual light condensing into a shower of arrows in his right hand, aimed directly at Hua Cheng. Feng Xian spoke first, his voice deep, Your Royal Highness, please come over here first. That bow of Feng Xian was a gift from Jun Wu, named the Wind God Bow, and was a formidable spiritual artifact. Fearing Feng Xian would unleash a real arrow, Xie Lian swiftly moved to shield Hua Cheng. Yet unexpectedly, Hua Cheng, standing behind him, gave him a tug, pulling Xie Lian back once more. Seeing this, the two newcomers were startled. Shi Qingxian immediately raised her hand and cried out, Hua Cheng, crimson rain-sought flower. Why? You don't you dare act rashly. Your paradise manor was accidentally burned by me. If you have any grievances, let's discuss them. Our upper heaven court can compensate you. It's not as if the heavenly emperor cannot afford such a sum. Quickly release His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. There are still ways to resolve this matter. Book 1 Chapter 55 Man-Eating Lair. Ghost King faces heavenly officials too. Lian was between laughter and tears, but also very grateful, saying, Wind Master, Your Excellency, I fear you have misunderstood something. Julie. He wished to explain that Hua Cheng was not seeking him out to hold him accountable for the matter of Paradise Manor, but Shi Qingxian secretly winked at him, seemingly wanting to tell him not to speak. Hua Cheng also did not argue, merely saying the matter of Junwu planting spies among my subordinates. I have not even reckoned with that yet. With what do you all intend to bargain with me? Lian suddenly understood. Shi Qingxian had seen that Hua Cheng harbored no ill will, but outwardly pretended that Hua Cheng had stormed into the heavenly capital because he wished to pursue accountability, so if this matter were mentioned in heaven, it could prevent anyone from deliberately spreading rumors that he had malicious intent to flee. Hua Cheng also understood Shi Qingxian's intention, and thus casually echoed a remark. However, Lian did not wish for that. He said, Enough, stop acting. He only came to the heavenly CA. Pidal to save me. San Lang has good intentions, why must they be hidden? Shi Qingxian then said, No more acting. Those few words just now I have already transmitted into the spiritual communication array. It's just that you don't know, transmitted back and forth, good intentions will eventually be twisted into ill will, better to be malicious from the very beginning. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, A shrewd one. Shi Qingxian smugly replied, And why not? Otherwise, how could this Wind Master have made a name for himself in the upper heavenly court? General Nanyang, lower your bow. But Feng Xian still drew his bowstring taut by 7 parts, holding his breath without speaking a word. Shi Qingxian patted him, Lower it. They are very close, there is no ill will. Feng Xian said in a deep voice, Crown Prince, Your Highness, the one beside you is a supreme. Seeing that Feng Xin's hostility still did not wane, and the bow and arrow still were not lowered, Shi Qingxian suddenly let out a ho, and bumped Feng Xin's elbow once. In just a blink of an eye, Feng Xin's complexion was truly 10,000 times more horrifying than encountering a ghost. He let out a roar, and the surge of spiritual power, half present and half absent, condensed in his right hand, scattered wildly, dissolving into smoke and mist. Feng Xian, his face pale, cursed up a storm and finally said, Terrified motherfucker. What do you intend to do? It turned out that what Shi Qingxian had just used to bump against Feng Xin's arm holding the arrow was none other than her breast. It seemed this bump had frightened Feng Xian out of his wits. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, waved her horsetail whisk once, with an air of divine grace, completely showing no sign of how undignified her action had just been. Shi Qingxian said, I haven't even asked you what you intend to do. I already said that crimson rain-sought flower came to save His Highness the Crown Prince, yet you still aim your bow at him. Do you wish to fight? This Wind Master will not accompany you. Feng Xian immediately retreated 108,000 miles, seemingly completely daring not to approach her anymore, shouting himself hoarse, Don't do that again. Don't do it again. Do you hear me? Seeing Feng Xian avoid her as if she were a snake or scorpion, Shi Qingxian, who was originally extremely confident in her elegant and graceful demeanor, could not help but feel vexed, saying, All right. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. What loss have you suffered? What is with your attitude? Seemingly feeling humiliated, Shi Qingxian then transformed back into his male form, turning his head to ask, Oh, where is Tianxiu? Hearing this, Feng Xian finally recovered a little composure, looking around him. Lian let out an ah and asked, Is he not in the spiritual communication array? Shi Qingxian replied, No. After he rolled the dice, he went the right way, and then just kept completely silent. Many times I asked Tianxiu what the exact score was, but he never uttered a sound. Before, whenever anyone spoke to Tianxiu, he always replied very quickly, even if it was a minor heavenly official from the middle heavenly court asking something. He never put it off. It's truly strange. Lian sighed softly, saying His Highness Tai Hua has pursued Qi Rong. The two who had just arrived were both startled. Qi Rong? Lian replied, that's right. This place is precisely Qi Rong's lair. In short, Feng Xian asked, wait a moment. Why is His Highness Tai Hua pursuing Qi Rong? Was he not pursuing you? Hua Cheng, standing beside them, said for no particular reason. The one he is pursuing is the culprit of the bloodbath at the gilded banquet, and His Highness the Crown Prince merely cleaned up the mess for the culprit. Lang Qianqiu learned the truth and immediately pursued the true culprit. That is all. His expression turning serious, Feng Xian asked, the true culprit? Truly. Lian only felt that he had no way at all to explain it again, nor could it be made clear in a single morning or evening, so he shook his head, saying, it's not that simple. I will tell you the details when we return. Su Qingxian, not knowing the inside story, said joyfully, sure enough. There is a misunderstanding here. I, the Wind Master, truly foresee like a god. This time when you return, you certainly won't be imprisoned again. Feng Xian said, good. He seemed to let out a sigh of relief, then put away his bow, and the wary expression he had displayed just now also lessened considerably. Hua Cheng, however, let out a sneer. Xie Lian said to Feng Xian, you probably know Qi Rong is that Qi Rong. Feng Xian asked, that Qi Rong? Who is that? Then asked in surprise, is it someone we all know? Xie Lian said, indeed, you also didn't expect it was truly him, did you? His face darkened. Feng Xian replied, no. I have never interacted with the green ghost. I always insisted it was just a coincidence of names. How could any ghost parade his true name everywhere? Wouldn't that be insane? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xian immediately remembered that Qi Rong truly was insane. He immediately turned his eyes to Xie Lian, and the two silently looked at each other. From before the two had ascended, Feng Xian already extremely disliked Qi Rong. Qi Rong was the son of Xie Lian's maternal aunt, who was the last empress of the Xianle dynasty. From a young age, he had been raised in the royal family, constantly clinging to Xie Lian's side. As Xie Lian's bodyguard, of course, Feng Xian frequently encountered him. Qi Rong was still young, ignorant, and would not listen to reason. He possessed boundless energy and extreme behavior. The worst part was his status as an imperial relative. No one dared to strike, scold, or discipline him. It was easy to imagine how he regarded himself above all. His favorite saying back then was, Crown Prince cousin is truly perfect, or my cousin is like this and like that. If anyone showed even a tiny bit of disrespect towards Xie Lian, or caused Xie Lian even a little trouble, no matter who that person was, Qi Rong would definitely put a sack over them and beat them until they soiled their pants. In his mind, there was absolutely no thought of respecting elders or cherishing the young. One time, Xie Lian saved a child not yet 10 from his subordinates, who had been beaten by Qi Rong until their whole body was covered in blood, unrecognizable, utterly wretched. Xie Lian pitied his background and, moreover, felt that Qi Rong sincerely defended him, so he never personally disciplined him. But if only disciplined with words or scolding, Qi Rong would never learn, making everyone utterly exasperated. Feng Xian was straightforward and quick to anger, not as patient as Xie Lian. He clashed with Qi Rong many times, disobeying his commands, which made Qi Rong also extremely hate Feng Xian, constantly seeking ways to make trouble and haughtily ordering him about. Moreover, after Xie Lian ascended, Qi Rong grew increasingly brazen. Sometimes, even if someone just carelessly made a mistake, for example, casually spitting saliva in front of the Crown Prince's temple, he would stuff red-hot charcoal into that person's mouth. To prevent Qi Rong from going too far, Feng Xian often descended to the mortal realm to clean up his messes for him. Annoyed to death, and often said to Xie Lian, this Qi Rong is a maniac. Sooner or later he's going to cause a huge problem, you'll see. Fun. Xian said, if it's truly him, then this kind of behavior is not strange at all. Su Qingxian asked in surprise, what's wrong? Do you know the green ghost? Xie Lian nodded and replied, he is my cousin. Su Qingxian was stunned, crossed his arms and said, how formidable. Xie Lian replied, he is indeed quite formidable. Su Qingxian said, I wasn't saying he was formidable, I was saying you are formidable. Crown Prince, look at this, the martial god of the southeast and the martial god of the southwest are your old acquaintances. The martial god of the east is your disciple, Qing Dengyi Yu is your cousin, Shui Yu Tanhua is your sworn brother, and I, the Wind Master, am your friend. Isn't that formidable? Xie Lian smiled, thinking to himself, The wind master is indeed a person truly like the wind. As soon as the wind blows, the fog immediately disperses. But when Hua Chong and Feng Xian heard, Shui Yutan Hua is your sworn brother, the expressions on both their faces seemed rather unapproving. Hua Chong slightly raised an eyebrow, while Feng Xian frowned without a word. A moment later, Feng Xian said to Xie Lian, "If there's nothing else, please quickly return to the heavenly capital." With such a commotion just now, the other heavenly officials don't know what happened and are still waiting up there. The heavenly emperor must already know. You must report what truly happened. Hearing this, Hua Cheng burst into laughter. Feng Xian asked, "What are you laughing at?" Hua Cheng said, "I thought your personality was quite direct, but it turns out you are also the type of person who likes to beat around the bush. You simply want Crown Prince Highness not to be involved with a demonic entity like me, so why don't you dare to speak directly? Are you afraid you lack the qualification and position to speak?" Xie Lian lightly coughed and called San Lang. Feng Xian said coldly, "From the start, he shouldn't have been involved with demonic entities. It's good you realize that." To this remark, Hua Cheng did not express an opinion. Xie Lian calmly interjected, saying softly to Feng Xian, "I will report it, but currently there are truly other matters to attend to here." Qi Rong hid over 300 living people in his lair, preparing to devour them. Just now, thanks to Sanlang's help, they were rescued. Now there's still a group of minor ghouls left, which must be dealt with slowly and carefully. Once handled, I will ascend immediately. Feng Xian said, "It's not good to drag it on too long. Just leave it to me to handle." Hua Cheng nodded. With the efficiency of the upper heavens, it will probably be handled by next month. Feng Xian retorted, "You talk as if you could finish it in an instant." The two argued heatedly. Su Qingxian asked Xie Lian with his eyes, "Do they have a grudge?" Xie Lian shook his head. Just as he was about to change the subject, Hua Cheng pulled an umbrella from who knows where. The canopy of the umbrella was deep crimson like maple leaves, brilliant like fire. Hua Cheng opened the umbrella with one hand, its canopy covering both his and Xie Lian's heads, reflecting a brilliant red glow on both their cheeks. This must have been the umbrella Hua Cheng opened when crossing the forest of corpses and rain of blood on Mount Yu Jun. But at this moment it wasn't raining at all. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel a sense of strangeness, and asked San Lang, "Why did you open an umbrella?" Hua Cheng faced Talin, gently nudged the umbrella towards him. Eyes narrowed in a smile, replied, "Wait a moment. The weather will change right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrential downpour from the sky crashed down. The thunderous drumming rain suddenly appeared, drenching Talin into a stunned daze. However, he obediently waited under Hua Cheng's umbrella, not a single raindrop hitting him. On the other hand, Feng Xian, standing opposite Talin and Hua Cheng, was completely unprepared, drenched from head to toe by the rain. More unfortunately, this rain was the color of blood, so Feng Xian looked as if he had transformed into a person drenched in scarlet blood. His entire body, only his wide, staring eyeballs remaining white. Shi Qingxian happened to be standing in a spot within the mountain cave and thus escaped harm, only able to stare with wide eyes, speechless, even forgetting to wave his whisk. That rain of blood came quickly and left quickly, soon returning to tranquility. It took great effort for Feng Xian to react in time, raising a hand to wipe his face, yet his face still bore an entire patch of sticky, foul-smelling red blood, not improving in the slightest. Talin said this. Hua Cheng put away the umbrella, laughing heartily in the blink of an eye. "How about that?" As he spoke these 5 words, he leisurely took a few steps, and soon was a long distance away. Talin was originally searching for a cloth handkerchief in his sleeve. Shi Qingxian had plucked a few tufts of white hair from his whisk, and the two of them offered them to Feng Xian, who had fallen into silence. As for Hua Cheng, the moment he walked away, Talin immediately realized someone was missing behind him. He spun around and ran a few steps after him, asking San Lang, "Must you return to Ghost City?" Hua Cheng turned his head to ask, "You also have to return to Xianjing, don't you?" He said with a half-joking, half-serious tone, "But if you wish to follow me back to Ghost City, I would welcome it greatly." Talin smiled and replied, "Let's leave it for next time." He sincerely said, "Next time, if there's an opportunity, I will definitely come to Ghost City. You can rebuild Cuc Lac Phuong and I will work for you." Hua Cheng said, "There's no need for you to work. It would be excellent for you just to sit and watch." Talin slowly withdrew his smile, and said regarding Tianqiu's matter, no matter what, I still have to thank you. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I don't know what the right way is, perhaps this isn't necessarily bad. Hua Ing replied calmly, you think too much. Ta Lin was startled, tilting his head slightly. Hua Cheng continued, you just do and it will be fine. Finishing his words, Hua Cheng turned around and waved his hand. Not long after, beneath the moonlight, the red-clad figure before the mountain slowly vanished without a trace in Ta Lin's eyes. What a dreadfully pitiful sight. Volume 1 Chapter 56 Searching for Ancient Traces. Returning to Mount Taizong. For some unknown reason, in an unexpected moment, Ta Lin seemed to regain his courage. After Lang Tianqiu had left, his footsteps were still a little slow, and his back was slightly hunched. That courage, coming from nowhere and knowing not where it wished to go, nonetheless made his entire body unconsciously straighten up. He stood still, unmoving, as Shi Qingxian walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, this person is quite good. Crown Prince Royal Highness, I don't know how you came to know him, but your luck truly is excellent. This was the first time Ta Lin had heard someone say to him that his luck truly was excellent. He looked at Shi Qingxian, smiling as he said, is that so? Perhaps. Think so too. Behind them, Feng Xian continued to silently wipe his face. The moment the two turned their heads, they saw his face full of white hair, and with great difficulty managed to hold back their laughter. Ta Lin said, my apologies. This was considered an apology on Hua Cheng's behalf. Finally Feng Xian smoothed the white hair down, saying, my capabilities are not as good as others. There's nothing more to say. The three searched the lair once more, confirming that no more living people were imprisoned, nor were there any fish that had slipped through the net. Only then did they ride a gust of wind, returning to Xianjing once again. Passing through the Ascension Gate, they only saw numerous low-ranking divine officials of the Middle Heavenly Court blocking the road, coming and going, as if facing a powerful enemy, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny in each palace along both sides of the road. And when they arrived at the Martial God Hall, the hall was already packed with divine officials of the Upper Heavenly Court. From afar, the sound of arguments reached their ears. The first sentence they heard was Hua Cheng actually twisted right and wrong, claiming our Upper Heavenly Court planted spies in Ghost City. This is truly preposterous. Why would our heavenly realm need to plant spies among his subordinates? Hearing this, Xie Lian and Shi Qingxian simultaneously let out a light cough. The matter of planting undercover spies in Ghost City was 8 or 9 times out of 10 not false. Before the matter was even clarified, to make such a ruckus, what if it turned out to be true? Wouldn't that be like lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot? The three entered the hall, Shi Qingxian leading the way. As soon as they saw Shi Qingxian, everyone greeted him as Lord Wind. Master returned? You've worked hard, you've worked hard. Their gazes, however, were entirely fixated on Xie Lian. Just as they were about to open their mouths to ask further, they then saw Feng Xian approaching, his face grim, looking as if he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. Everyone immediately froze, and then one after another, averted their eyes. After all, no one wished to hear the curses echoing through the heavens in that quiet great hall. Only Mu Qing, far from avoiding it, deliberately glanced over, his intention crystal clear. Xie Lian looked up, only to see Jun Wu seated in the foremost position, one hand propping his forehead, pressing his temples, his eyes tightly shut, appearing somewhat weary at first glance. Xie Lian could completely understand. If it were before, a conference might not even be held in 1 or 2 months, but recently, incidents had occurred continuously. In just a short period, the Martial God Hall had been repeatedly packed with people, as if there was something new every day, wishing they could convene twice a day. If it were Xie Lian, he too would be very tired. What's more, there were many who wished to voice their opinions, speaking over each other with 7 mouths and 8 tongues. A divine official spoke up. He said, "Head come," and he came, even connecting the Xianle Palace to another place. This point is truly terrifying. Today he can easily seize His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Who offended him, who knows? Tomorrow he might seize another divine official in their own palace. This matter absolutely cannot be tolerated. It must be stopped in time. If this were in the mortal realm, it would be akin to a traitor digging a tunnel in the imperial palace, passing through at will, which would naturally make people restless. No wonder earlier, those divine officials of the Middle Heavenly Court had to exert themselves under martial law, inspecting everywhere. Mu Qing's focus, however, was not there. He said indifferently, Hua Cheng has so many followers and controls all of Ghost City, a mere paradise manor. If it burns, what does it matter to him? It's not necessarily because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince offended him that he broke into Xianjing. Shi Qingxian immediately said, General Xianzhan, what you're saying is incorrect. Everyone heard, Hua Cheng admitted himself. Furthermore, whose turn was it to guard the court this month? The main gate of Xianlu Palace was magically connected elsewhere. Yet it went completely undetected. Can this not be considered negligence? By rights, Pei Ming was standing to one side with his arms crossed, calm and silent, but hearing this sentence, he spoke up. Me. Shi Qingxian had carelessly misremembered, thinking it was Mu Qing, but unexpectedly hit upon Pei Ming, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Conversely, Pei Ming did not shirk responsibility, saying, I was on duty this month. It is indeed my negligence. A divine official close to Pei Ming immediately came to his aid. Eyeing as I see it, we should address one matter at a time first. Let's clarify the matter of the bloodbath at the Lu Jin banquet. At this moment, Ling Wan, who was waiting by the hall, suddenly spoke up. His Royal Highness Tai Hua has news. Finally, Junwu opened his eyes and asked, what did Tai Hua say? Waiting silently for a moment, Ling Wan said, he said there are other circumstances regarding the Lu Jin banquet in Yangon, and he will resolve it with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself, without the need for outsiders to intervene. But please, absolutely do not let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince successfully demote himself. These are two different matters. Mu Qing frowned and asked, what circumstances? Ling Wan said, he said no more, that's all the news. Unexpectedly, just when they thought a highly intense battle was about to unfold, each thunderous hammer blow gently touched the ground instead, and the various divine officials couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lang Qianxiu was the victim. If the victim hadn't yet sought out the perpetrator for retribution, then what excitement was there for outsiders to witness? Moreover, if Lang Qianxiu wouldn't speak, it seemed Xie Lian wouldn't either. This matter truly lacked even a bit of flavor to savor. Next, Junwu designated Feng Xian and Mu Qing, telling the two of them to assist Pei Ming in strengthening the defenses, then arranged a few other matters before waving his hand, instructing everyone to disperse. Xie Lian stayed behind, vaguely hearing someone discussing among themselves. Indeed, every time he stirs up something, the Heavenly Emperor says it must be investigated, but in the end, nothing ever comes of it. Having eyes but failing to see Mount Tai, it turns out he's a great Buddha in the future. One must speak carefully and considerately. After everyone had dispersed, Xie Lian walked to the front of the hall, bowing and saying, I have caused you more trouble. Junwu said, this matter is not yet considered any trouble. If you were still insistent on admitting that you were the one who caused the bloodbath at the Lu Jin banquet, that would be trouble. Hesitating for a moment, Xie Lian still revealed the full details of the incident himself. After listening, Junwu commented, Xian Lu, in this matter, you truly put in your utmost effort yet received no reward, doing a favor only to incur resentment. Xie Lian bowed his head and replied, I know. Junwu said, oh, forget it, you've always been like this. Currently, Tai Hua's attention has shifted to chasing Qing Gui. Once he finishes the chase, he will of course still come to find you. How you should respond, have you thought of it yet? Xie Lian said, I haven't thought of it yet. But for now I am still thinking about something else. Junwu smiled and asked, what are you thinking about? Is there anything interesting? Let me share in the fun. Xie Lian asked, did the Earth Master go undercover in Ghost City because you sent H.M.? Junwu leisurely replied, yes. Xie Lian said, why is that? Junwu calmly said, because it was Hua Cheng who planted his own spy in the heavenly realm first. Xie Lian was startled. Junwu stood up and said, for many years now, Hua Cheng's sources of information have been too sharp. Moreover, there are some things he shouldn't know, yet he knows every minute detail. Regarding what can be done, what cannot be done, where the limits are, and how to approach those limits, he grasps it too precisely. And this time, he directly opened a path to your Xianlu Palace, which has indirectly proven that the upper heavenly court indeed has a spy planted by him. Otherwise, he could not possibly have done that. Actually, regarding this matter, Xie Lian had also discovered more or less that after all, Hua Cheng really knew too much, so Junwu saying that was not so hard to believe. Xie Lian asked, do you have evidence? Junwoo slowly shook his head precisely because the trouble is there is no evidence, yet suspicious points continuously arise, that I then told Ming-yi to infiltrate the ghost realm. Who knew that before even catching the spy in the upper heavenly court, Ming-yi instead fell back into his hands. Although he did not die in his hands, and was saved back by you this time, finding his spy is even harder. Xie Lian asked, does the problem arise in the upper heavenly court or the middle heavenly court? Junwoo said, it's hard to say. Excluding you, anyone could be. Perhaps the residential only one, who knows, maybe more than that. No wonder Junwoo didn't send anyone else to Ghost City to investigate Ming-yi's whereabouts. If anyone could be, excluding himself, Xie Lian couldn't help but think inwardly, could it be that the Windmaster Tianqiu and Feng Xi and all of them could all be it? At this moment Junwoo said, Xianlu, I know that now you surely have a great deal of goodwill towards Huacheng. You have your own boundaries and friends, and it is not appropriate for outsiders to say too much. But when necessary, you must remember to be careful of Huacheng, and don't reveal everything to him. Hearing this, Xie Lian restrained his thoughts. Junwoo said, those who can become a devastation, is there anyone who doesn't have to experience pain that ordinary people cannot possibly imagine? Either they soar to the skies, or they never recover for 10,000 eons. Heishui and Huacheng, two devastation-level ghost kings who came out from Mount Tonglu, are much more terrifying than you imagine. Xie Lian bowed his head, neither refuting nor agreeing. Junwoo said, I don't know what his purpose and direction are, yet he knows the purpose and direction of the upper heavenly court like the back of his hand. This is extremely disadvantageous. Hearing Junwoo say this is extremely disadvantageous, Xie Lian raised his head and blurted out, Sanlang. Seeing Junwoo approaching, he stopped abruptly and corrected himself, Huacheng. He surely won't do anything too excessive. After all, please consider, with his strength, if he wanted to cause disaster and chaos, wouldn't he have been able to destroy everything from early on? If he didn't do it in the past, then as long as no major incidents occur, it will certainly be the same in the future. Junwoo said, I only hope that is so, but I cannot take risks. Exiting Shenwu Hall, Xie Lian walked slowly on the path in Xianjing. Passing by Xianlu Palace, he stopped and observed for a while. This was a residence that Junwoo had granted to him, magnificent, brand new, and at the same time utterly unfamiliar. On the grand vermilion door were rows of gleaming door studs, yet 2 sheets of sealing paper, covered with incantations, were pasted on it, forming a huge cross, making anyone who saw it feel startled. Before leaving Shenwu Hall, Shi Qingxian had told him that because this door was magically connected to another place, his palace was temporarily sealed, and he could come to his residence to rest. But after staring intently at this Xianlu Palace for a while, Xie Lian suddenly turned around. He did not go to the Windmaster's palace, and he also disregarded what he had originally intended to do, only walking straight in one direction, exiting the Ascension Gate and jumping down. Crossing a sea of pure white clouds, the place where he fell was precisely Mount Taicang. Hongxiuxi Temple, the imperial Taoist complex of the ancient kingdom of Xianlu, once stood on this Mount Taican. Hongxiuxi Temple was a colossal complex of Taoist temples, with shrines and halls spread across Mount Taicang, worshipping many divine beings, immortal sages and venerated lords, interspersing with one another. The principal deity was the martial god Great Emperor, whose golden palace lay at the highest peak. As for the Crown Prince's palace, it was located on the second highest peak, and once flourished for a time. 800 years ago, all over Mount Taicang were maple forests, brilliant like fire, truly a famous scenic spot. On the paths in the maple forest, people bustled everywhere, devotees streaming endlessly. Later, after the kingdom of Xianlu was destroyed, many former devotees, forming factions, rushed up the mountain to burn down the Crown Prince's palace, but instead caused a forest fire, burning more than half of Mount Taicang to ashes, turning it into a scorched land. The land that was once burned, similar to land where the dead were buried, seemed even more fertile. Later, in this scorched land, seeds fell and grew into new trees. Several hundred years later, it was again a mountain of vast fresh green, but no red leaves were to be seen anymore. The scenery completely different compared to 800 years ago. Previously, when ascending the mountain, there was a wide flat path paved with blue stones. On the mountain path, one could occasionally see pilgrims going to sweep graves, or young Taoist priests boiling water and carrying firewood. Rently, this mountain path had long vanished. Falling rocks, dry grass, and withered branches had buried it deep underground. On his way up the mountain, Xie Lian relied solely on his 2 feet, encountering thorny bushes blocking his way. He then took the Feng Xian sword from his back, slashing through the dry bushes and weeds. Climbing to the middle of the mountainside, Xie Lian felt a little tired. He leaned against a withered, dead tree, wanting to rest for a moment. Suddenly, a black object fell from the tree, accompanied by a strange clatter sound, plunging towards him. Book 1 Chapter 57 Tracing Ancient Footprints. Returning to Mount Taizong 2. Xie Lian tilted his body to dodge. At first, he thought it was a bird's nest or a broken dry branch from the tree, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a long plank, so damaged that its original shape was indiscernible, heavily rusted, with iron chains attached at both ends. If it were someone else, it would probably be hard to tell what it ultimately was, but Xie Lian, however, recognized it. This was a swing. In the past, many swings hung on Mount Taizong, which could be used for both play and cultivation practice. When Xie Lian had just come to understand things, there was once a time he followed his parents to Hongxizi Temple to pray for blessings. He saw a group of young Taoist priests fiercely fighting on the swings, and it looked exceptionally unique and pleasing to the eye. Both the king and queen found it delightful. And Xie Lian even clapped his hands and praised it, happily telling his parents to heavily reward the group of young Taoist priests. From then on, he deeply imprinted the impression of cultivators being both formidable and fun to play with in his heart. As for later, when he truly grew up and entered the temple for cultivation, it was, contrary to that, not for play. Resting for a moment, Xie Lian continued to climb upwards. The higher he went, the bushes and vines grew increasingly dense. Occasionally, animals darted quickly through the thickets, leaving only the shadow of a large, bushy tail, and there were also squirrels in small groups crowding on the trees, gnawing on pine cones while secretly watching this uninvited guest. Thorny bushes blocked the way, tearing his clothes and scratching his limbs, but Xie Lian, however, did not bother to pay attention. Not until 3 hours later, he finally reached the Crown Prince's Peak. Of course, the Crown Prince's Peak was not originally called the Crown Prince's Peak. It was because the Crown Prince's palace was built here that it was renamed from then on. Amidst the overgrown weeds, vaguely remained patches of turtleshell patterned floor tiles, both on the east and on the west. Besides, a large scorched stone foundation was hidden. That was once the foundation of the Grand Hall. Crossing through there, amidst crumbling enclosure walls and shattered glazed tiles, there was also a chipped ancient well. Looking down from above, this ancient well had long been dry. The distance to the bottom of the well below was only a few chi. What the eyes saw was all muddy water. Xie Lian, however, without hesitation, lifted his foot and jumped down. He did not fall into the muddy water, but pierced through this layer of illusion, falling several zhang until his soles touched the hard, solid ground. All around was pitch black. One could not see one's own hand even with an outstretched arm. Looking up, there was no sunlight above either, as if covered by a layer of fabric curtain. Xie Lian fumbled around the bottom of the well for a bit, found a few bricks and stones, pressing them down one by one in a specific order. Only then did a creaking sound ring out, and an extremely low, small door beside him sprang open. Xie Lian lay prone, slowly crawling inside along the passage of this small door. Just as he entered, he only heard the small door behind him creak shut. After about half an incense stick's time, he finally crawled to the end. Xie Lian stood up straight, snapped his fingers once, conjuring a small flame. After that small flame lit up as if in response. Not far away, a faint glow also flickered, looking exactly like a luminous pearl waking up from deep sleep, opening its brilliant eyes. A moment later, more and more luminous pearl glows flickered, connecting into large patches. The surroundings grew brighter with each moment, and it could be clearly seen that this place was a vast and spacious underground palace grand hall. On the ceiling of the grand hall were inlaid hundreds of thousands of stars. It was hard to imagine that the imperial mausoleum of the ancient kingdom of Xianlu was actually hidden beneath Mount Taizong, which had been burned to ashes by fire. Those sparkling stars were all night luminous pearls and diamonds inlaid on the ceiling. The night luminous pearls shone brilliantly when encountering light, while the diamonds reflected brilliant radiance, interspersing with each other like a dream. They looked exactly like a miniature Milky Way hidden underground. Every single luminous pearl and diamond was priceless. Just prying one down would bring endless glory and wealth for an entire lifetime. However, Xie Lian paid little attention. He walked straight through the underground palace grand hall, arriving at the very last burial chamber. Compared to the grand hall, it could be said that this burial chamber was extremely simple, because it had not originally been completed in time. Thus, in the burial chamber, nothing luxurious or magnificent was displayed, only 2 coffins. And in the middle of the coffins a figure stood upright, draped in magnificent robes, wearing a golden mask, extending a sword, the sword light shining brightly, pointing towards Xie Lian. However, that figure merely maintained that posture, not taking any further action. Xie Lian also walked forward casually, completely disregarding the other party. Perhaps because in his heart he knew full well that behind the golden mask, there was no face. Beneath the magnificent robes, there was no person, only an empty frame woven from wooden stakes and straw ropes, which could pass off as real. For so many years, only a set of magnificent robes and a mask kept company with these 2 coffins in his stead. On each coffin lay a small golden tray, but the items in the golden trays, however, were somewhat out of place. Fruits shriveled from dehydration, leaving only seeds, hard, moldy, jet-black lumps, unrecognizable as to what they originally were. After entering, Xie Lian took the items from the trays, throwing them into a corner of the burial chamber, then finally fumbled in his chest. He was supposed to have half a steamed bun on him, but that steamed bun had been given to Hua Cheng, so now there was nothing left. Therefore he said, "Father Emperor, Mother Empress, I apologize, I forgot to bring things to visit you too." Of course no one answered him. Xie Lian then slowly sat down, leaning against one of the coffins. Lost in thought for a long while, he opened his mouth. "Mother Empress, I met Ti Dung. Qi Rong is not dead." He transformed into a ghost. "I truly do not know how he has lived over these past few hundred years." Xie Lian shook his head, saying, "He has killed many people. Now there are also those who wish to kill him. Perhaps even the upper heavenly court will not spare him. Tsk, I truly do not know how to deal with this person." He was about to say more when suddenly a faint crying sound came from a place within arm's reach. Xie Lian stiffened, his expression immediately changed dramatically. Focusing his mind and straining his ears to listen, it was not an illusion. It truly was the sound of crying. This crying sound was very low, very faint. If one did not hold their breath and concentrate, it would be impossible to hear. Furthermore, this sound was very clear. If not a child, then a woman. That crying sound was indeed too close to him, as if only separated by a thin wall, truly emanating from a place extremely close to him. Xie Lian whipped his head around and finally determined. This crying sound was leaking from the very coffin he was leaning against. Amidst a myriad of astonishments, the first sentence Xie Lian uttered was instead filled with joy. "Mother, is that mother?" But then immediately after, he instantly regained his senses. What he had hoped for could never happen. 800 years ago, his mother had suddenly passed away, escaping the sea of suffering, and had never transformed into a vengeful spirit. Furthermore, the emotion in this crying sound was not sorrow but fear. At this very moment, who exactly was hiding inside his mother's coffin sobbing? Xie Lian could not wait another second. His left hand abruptly flung open the coffin lid, his right hand intending to immediately strike down with the Feng Xian sword. Unexpectedly, after clearly seeing what was inside the coffin, that sword strike abruptly halted. Lying in the coffin there was no second person, only one person clad in jet-black ornate robes, their face covered by a veil. This person by all rights could only be Xie Lian's mother, but currently the one lying there could absolutely not be his mother. Because this person was too small, their figure and height completely did not match. Most importantly, this person was also trembling uncontrollably, clearly a living being. Xie Lian lifted the veil. Sure enough, beneath the veil was a child's face. In an instant, Xie Lian's heart chilled completely. He seized the child and asked in a voice laced with panic, "Where is my royal mother? Where is my royal mother? Where did you take the corpse of my royal mother?" At first glance, there seemed to be nothing strange about these jet-black ornate robes. However, they were woven from the silk of an extremely rare type of honey-secreting insect. The silk was presented as tribute by small foreign nations, and the tailors had to undergo many intricate processing steps, then add fragrant herbal sachets, sealing them tightly within the coffin, which could preserve a corpse for 1,000 years without decay, the deceased's countenance appearing exactly like a living person's. But now, the one wearing those extraordinary silk robes was this child, so where was his mother's corpse? What had it transformed into? Xie Lian truly did not dare to think deeply. He could only seize the child who had inexplicably appeared here and sternly question where is my royal mother? Who are you? Why are you here? Where did you take my royal mother? But how could a child frightened to tears answer his questions? It was too scared to speak. Xie Lian pulled the child out of the coffin and suddenly discovered a scattering of grayish-white powder falling from the extraordinary silk robes. Xie Lian's face turned ashen. He looked into the coffin and discovered that the bottom of the coffin was also covered in a layer of powder. Heaven and earth seemed to spin for a moment. Xie Lian only felt his own heartbeat was about to stop. His hand gently released, letting go of that child, and in a state of utter panic, knelt beside the coffin. He dared not touch that pile of powder, nor dared he let them fall profusely like burnt incense ash. Although he truly did not wish to admit it, his heart knew precisely what these things ultimately were. A corpse sealed and preserved for 800 years, forcibly stripped from its extraordinary silk robes. What else could it turn into? For a moment, Xie Lian's mind was in turmoil. His brain could think of nothing else. He clutched his head, his ears ringing. Who would have thought that at this very moment, a sudden chill ran down his spine? Sensing danger instinctively, Xie Lian whipped his head around, and with a lightning-fast movement of his hand, grasped a sword tip with his bare hand. He saw a figure behind him lunging with a sword, and the one raising the sword to stab him was precisely the wooden stake frame that had remained motionless ever since he entered. It turned out that before Xie Lian arrived here, someone had already been hidden inside since early on, wearing ornate robes, donning a mask, disguised as a lifeless wooden frame, silently waiting for him. With a clang, Xie Lian barehanded broke the sword tip into 2 pieces, his hands drenched in blood yet his expression unchanged. He delivered a lightning-fast kick to the person's abdomen and firmly stomped his foot, pinning them to the ground. Their chest firmly pinned by Xie Lian, the person tried to reach back and grab his boot to struggle free, but alas could not move, as if nailed to the ground. Xie Lian bent down and with a palm strike, sent the golden mask flying from their face, revealing the face of a young man. Xie Lian roared, "Who are you? A tomb robber? How did you get in here?" At this moment, the child beside him cried out loudly, "Father!" As it cried out, Xie Lian finally remembered. This elder and child looked quite familiar. Weren't they precisely the father and son pair, who had almost been boiled and eaten by Qi Rong in the lair of the green ghost earlier? Lin instantly understood what had happened, immediately unleashing a punch like a lightning bolt into the chin of that young man, angrily roaring, "Tick Dung, get out here. I must kill you." The man, spitting blood, laughed and said, "Crown Prince cousin, what a delight, we meet again. Ha 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 ha." Although it was a different face, that mad, deranged laughter, if not Tick Dung, then who else could it be? He had actually transformed into an illusory form, possessing the body of this young father. It went without saying, surely after being thrown into a cauldron and melted into a formless entity by Lang Tian Thursday, to avoid his pursuit and killing, Tick Dung took advantage of the chaos, fled into the fleeing crowd, possessed the body of this young man, and came to the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person know where the secret tomb of the Xianlu Imperial family was located? How could he have caught up in such a short time? Tick Dung brought this child along, perhaps to use as food reserves, or to hide him in the coffin to divert Lin's attention as before, making it convenient to ambush him stealthily. Lin gave him a punch, and Tick Dung even put on a wronged expression, covered his face and wailed, "Cousin, why are you so angry? I stabbed you once but you didn't die, he he he." Lin punched him 2 more thwacks, glaring with reddened eyes, and roared, "How did my Empress mother treat you? How could you treat her like that? Treat her remains like that?" Tick Dung snorted, "Aunt has been dead for ages, the person is also gone. What's the difference if the corpse is a person or dust? It's just the corpse changing form, it's still right there. Yet you're already weeping so soon, but before you could lay hands on Enlu. I never expected such a good cousin. To have 2 faces, ha ha." After speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He spat and said, "Why did I treat her like that, huh? Isn't it your fault? Don't you know how to reflect on yourself? It's all your fault. A plague god like you still has the nerve to come to the Xianlu Imperial Mausoleum to mourn." Ta Lin stomped his foot hard, Tick Dung shrieked, and fresh blood spurted profusely from his mouth, but he seemed even more excited, tightly embracing Ta Lin's blood-stained shoe with both hands, yelling loudly, "That's right, that's right. That's it, that's the real you. Fight, fight, slaughter each other, fight viciously. Kill viciously. Stop acting like that insipid, stoic, saintly gentleman enduring unspeakable pain. It's sickening to look at. Ugh." The child crawled over, crying and saying, "Wah, Daddy, what's wrong?" He also didn't understand what was happening. Only knew his father was being beaten. In his eyes, the current Ta Lin truly was no different from a bloodthirsty demon, but he was very afraid of his only father dying, and in the end, he didn't falter, trying to push away the shoe that the demon was stepping on his father's chest. The young man continuously vomited blood. The child was terrified. He used his hand to cover his father's mouth, as if thinking that doing so would stop the bleeding. Seeing this, Ta Lin momentarily calmed down, thinking that the owner of this body was innocent. He then lessened his force, pointed Fong Xian downwards, the sword tip pressed right against Tick Dung's face, and coldly said, "Tick Dung, you get out of here yourself. If you don't come out, do you believe he'll pull out your tongue and drag out your soul?" By rights, truly pulling out a person's tongue by the roots could drag out the demon soul possessing that person. Tick Dung said, "I won't get out. I just won't get out, so what? You pull it, come here, come here, come here, kill me? Now I am very weak. If you kill this person along with me, it's very likely I'll die with him. Don't miss this good opportunity, otherwise, you'll never hope to find my ashes in this lifetime." He even actively stuck out his tongue, allowing himself to spew, as if wishing Ta Lin would turn his threat into reality, using that bloody method to drag his soul out of this body. He cackled and said, "After all, the one I possessed is just trash. You just make your move, no one will know, and no one will care. Your Highness the Crown Prince's sacred aura won't be harmed in the slightest. Look, I ground your mother into ashes. Aren't you going to kill me? Ha!" Unable to push away Ta Lin's shoe, the child hugged his leg, sobbing, "Don't kill my daddy. Don't kill my daddy." Ta Lin's breathing grew more ragged, his head swam, his eyes blurred, his whole body trembled violently, only regretting he couldn't unleash a palm strike to shatter Tick Dung's skull, but then couldn't bring himself to do it. Tick Dung shrugged and said, "Ha ha ha, Crown Prince cousin, what a failure, what a complete failure." Ta Lin lifted him up, raised his fist, and punched his face powerfully with each blow. Each punch followed by a curse, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Yet the more furious Ta Lin became, the more delighted Tick Dung was, even if the price was being beaten himself. As long as he could drag his opponent down to hell with him, Tick Dung felt infinite bliss. His eyes gleamed brightly, and he said, "Look, reveal your true nature. Crown Prince cousin, is there anyone in this world who understands you more than I? No. Now, although you're like a bereaved dog everyone can trample on, but I understand very well, in truth, in your heart, you're still as proud as ever. You have never allowed anyone to say you failed. I say you failed, surely in your heart you must hate me to death, right? Does it sting so much your heart bleeds? Come quickly. Or do you want to loudly tell me that this person is innocent, so you want implicate him just to kill me? Come here. Let me keep my eyes wide open and see how you do it." Amidst his provoking and gloating cackles, Ta Lin could no longer bear it. With a clang, Fong Xian emerged from its sheath. The chilling black blade swung up and struck down. End of Book 1. Blood Rain Seeking Flower. This sword strike pierced out through the heart of the demon, killing him on the ground. Subduing demons and expelling evil, Heaven Official bestows blessings. Both sides of the divine martial boulevard, sounds roared like ocean waves, each surge wanting to be higher than the last. All blended into the crimson hue before the grand gate of the imperial palace. Two Taoists, playing the roles of heavenly god and demon, performed a round of salutes towards the four directions, then bowed and retreated in two separate ways. As soon as the warm-up martial arts match concluded, the fervor of the common people rapidly surged. Not only were both sides of the street packed as tight as a wedge, but even on the rooftops audacious individuals lay prone, clapping hands, yelling, cheering, waving their limbs, a multitude in joyous frenzy. Such a grand commotion. It looked as if all 10,000 people had poured out onto the streets. In the history of Xie Lian Kingdom, if one were to speak of a heavenly worship procession of the Grand Lantern Festival that could be called unprecedented and never to be repeated, it would undoubtedly be today. On the high platform, rows of princes and nobles, resplendent in brocade and with countenances like jade, each courteously wore a skillfully crafted smile, observing the scene below. Within the imperial palace, several hundred long lines of people waited silently. The pure, sacred bell chimed, and the national preceptor, stroking his non-existent beard, called out martial warriors, "Clear the path." Present. Jade maidens. Present. Music masters. Present. Cavalry. Present. Demon. Present. Divine martial performer. No one answered. The national preceptor's brows suddenly furrowed, feeling that something was amiss. He turned his head to question, where is the divine martial performer? Where is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? As before, still no one answered. But the demon who had just answered present paused for a moment, then removed that savage and ferocious mask, revealing a fair and delicate face. This youth was approximately 16 or 17 years old. His skin tone and lip color were both very pale, almost dull. Yet, his eyes were like a pair of obsidian stones, glittering brightly. His hair was both soft and extremely fine, with a few sparse strands falling across his forehead and along his cheekbones, making him appear at first glance truly quiet and obedient. The ferocious demon mask he held in his hand created a completely contrasting juxtaposition. He softly said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already gone out." Upon hearing this, the national preceptor almost collapsed to the ground. But luckily, he still remembered that the grand event was right before him, and he could not collapse. He had to endure. His heart threatening to burst, he frantically questioned what? How could he just leave? When did His Highness depart? The honor guard is already about to set off. If the flower float is pulled out and they only see a demon but no god, each person's mouthful of saliva will drown my old bones without a trace. Mu Qing, why didn't you stop him? Mu Qing lowered his head and said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wished for me to convey a message before he left. He said there's no need to worry, all procedures should proceed as planned, and he will arrive immediately." The national preceptor's heart burned like fire, and he lamented, "How can I not worry about this? What do you mean, arrive immediately? When is immediately? What if he doesn't make it in time, what then?" Outside the palace gate, the common people, who had been waiting since early dawn for several 2-hour periods, could no longer restrain themselves, shouting loudly to urge them on. A Taoist hurried over, relating the situation. "Your Excellency, National Preceptor, the Empress side has sent someone to inquire why the honor guard has not yet departed. The auspicious hour is almost upon us. If it still fails to depart, it will miss the divine deadline." After hearing this, the national master merely regretted that at this very moment, a rebel army could not suddenly attack the city, for it would be better if the Lantern Festival celestial procession were even more chaotic. And at this most crucial moment, the one that made him most want to kill, to actually throw out such a devastating obstruction. If it had been anyone else causing such trouble, he would have long since erupted in thunderous rage, drawn his sword, and killed the person right on the spot. It would not have been strange at all. But this person just had to be his most treasured, most beloved disciple, and moreover the most revered, precious son of another's family. He couldn't hit him, couldn't properly scold him, and killing him was even more out of the question. Compared to killing him, he might as well kill himself. Just then a figure walked through the pitch-black palace gate, rushing into the imperial palace, and raised his voice, saying, "National Master, why have you not yet given the command to go out? Time is slipping away. Everyone outside is anxiously waiting." The newcomer was also a youth of 16 or 17, with an upright stature, remarkably tall and barley-toned skin. On his back, he carried a black longbow and a snow-white quiver. His lips were slightly thin, his brows tightly furrowed. Though young in age, his gaze was resolute. As soon as the national master saw this youth, he seized him and demanded, "Feng Xian, where is your crown prince?" Feng Xian was stunned immediately thereafter, as if he understood something. His eyes blazed with fury, and he cast an indignant glance at Mu Qing, who stood to one side. But Mu Qing, without a word, once again donned his demon mask, his expression unreadable. Feng Xian said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to explain to you. Depart at once. The Crown Prince will not disappoint you." There was no other way. For the flower platform to emerge without the divine martial warrior to review it meant death, yet to slowly not go out and miss the auspicious hour also meant death. The national master despairingly waved his hand and shouted, "Strike up the music, depart." Obeying the command, martial instruments flut, yes, and zither sang out together. Arranged in a long majestic line, they stepped forth at the very front. 100 royal scholars called out in unison with voices full of inner power, their feet pounding the ground, leading the vast, long honor guard as they departed. Warriors were at the front, symbolizing those who overcome all thorns on the path of life. Following closely thereafter were virgin maidens, chosen one in 10,000, beautiful, graceful, and refined. With their fair hands they held baskets, scattering flowers like celestial maidens. The petals, falling sparsely, turned to mud, then were ground into fragrant dust, their fresh scent lingering as before. A group of musicians sat upright atop a golden chariot crafted from pure gold. As soon as they emerged from the palace gates, it brought forth waves of astonished exclamations, and everyone vied to snatch the scattered flowers. However, though these things were overly beautiful, overly ostentatious, and overly grand, they were merely the prelude, the cushioning before the grand spectacle. The flower platform was finally about to emerge. 16 white horses connected by 7 gold reins pulled the flower platform, passing through the deep, profound palace gate, slowly appearing before tens of thousands of eyes. On the platform, a person dressed in black, with a ferocious demon mask on their head, held a 9-chi-long zamadeo horizontally before them, adopting a solemn stance. The national master's heart tightened abruptly, hoping for a miracle to appear. But no miracle appeared. The crowd stirred in uproar. On the high pavilions, the princes and nobles slightly furrowed their brows, exchanged glances, and animatedly discussed, "What is happening? Why is the divine martial warrior not on the platform? Has the crown prince not come to the ceremony? Where is Lian Gij?" Amidst the high pavilions, a handsome man sat upright alongside a woman with fair, gentle skin, her features gentle, elegant, noble, and beautiful. Those two were precisely the king and queen of the kingdom of Xianlu. Probably because she had not yet seen the person appear, the queen's face bore a worried expression as she looked at the king beside her. He held her hand, offering a reassuring gaze, indicating that she should quietly observe this unfolding situation and not worry further. But the crowd below on both sides of the street had no one to calm them. Their cries grew even fiercer, their shouts seeming to want to shatter all the rooftops. The national master merely regretted not having enough courage to commit suicide right there. But Mu Qing, atop the flower platform, was utterly composed despite his opponent not being present. He remained not a bit careless, solely focused on completing his own task. He took that long saber and with a dang, plunged it firmly into the ground, standing it upright before him. Amidst a flurry of slashes and parries, this black-clad youth with imposing aura completed the opening role of the demon. Judging by Mu Qing's face and figure, he was as slender and graceful as a refined scholar. Yet, a 9-chi-long saber, extremely heavy, was wielded by him in his hand with incredible lightness, as if it had no weight at all. A dozen or so Taoist priests, playing the role of demon subduers, rushed onto the platform one by one, but were all struck down by him and kicked off the flower platform. Calmly observing, his saber-wielding was truly powerful and exceptionally beautiful, hence, some people even cheered for him. However, the majority of the common people had not come to see this demon harming people scene, and they furiously shouted, "Where is the divine martial warrior? Where is the crown prince? What we want to see is His Highness impersonating the divine martial great emperor, repelling the demons." On a high floor, an angry voice questioned, "Where is my older cousin? What kind of trickery is this? Who wants to see this garbage? Damn it, where is my crown prince Biao?" Without even looking, one knew that this person shouting the loudest was naturally the young Prince Qirong. As expected, many people simultaneously raised their heads and saw a youth dressed in light blue brocade, with a collar around his neck. He lunged straight to the side of the high platform, angrily pounding his fists against it. "BBU." This youth was only 15 or 16, with a face like a flower and skin like powder and Jean. Raleigh appeared fresh, beautiful and eye-catching. Only, his face now bore a murderous aura, as if he wanted to recklessly leap over the railing and fly down to strike someone. Unfortunately, this pavilion was too high. If he didn't die from the jump, he'd at least break his leg. Therefore, he casually grabbed a white jade teacup and threw it down. The teacup rapidly hurtled straight towards the demon's nape. One could see that person would surely be thrown to unconsciousness, with fresh blood gushing out for all to see. Yet, unexpectedly, that demon slightly shifted their body, angled their long saber to intercept, and thus caught the teacup upon the tip of the saber. The teacup, trembling, stood perfectly steady on the saber's tip, drawing forth a wave of murmurs and praise. Mu Tin then tossed the long saber upwards, and the teacup flew into the air, caught by a Taoist priest below the stage. His task complete, he continued leisurely and unhurriedly to play his role as the demon, brandishing the saber, slaying people. Tick Dung, enraged, was about to throw again when Hong Hao ordered people to come and pull him away. It was with great difficulty that he was finally dragged down. However, the expressions of the various royal family members grew increasingly solemn, all showing a hint of unease. The divine martial practitioner, meant for the Lantern Festival's Heaven Sacrifice Parade, had suddenly vanished. That was certainly no trivial matter. At that very moment a thundero cheer suddenly erupted among the crowd, its magnitude surpassing any cheer heard before. Looking up, one could only behold a snow-white figure descending from the heavens, coming to a halt directly before the black-clad demon. That person landed, his pristine white robes fanning out like a blossoming flower upon the floral platform, a golden mask obscuring his countenance. He held a sword in one hand, while with the other he lightly flicked the dense sword edge, producing a ding sound utterly melodious. Yet, all his movements were utterly calm and composed, as if he did not even deign to notice the demon before him. Tick Dung watched, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his face a vivid crimson, and leaped up loudly yelling, "Crown Prince Cousin! Crown Prince Cousin has arrived!" From the highest balcony to the lowest ground, not a soul failed to stare in stunned silence. Such a theatrical entrance, truly as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, utterly audacious. That city tower, to speak modestly, stood several dozen zhang high. This crown prince, raised in silk and brocade since childhood, had nonetheless leapt directly from its heights. In the fleeting moment just past, countless individuals had truly believed a celestial god had descended to the mortal realm. Now, realizing the truth, their blood boiled, their scalps tingled, and they clapped with fervent vigor. Tick Dung, even more so, was simultaneously shouting loudly and leading the pharaoh. Sious applause, screaming until his voice grew hoarse, clapping until his hands were stained a deep crimson. The Kwok Chu and Hong Hao smiled at each other, joining in the applause. The remaining members of the royal family visibly relaxed, sighing in relief, and applauded approvingly, following the general sentiment. The two sides of the divine martial thoroughfare surged like a roaring tide, with hundreds of thousands of men in the city so electrified they yearned to push aside the obstructing warriors, rush forward, and shout their full, unrestrained cheers. Above the floral platform, two figures, one black, one white, stood in tense confrontation. The celestial god and the demon each raised their weapons, and at last the battle commenced. Seeing that the proceedings had finally caught up, the Kwok Su then let out a hidden breath, only then stepping onto the high platform. After exchanging nods and greetings with his colleagues all around, he finally sought his designated seat to observe the ceremony. The Kwok Chu smiled and remarked, "Kwok Su, how did you conceive of such a world-astonishing and sensational entrance? Truly magnificent." The Kwok Su dabbed at his brow, replying with a smile, "Indeed, it is exceedingly splendid. However, truth be told, it did fill me with fright that was not conceived by this humble servant, but rather was the very idea of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Hong Hao then patted her chest, sighing, "This child is truly mischievous, yet I did not utter a single word before leaping from such a height, frightening me so much I nearly sprang to my feet." The Kwok Su could not help but harbor a hidden trace of pride, his tone exultant for that. "I beg your Majesty Hong Hao to please set your heart at ease. Our Crown Prince, his martial arts are peerless, let alone a city tower several tens of zhang high, even a tea stand twice the height of that tower. He could land gently and fly gracefully with his eyes closed. Hong Hao's face softened with joy, and she spoke in a gentle tone. Kwok Su truly possesses a gift for instruction. The Kwok Su laughed heartily, proclaiming, "How dare I claim such? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a favored son of heaven, possessing extraordinary innate talent, with natural endowments surpassing all others, a noble descendant. For this humble servant to have the opportunity to instruct His Highness is truly a blessing for 3 generations. This humble servant foresees that, with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince gracing us with his presence, today will undoubtedly be the most magnificent divine martial heaven sacrifice parade ever witnessed." He spoke the word heaven 4 times in quick succession, with utmost fluency. The Kwok Chu smiled faintly, then turned his head to look outside, remarking, "I only hope that is the case." Within this Lantern Festival's Heaven Sacrifice Parade, the Divine Martial Practitioner and the Demon Martial Practitioner are indeed the 2 most crucial figures. Yes, both must be youths of exquisite martial prowess. Especially for the Divine Martial Practitioner, the design and construction of their ceremonial regalia are exceedingly stringent and meticulous, extraordinarily magnificent after completion. A full suit of attire, from head to toe, often weighs nearly 40 to 50 jin. The martial practitioner is compelled to stand and wait under such weight, beneath the gaze of tens of thousands of common folk, and to circle the city several times. To complete this martial parade takes at least 2 traditional 2-hour watches, during which not a single error is permitted. Is it not abundantly clear, then, that peerless martial arts are utterly essential? Fortunately, these 2 youths were both exceptionally splendid. With the gleam of sabers and the flash of swords, they exchanged blows in a dazzling and artful display, exquisitely measured, as though they had rehearsed countless times. The Kwok Chu asked with curiosity, "Who plays the demon battling alongside the Crown Prince?" The Kwok Su cleared his throat softly, then replied, "Reporting to your majesty, that is a young Taoist priest from Hongxiu Siquan, by the name of Mu Tin." Hong Hao commented gently, "I find this child's fighting quite commendable compared to my imperial son. He is only slightly weaker, perhaps not far from Fong Tin's skill, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the Kwok Su's expression subtly shifted to one of disagreement. Tik Dung, who had been leaning his head intimately close to Hong Hao's, idly eating grapes, hastily spat out a piece of grape skin and vehemently retorted, "Tui tui tui. Absolutely not. It is not merely a little weaker, but vastly inferior, and truly no one can compare to Crown Prince cousin at all." Hearing this, Hong Hao chuckled softly and patted his head. The entire assembly of nobles laughed even harder, swaying with mirth as they teased Dung Ni. "Truly is bound heart and soul to his cousin if he does not praise him for a day. He feels utterly restless." Amidst the sea of people below, loud shouts tore through the sky. "Fight! Fight him! Slay him!" The sound grew increasingly noisy and intense. Ti Dung was also among them, his hands cupped by his mouth into the shape of a megaphone, laughing heartily as he said, "Crown Prince cousin, you're too amazing. Brother, use one hand to knock this brat down, and let him see some of your true colors." Suddenly, the demon on the stage chopped down with a saber, and the martial artist blocked with a sword, letting out an N sound. In theory, during the heavenly procession and ritual, the sparring matches were primarily for viewing and divine performance. At most only 7/10 of one's strength could be used, stopping just short of a full blow. However, after he received this saber blow, the sword in his hand almost flew out. Evidently, in that recent saber blow, the opponent had already used their full power. Xie Lian slightly raised his head, calling out, "I." In a clear voice, "Mu Qing?" The youth playing the role of the demon opposite him still did not say a single word, but attacked again with another saber blow. Xie Lian had no time to think much. Clang 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 clang. He continuously parried the saber blows, thinking to himself, "This is much more interesting than the mock battle just now." Thus, his spirit stirred, and his interest was piqued. As a result, weapons clashed, sparks flew everywhere, and the cheers were like moving mountains in filling seas. The more fiercely they fought on the flower platform, the more like thunder the cheers rose from below the flower platform. Suddenly a sword whistled, a dazzling white light flashed, and everyone cried, "Ah!" holding their breath and focusing their minds. As it turned out, the demon's 9-foot-long saber had been struck flying by the elegant long sword of the martial god performer in one blow, the saber leaving his hand, impaling straight into a stone pillar on the high tower. Someone knowledgeable went to pull out that saber, yet even using the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, they could not budge it in the slightest, and couldn't help but cry out in alarm, what kind of saber is this, heavens, who knows how many jin it weighs. Meanwhile, atop the flower platform, the martial god performer lightly shook his long sword, and from the blade's edge something was lightly flicked off. A ding sound rang out, and from behind the golden mask came a light chuckle. Xie Lian leisurely, why, unhurriedly, and joyfully said, not bad at fighting. However, you still lost. The demon, having lost his weapon, half knelt on the ground, silently saying nothing, his hand, however, clenched into a fist. Xie Lian flourished his sword amidst the cheers from all directions. Just as he was about to deliver this final strike to exterminate the demon, who would have thought that at this very moment, from high above, screams arose from all directions. Xie Lian was startled in his heart, withdrew his sword, and just as he looked up, he only had time to see a blurry figure rapidly falling from the city wall. In an instant he had no time to think of anything like lightning and flint sparks. His heels lightly pushed off, he leaped and flew away, soaring upwards light as the wind. He flew high up, his 2 sleeves spreading out like butterfly wings, lightly landing on the ground, graceful and light as a feather. In his arms, he firmly held a person, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief, only then lowering his head to look. In his embrace was a small child whose face was completely wrapped in bandages, his whole body dirty and grimy, curled up in the crook of his arm, staring blankly at him. Book 2 Chapter 59. A startling glimpse of splendor on the martial god Avenue 2. This child was only about 7 or 8 years old, truly a child, both thin and small-boned. It had fallen from such a height, its tiny body trembling uncontrollably in his hand. Yes, just like a newborn animal cub. However, from within the haphazardly wrapped bandages around his head, a large round black eye was revealed. In its eye was reflected a snow-white figure, staring intently at him without blinking, as if it had ignored all other things outside. From all directions came a collective gasp. Xie Lian raised his head, his heart suddenly sinking, because the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of something yellow falling not far in front of him. The golden mask used to conceal his face had fallen off. Xie Lian landed in the middle of the martial god Avenue. The honor guard, following him by several zhang, had not yet paraded to this spot. The sudden turn of events occurred. The steady footsteps of the martial artists were disturbed by this unexpected incident. The jade maiden scattering flowers also showed signs of fear. The golden chariot stopped, several tall white horses reared up and neighed loudly, and the shang flutes and zither suddenly played a few chaotic notes. Some moved, some stopped, unable to quickly unify their steps. The situation seemed about to spiral out of control. The crowd gathered on both sides of the avenue had not yet reacted. The king of Xianlu stood up in the high tower, looking at the figure of his son, his expression revealing deep concern. If the king had already stood up, which princes and nobles would still dare to remain seated? All frantically and hastily sprang to their feet. As soon as the imperial precept Tor had sat down, his seat not yet warm, he was rapidly pondering whether he should immediately perform the 5-point prostration and kneel to blame himself, when Deng had already jumped onto the railing, rolled up his sleeves and angrily questioned, "What is it now? How could this be? Why has the procession become so chaotic? What are these good-for-nothings doing? Are you eating plain rice that you can't even control the horses?" The empress' face turned pale, her brows slightly furrowed, and she quickly ordered someone to pull him down. Seeing the crowd below beginning to subtly stir, as if about to erupt into great chaos, at this very moment Xie Lian suddenly stood up. On normal days, the revered crown prince usually hid himself in the imperial palace, or secluded himself for quiet cultivation in the royal Taoist temple, almost never having the opportunity to appear before the common people. This could be considered an unprecedented exception, thus everyone was uncontrollably drawn to him, looking towards him. The moment they looked, they couldn't help but hold their breath. They only saw that youth with phoenix eyes and noble brows, utterly handsome, his whole body glowing, dazzlingly radiant, causing people not to dare look closely. With one hand he held that child, with the other hand, he slowly raised his sword, pointing it towards the flower platform. That demon was still on the stage observing the situation below. Upon seeing that movement, he paused for a moment, and then suddenly lifted his heels slightly, Everyone gasped in astonishment. The demon's figure swept through the air like a black cloud, flying to where the long saber had been struck out and was firmly embedded in the pillar, grasping the saber hilt, pulling it out from the crevice in the stone, then turning and leaping, landing in front of the martial artist right in the middle of the road. Seeing that, he immediately understood his secret intention and came forward to cooperate. Xie Lian in a low voice praised, "Mu Qing is skilled." At this moment, the god-pleasing martial warrior and the demon both descended the stage. One black, one white, one saber, one sword. They finally competed again. Passion surged and everyone was excited for the second time. On the high floor, the expressions of the nobles also simultaneously relaxed, easing up a bit. The demon pretended to want to chop the child. The martial warrior he held in his arms, holding the saber with both hands, forcefully brought the long saber down towards Xie Lian. The two pretended to block a few blows just for show, then soared back onto the flower platform. Feng Xian, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, rolled once on the road, snatched the mask, and finally rushed into the ceremonial formation, whispering, "Whoever leads the formation, don't cause trouble. Don't mess up. Pretend nothing has happened. Finish this round and return to the palace." Those in the ceremonial formation hastily restrained themselves, composed themselves, and one by one returned to their positions, standing properly again. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon returning to the stage, Mu Qing's offensive was even more ferocious. Xie Lian clanged as he parried the saber. At this moment, he heard the child in his arms let out an ah, and immediately thought that the child was caught in the gleam of blades, so it was natural to be trembling with fear. Xie Lian's left hand held him tightly, and he said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid." Hearing this, the child clutched tightly at the fabric over his chest. Xie Lian held the child with one hand and wielded his sword with the other, skillfully and expertly. After a few exchanges, he felt the child in his arms tremble again. Raising hands to desperately hug his shoulder, like clutching a life-saving straw, he reassured, "It's all right, nothing will harm you." Having said this, he lightly called out, "Mu Qing." The demon opposite gave a nod so slight it was almost imperceptible. Xie Lian launched a sword strike. And so, under the gaze of thousands, the god-pleasing martial warrior finally thrust a sword through the demon's heart, killing it on the spot. Mu Qing, still wearing the demon mask, covered the wound, staggered back a few steps, struggled for a moment, and finally fell to the ground with a thump, motionless. Qi Rong on the high floor burst out laughing, clapping his hands and saying, "He's dead. He's dead. Crown Prince cousin has killed the monstrous demon." Same time, the parade for the heaven-worshipping ceremony continued forward, quickly heading towards the imperial palace, retreating, preparing to enter the palace gates. Because of the timely rescue, it made the plot more thrilling. The unexpected incident just now was like a musical interlude. The common folk not only did not complain, but on the contrary, became even more excited. Countless people shouted "Your Highness" and cried out "Heavenly God." They followed behind the flower platform, thousands upon thousands, uniformly pushing and shoving towards the imperial palace. Several generals had no choice but to send out several times more martial artists and soldiers to block these overly excited common folk. But in the end they still could not stop them. The crowd broke through the defensive line and surged forward. The monarch of Xianla, sitting on the high floor, shouted, "Guards! Martial artists!" Just at this moment, all several hundred people of the honor guard had successfully entered the palace gates. The vermilion great gate behind the flower platform made a creaking sound as it was carefully closed, and the colored banners no longer fluttered. The common folk rushed in, pouncing onto the gates. The sound of knocking on the gates and earth-shattering cheers resonated loudly. After the great gate was closed, two clanking sounds rang out from the flower platform. The white-clad god-pleasing martial warrior and the black-clad demon simultaneously threw away all weapons in their hands and collapsed exhaustedly onto the ground. Xie Lian was covered in sweat. Shedding the layers of splendid ceremonial robes, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "That was truly dangerous, truly dangerous. I'm utterly exhausted." Mu Qing also took off the very heavy demon mask, quietly exhaling, but did not complain of tiredness. He turned his head, seeing Xie Lian still holding the child in his arms. He frowned without speaking. Feng Exin, rushing up from beneath the flower platform, said, "Your Highness, why did you bring this brat in here?" The child clung close to Xie Lian's chest, his entire small body stiff, not moving at all, not daring to breathe heavily. Xie Lian sat up and said, "If I didn't bring him in, would I throw him outside? The road is so chaotic, and he's so small. If I let him go for a moment, he'll be trampled to death." Having said this, he lifted the child up, casually stroking his head twice, and asked casually, "Little friend, how old are you?" The child did not blink and did not utter a sound. Xie Lian continued to ask him, coaxing, "Why did you fall earlier?" Mu Qing said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid this brat won't make a sound. He must have been scared silly." Xie Lian stroked the child's head again. Feeling that this child was just dull and uninteresting, he stopped, no longer stroking, and commented, "He's completely stunned." Feng Exin later find someone from the heavenly gate to lead him out and check if he has any injuries on his body. His face is completely wrapped in bandages. Feng Exin extended his hand and said, "All right, hand him over here." Xie Lian held the child, lifted him up, and offered him over. Unexpectedly, it didn't work. Feng Exin asked, puzzled, "Your Highness, why haven't you let go?" Xie Lian said strangely, "I let go already, didn't I?" He bowed his head and saw, not knowing whether to cry or laugh, that it turned out to be the little child's hands, clutching tightly onto his robe hem, unwilling to let go. Several people were stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter. Xie Lian cultivated in Huangji Temple more or less good men and faithful women, either to see a rare sight or because of the faith in their hearts, after seeing His Highness the Crown Prince's face, would rack their brains, exhausting their minds and energy, wanting to see him again. And after meeting him a second time, they only wished they could become Taoists with him. Unexpectedly, this young little friend was also struck by his charm. On the flower platform among the guardian group, there were also quite a few young Taoists cultivating in Huangji Temple, gigglingly saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this little friend doesn't want to leave either." Xie Lian smiled and said, "Is that so? But it's difficult, I still have my personal matters to attend to. Little friend, go home." Hearing this, that little child also slowly let go of their hands, no longer tightly clutching his robe. Immediately after, Feng Exin picked him up. The child, carried in Feng Xin's hand, kept staring blankly at Xie Lian with their bright, black eyes. This expression was as if possessed by a ghost. Seeing this, many Taoists couldn't help but secretly ponder in their hearts. As for Xie Lian, he basically didn't look at that child anymore, saying to Feng Exin, "Can you not carry him as if you're carrying a junk bottle? You've scared someone else's little child." Feng Exin then released the child onto the ground, saying, "Stop laughing. The Imperial Preceptor is about to go crazy, only Your Highness still thinks it's fine. How are we going to choose our words to speak later?" Hearing this, indeed, no one laughed anymore. Half an hour later, inside Huangji Temple, on the peak of Mount Xinwu at Xinwu Hall, incense smoke lingered, the sound of scriptures chanting echoed in waves. The Imperial Preceptor and 3 Vice-Imperial Preceptors sat on one side of the Grand Hall, their faces clouded with anger. Mu Qing knelt before them. Xie Lian was also like that. But where he knelt, there was no one, only the golden statue of the great martial god Emperor. Feng Exin knelt following his master, kneeling behind him. The Imperial Preceptor picked up the meticulously crafted golden mask. After a long while he sighed deeply and said, "Oh, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Even though he was kneeling, Xie Lian still knelt straight, raised his head and said, "Yes." The Imperial Preceptor said with great pain, "Do you know, in the history of the Xianle Kingdom, many rounds of the Lantern Festival heavenly procession have been organized, but never once has the ceremonial platform only circled the city 3 times. 3 rounds. Every ritual, every arrangement in the Lantern Festival heavenly procession carried a hidden meaning. The flower platform circling the city once symbolized praying for 1 year of peace and prosperity for the nation. Therefore, however many rounds were completed during the Lantern Festival heavenly procession, that many years would pass without needing to organize such a grand ceremony again. Not only did it bring good fortune, but it also saved money. 3 rounds, wasn't that tantamount to saying it would only secure 3 years of peace? What was even more infuriating was that the golden mask of the martial god impersonator even fell right on the ceremony route. The people of Xianlu traditionally held a belief that the spiritual energy of the human body, gathered in the five senses, and adornments were where the human spirit resided. Thus, one must offer the best to the heavens. Therefore, during the procession, the martial practitioner was compelled to wear a golden mask, covering their face, because his face could only be appreciated by the various heavenly immortals and gods. Mortals were not qualified to behold it. The imperial preceptor sighed, wishing he could turn iron into steel, saying previous martial god impersonators the record FO. Are the lowest number of rounds was 5. The most ambitious ones managed 15 or 16 rounds. But what about you? You even with your eyes closed could walk 50 rounds. 100 rounds. But the result is that you crushed your own chances at the third round. Why didn't you just strangle me, your master, before that? That would have been better. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you want to be renowned in glorious history. I will also want to be renowned in glorious history alongside you. In the grand hall, no one dared to speak. Xie Lian, still unperturbed, calmly said, Imperial Preceptor, perhaps you should look at it from another angle. If the little child had fallen and no one caught him, he would have died. To have bloodshed during the heavenly procession, wouldn't that be a sign of bad omen? Wouldn't the ceremony also have been halted? At least this outcome still preserved a little dignity, so it's already quite good. Such an incident occurring, let's just consider it an accident. The imperial preceptor was speechless. Only after a moment did he say, this boy. There were so many royal martial artists there. Couldn't any random one of them have easily caught him? This doesn't even count the possibility that after falling, he would only break a few arms or legs, but it wouldn't have been life-threatening. You should have taken a few more steps, put on a good show for people to see, and after a moment no one would have paid attention to what had just fallen. Xie Lian raised an eyebrow and said, Imperial Preceptor, you know very well. Under these circumstances, apart from me, there would have been no second person to react in time, nor would there have been a second person who could have safely caught him. If he wasn't caught, one person would die, but if he was caught, both would die. His tone was as if it were a matter of course, 10 parts certain. The imperial preceptors also understood clearly that what he said was true, and they couldn't refute it. Looking at him kneeling before the idol, completely unconcerned, they were at once curious, amused, yet also proud. After all, he was a precious disciple, so they couldn't really be angry with him. Thus, they could only tug at a few strands of hair, using the aching scalp to hide their sorrow deep inside. After a pause, the imperial preceptor continued, and there's more. Xie Lian slightly lowered his head and said, Your disciple is listening. The imperial preceptor said, Today you took to the stage, performed quite well. No matter how well you performed, you couldn't just arbitrarily decide to change things without prior notice. His Majesty and Her Royal Highness were both scared out of their wits by you. What if, by any chance, you hadn't arrived in time? What would it have turned into then? Xie Lian raised his long eyelashes and asked in surprise, Imperial Preceptor, didn't I ask you about this yesterday? The imperial preceptor was also stunned and asked in surprise, You asked me? Yesterday? When was that? Hearing this, Xie Lian furrowed his brow, looked to the side and asked Mu Qing? Author's note. In the comments section, comments that are very long in form are all automatically cut off. Is it possible that long comments will be judged by the system as spam comments? Or is it because certain words are continuously repeated? Anyway, if any of you write long comments, it's best to briefly condense them, because I'm also not very clear about the system's comment deletion criteria. Who knows, in just a few more days it might be fine again. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.